until everybody, the parties, have said their piece so that the commission can hear everything, because maybe some questions will have already been raised by the public. And, you know, then that way the commission kind of has the last word.
But you would have the public ask its questions of the petitioner, ask questions of the petitioner before it submits its own testimony.
The public ask questions of the petitioner before the public presents its own testimony?
Yes.
So like if it's like a group who's objecting?
Which is essentially the way we've been doing it.
Yes, I would. And I guess maybe the reason why I say that is because that's what I'm accustomed to as a trial attorney. A party presents their evidence. The other party has an opportunity to cross-examine that evidence when that evidence is presented. And then once that cross-examination is done, then the other party has an opportunity to present their evidence.
Of course.
And then that party is cross-examined, and then they sit down. But at the end of the day, the final word is with the petitioner. They have the last word.
Yes, and this does provide that way.
Yeah. So that's why I guess I would go that route. Mary?
I respectfully would suggest that we go the presentation, then questions, because I think too often the public repeats itself. They'll ask questions of the petitioner, and then they'll present those questions not as. So I think this would cut down on the amount of time or the number of times we have to say, I'm sorry, someone said that already.
And I agree on that point, which is why I also recommend that the chairman have the authority and discretion to say, or first to warn the public that it will not entertain any redundant questions, and that the chairman has authority, if someone starts to go down that route, to cut the public off and say, okay, we've heard that, we've noted it, you have anything to add? If you don't, move on to the next person. That's my suggestion. That's how I've seen it done.
It has been confusing at times. I mean, making sure that the public understands now, whatever you say, it better have a question mark attached to it. Mario, are there other boards and commissions of the city that get into similar situations, similar kinds of processes, and what is their process?
Staff, the Board of Local Improvements, and we don't really have situations like that, except for the hearing tomorrow. But for Zoning Board of Appeals, we do something similar as to what Lenny was saying, where you have the cross-examination of the petitioner first, and then if the public wants to bring any time, that would happen afterwards. Okay. So it would be consistent.
But that cross-examination of the petitioner, I mean, we can ask questions at any time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that cross-examination of the petitioner will include the public if the public chooses to ask questions.
That's correct.
Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in on this?
I like the way we've been doing it.
Okay.
And you did warn people last time not to be repetitive. You had the power. And it worked. It's a good presentation.
Seemed to work. Terry, can you live with us?
Absolutely.
Okay. In which case, I don't know what the easiest way to do this. I really would like to not carry this whole package over again. Can we, assuming that we don't run into any other issues as we go on, as we keep going, or assuming that if we run into them, we get them resolved, I guess I'm going to suggest that we go ahead and adopt the rules as they came from the Rules Committee tonight, with the understanding that staff will come back with a rebuilding of Article 13 to reflect the existing procedure. Does that work?
Mr. Chairman, I do have some questions before you put it to a vote.
I know you do. I've been waiting for your light to go on, Stuart, and it,
Well, is this a good time? Or would you like me?
hang on a minute, let me see if there's anything of great substance once we get out of Article 13. No, go ahead.
I'm the only associate member that is present tonight, but soon there will be four, I believe, 4 or 5. Yes. I have a question first. Is an associate member, what is a regular member of a committee? Is that only voting members, or does that include associate members?
It would, a regular member would be a voting member, a commissioner.
Okay. Are associate members entitled to be members of committees?
Under the proposed rules, they would not be members in the same sense that they are not members of the commission.
So they would be on the same footing as a member of the public?
No, they would be on the same footing in a committee as they are in the full commission. Fully free to engage in conversation and cross-examination, but lacking the authority to make or second motions or to vote,
Okay.
or to be counted on for a quorum.
Okay. So they cannot be counted on for purposes of for a
Well,
quorum?
I mean, my interpretation would be that a quorum should be counted only among voting members.
Okay, all right. I've been on the commission as a regular member for 6 years and as an associate for 2 years, and occasionally there are quorum problems that arise. And my suggestion would be to allow associate members to serve on committees for purposes of establishing a quorum and given a vote at the committee level, keeping in mind, of course, that what emerges from the committee is simply an advisory opinion. And when it goes to the Plan Commission, it just, I suppose, leaves with an enhanced institutional authority. But I think it would help the business of the committee if associate members were allowed to be voting members of committees. And there's nothing pressing at the moment, but over the 6 years that I've been a voting member, there have been some committees that have lasted for well over a year. And quorums have, from time to time, been difficult to achieve. The more members you have on a committee, the more likely it is that you will be able to achieve a quorum. But I guess that's about all I've got to say on that subject. I just think they should be allowed to be counted for quorum purposes and given a vote at the committee level.
I guess I'd respond to those points in the reverse order, Stuart. My interpretation would be that we don't have the authority to grant a vote in the committee.
To what?
To grant a vote in the committee. That the members of the commission who may take official actions are defined by ordinance, and that votes in the committee are official actions. And so I would argue that we can't give a vote to associates. Now, if that is true, then I'm not sure that counting associate members for quorum is a positive thing. It can be negative. Consider this case, a committee of 5 commissioners. A quorum is 3. 3 show up, they can act. Let us assume that we add an associate. We now have 6 members. A quorum is up to 4. The 3 members who were showing up can no longer act unless they gather either a 4th commissioner, in which case we didn't have a problem to begin with, or an associate. So that in effect, what we're doing is we're taking the ability to act out of the hands of the people who are responsible for acting. If our understanding of associate members, it seems to me that an associate member is sort of like an amicus curiae, that you have a particular expertise, a particular knowledge, a particular history, a particular something which is useful to us. And we call on you to advise us. And that role, it seems to me, can be played easily in either in this setting or in the committee.
To bring it up to date, currently you've got 6 members on the zoning committee, 2 of whom, Scott Peters and Mr. Scher Mr. Peters is an associate member,
Yes.
but he's on the committee. Mr. Scher is soon to leave the Plan Commission, so you are left now with 4 members of the zoning committee. A quorum is 3.
My understanding is that probably as of next Monday night, we will have 2 more commissioners, and we will work hard to get them on the zoning committee.
Gotcha.
Seems to me
Oh, I'm sorry.
if we're having trouble getting a quorum of people at these committees, the problem is getting the quorum, not getting voting members.
Well, I've seen quorum problems in the past. Not too often, but especially when you get these committees that are charged with a very serious mission that may take many, many months. And the most recent example, of course, is the comprehensive general plan, the changes that were proposed there. It takes a lot of work and a lot of time. And I think you may run in, I may be wrong, but I think you may run into some quorum problems. Believe me, I'm not here advocating to enlarge the authority of associate members. I'm just looking at it from the point of view of facilitating Plan Commission business. That's it.
I did think about the possibility of writing in some special provision that said, if you were an associate member who has previously run for mayor of Evanston, you may do certain things that other associates couldn't do, but I decided that was probably not a good idea.
That's
An attractive idea.
That's a good decision on your part.
Commissioners, what do you want to do?
I've got one more question, if I may. And it's just a clarification. You can be appointed to this commission for 3 years and then reappointed for 3 more. Is there anything that says that 6 years is your total? Can you be off for 3 years and be reappointed again? What's the word?
Commissioner for life, in other words.
I don't know.
Well, I'd like clarification on that.
You're hoping?
No, I just want some clarification. I always like options. Stuart, I'm sure, is listening with both his ears.
Mario, can you quick find the ordinance and see, is that 6 years for life, or is it simply 6 years consecutive?
You're lucky that I was actually at that page. Thinking, I was actually looking at procedure and organization as an aside. We would need to revise the ordinance because it does, it's the procedure and organization with the Plan Commission. It does specify that associate members shall have no vote, so that would be another consideration. Okay. And conveniently enough, above that, it's appointment, composition, and terms. And it's 2 3 full terms, 2 3-year full terms. So it would be 6 years total.
But
So there's no Papa Doc exception? Is that it?
There is not.
Wait, what does it say?
It's 2 3-year full terms.
That's,
So you can't do 3 years, then take some time off and come back for another 3
oh, you couldn't?
with an additional 3 after that. You can have like 9 years after. It would have to be 6 years total.
6 years. 6 years is the top, is your lifetime total?
As a regular member of the Plan Commission,
Okay.
yes.
Does it say lifetime? It is.
Oh, yeah, come on.
Well, you know, we may have to take this up to a higher authority.
think it says lifetime.
Right.
Well, why doesn't one of you try it?
I'll see you.
Troy will cite me for an ordinance violation. It's okay.
Are there any other, I assume you have all read this closely, recognizing that we can come back and change it, and I think we probably going to want, I think, I said last week, I think when we may want to come back in 6 months and look at this and see how it's working. I guess the one last change that I would point to is in Article 16 on amendment of the rules. We rewrote that to provide that there must be either an extraordinary majority to amend the rules, or prior notice must be given. The way the old rules were written, you could bring in a rules change, and 3 of us tonight could have passed it, and it might have disadvantaged members of the committee of the commission who were not here. So, with the couple of small changes to which you've consented, and with the understanding that staff will bring us back a revision to the hearing procedures, are there any other comments or questions?
Just to clarify, this revision will not be presented like at the next meeting or whatever. This is just going to be adopted, and then when the Rules Committee convenes again in 6 months or at the end of the year, it will be presented at that time, or would you like to see it again next month, or?
I think because we've agreed that we want to change the hearing procedure to go back the way it was, I think we should bring that as soon as we can do it. If it takes longer than a meeting, and if we end up with a public hearing, if we end up with a public hearing in May or June, and we haven't yet adopted the rules, I'm going to cheat and do it the old way.
You know, Mr. Chairman,
That's not on the record.
you as the chairman have a tremendous amount of discretion, and you can run that hearing just about any way you want, irrespective of what the rules say. Those are guidelines, but you have the last word if a problem arises. So I'm not worried at all as to whether or not every I is dotted and T is crossed.
Thank you.
You've got a lot of authority.
Thank you, sir. All right. With all that understanding, do we have a motion to adopt the revised rules and procedures?
So move.
Goddard, second?
Second.
Massaro, further discussion? Let's do this one by roll call.
We have a motion to approve the rules as amended. Commissioner Goddard?
Aye.
Commissioner Asaro?
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin?
Aye.
Commissioner Scher? Chairman Ford?
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. This has been a long time coming. Is there any public comment? Is the public still silent? Demir, what do you got?
Just a couple things. Number one is just to remind everybody, if they're interested to register for the Evanston Day in Springfield, which is on the April 14th, you can register for that by going to our city's website. And there's some information about where the buses are going to be and all that. So I would encourage you to do that if you're available. Also, just to follow up on a couple of plan developments that were in front of us just recently. 1571 Maple is going back to the City Council on Monday, the 13th. Last time around, there was some discussion about affordable housing units that should be provided as a public benefit as part of that development. So staff was instructed to continue discussions with the developer about additional contributions. So there should be some updates. That's still being finalized, actually, but there should be some updates, hopefully, on Monday. The other thing is the 1620 Central Plan Development. That's also on the agenda on Monday, but for the Planning and Development Committee for the introduction. An update on that, in light of the discussion for affordable housing for 1571 Maple, the applicant for 1620 Central has agreed to provide 2 affordable housing units on site, although at 100% AMI, 2 one-bedroom units. So that's an update on that particular project and public benefits. And that may be everything that I have. We do not have a zoning committee next week. We will have a planning commission meeting in May. I believe it's May 13th. And I believe that's it.
I would just add to that that the discussion in the Maple Avenue project in council was very interesting. I had a sense that the affordable housing, I had expected there to be considerable discussion of the parking, the off-site parking provision. And there were 1 or 2 aldermen who were not real happy about it, but it didn't seem to attract a lot of attention. Only the mayor spoke to the issue of the site blockage by the new building for the people who live in Evanston 1. But the affordable housing discussion was intense and went on for probably a good half an hour. Everybody feeling the real question was whether we wanted a contribution or wanted units in the building, and I guess where it came out was to be a financial contribution.
It may be both. We're still negotiating.
Aha, okay. But it was an interesting discussion, and there was some suggestion that, you remember that we touched on affordable housing briefly and concluded that because it is not required in rental units, we didn't have to deal with it. There was suggestion, and I don't know what's going to be done with this, but at least one alderman said we really ought to amend the ordinance to require that rental units provide some affordable housing provision. So if that does not happen, I don't see how we're going to be able to avoid that as a public benefit in planned developments in the future, are we? That's certainly the direction the council seemed to be pointing us.
You know, this is something that was brought up in connection with the development of the North Shore Hotel when they wanted to put that new wing on. Yeah. And I said then, and I say again, that affordable housing and rental units should be taken up as an issue by the council.
Yeah, well, it has been.
Well, true. I think it's a little late, but better late than never.
Anything else? If not, is there a motion to adjourn? Sure moves to adjourn, seconded by Asaro, their last official acts. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? I would be remiss if I didn't thank the 2 of you for your service on this last night of official presence.
Good idea. City Clerk, would you call the roll?
Alderman Tindem. Alderman Grover. Alderman Rainey. Alderman Fisk. Alderman Brightway.
Here.
Alderman Nguyen. Alderman Wilson. Alderman Holmes.
Here.
8-0.
We have a quorum. Welcome to the Monday, May 4th, 2015 meeting of the Evanston City Council. First item on the agenda is public comments. We have one speaker, Mr. Rizky.
Actually, I had a much longer speech for Mr. Miller. I'm just going to make a short one and then go on to something else. Mr. Miller, one word of advice: be a friend of the people of this city, your ward and the city, not the mayor or any other public officials. You need to serve the public interest, and I think I will continue on now with Harley Clark. First item on Harley Clark is I had to check the qualifications of one member on the Harley Clark committee, and I checked the individual's license, if the individual was licensed. Apparently, the individual is not licensed, and I would recommend that the committee, the mayor appoint someone to the committee that is a licensed architect. Maybe someone of Mr. Joe Beal's caliber should be on the committee, because a licensed professional needs to be on this committee as we move forward. I have recently received answers to my FOIA on Harley Clark. The city manager wants to tear the building down, and he stated this, he wants to board it up. I believe this is not a good direction, and it poses many problems. The documents I have received basically show the city is 1 year behind on its inspection reports for the fire alarm system. I only received reports from 2013. So basically, we don't know if the alarms are functioning at this point, and the city still has that responsibility. And if you're going to close that building down, those alarms should be working, because I'm just curious what the plan is here. When you shut down a building and you don't shut it down properly, it will be damaged. Also, the life safety report coming from the fire department's inspection after they went through showed no real issues with the building, that it was safe to continue occupancy in 2013. There is an electrical report memo that was shown here too. I believe the city manager alluded this in the Harley Clark meeting. That memo basically shows what I would call minor problems. Yes, the electrical system needs repaired, but why hasn't it been repaired, and what's the city going to do about it? I will state again, Harley Clark should not be shut down. When it comes to June 1st, the building needs to be protected. The city needs to move several workers in there. If it refuses to use it for public use during the summer, it needs to be maintained. And frankly, I believe many city staff members could use that building and believe it should be used, but I believe they never will speak up unless they're encouraged to speak up. I believe the city manager likes creativity, but I think he will limit creativity for things he doesn't support. And finally, I'm going to move on to one last item before I close. The SSAA that was discussed at Dodge and Dempster. I was down there over the weekend shopping and talked to one of the people there, and I asked him, why are you doing this thing, and you're supporting it? And the most interesting thing I found out about this, though, I walked out on the street, and I looked at every tree on the block. The city, for someone in the city, decided to put brick pavers over all the areas of those trees. Those trees are getting no water. Every tree down there is dying. It's really outrageous how our money keeps continually getting wasted here. And now you keep claiming no money for Harley Clark. Every tree's dead.
Thank you. That concludes citizen comment. Next is Resolution 42R15, appointing Brian Miller, Alderman of the 9th Ward, for the remainder of the term of the 79th Council. Does anyone want to make a motion? That would be good.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move Resolution 42R15, appointing Brian Miller as Alderman for the 9th Ward for the remainder of the 79th Council.
Second.
Okay, thank you for many seconds. I would like to say that I think Brian will do an outstanding job, not only for the 9th Ward, but also for the city of Evanston. There were a large number of people who were interested in the job, all highly qualified, terrific people. And what was also incredibly impressive was the overflow crowd at the Levy Center. There were more than 100 people from the 9th Ward who, with many tributes to Alderman Burris, our are very concerned that they have great representation, and I was very impressed with such an energized ward and with the turnout. So with that said, it is true that Brian is the one with the cute baby, and that was in his favor as well. So that's all I have to say. Are you ready? It's been moved and seconded. So, City Clerk, would you call the roll?
Alderman Tindem. Aye. Alderman Grover. Alderman Rainey. Alderman Fisk. Alderman Berthwaite. Alderman Nguyen. Alderman Wilson. Alderman Holmes.
Aye.
Congratulations, Brian. City Clerk, would you swear him in?
Heavy food. Okay. Raise your right hand and repeat after me.
City Clerk, don't you want the family to join him?
Oh, yes, yes, family can come up as well. Little baby.
Oh, wait, what about his mother? Come on. Uncle?
Uncle, aunt, nephew. Okay, now, since you are now placing the alderman at his left, let's raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Brian Miller. Having been appointed to the office of Ninth Ward Alderman. In the city of Evanston. In the county of Cook aforesaid. Affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of Illinois. And that I will faithfully discharge the duty of Ninth Ward Alderman. To the best of my abilities. Congratulations. Need to sign here.
Now, could there be a motion to adjourn?
Wait, not finished.
Oh, sorry, City Clerk.
This one goes in that folder. Also, he also has to swear the Athenian oath of citizenship. Repeat after me, raise your right hand again. We will ever strive. For the ideal and sacred things of this city. Both alone and with many. We will unceasingly seek. To quicken the sense of public duty. We will revere and obey the city's laws. And will transmit this city not less than. But greater and more beautiful than when it was transmitted to us. Greater and more beautiful.
But greater and not more beautiful than when it was transmitted to us.
Right. This is now presented to Brian Miller upon his appointment as Ninth Ward Alderman on May 4th, 2015.
Come on up. Get to work. Alderman Grover, could you remake your motion to adjourn? Oh, sorry, Alderman Rainey.
I second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, Alderman Holmes, you want to switch chairs?
No, well, you know what, I can do it from here.
Okay.
All right. Good evening. This is the regular meeting of the Rules Committee. We have a quorum, and let's see, we're going to have first citizens' comments. I need the sign-in sheet, I'm sorry. I don't. Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, we started before Dar got here, I'm sorry. Okay, you ready? Okay. All right, we do have a quorum, and we will begin with citizens' comments. I will give you the first 5 names. Let me encourage you that if someone has already said pretty much what you're going to say, please give us that time, and don't repeat it. And everyone will have approximately 3 minutes, and we will be timing you because we do have a real full agenda tonight. So I have Ken Edwards, Mr. Risky, Janat Risky, Monte Adams, and Justin Hayes. And John, I think that's Carrillo. Those will be the first 5. Go ahead. Please just state your name.
My name is Ken Edwards. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Alderman. Congratulations, new Alderman. I work for Local 150, the operating engineers. We represent about 23,000 members, hundreds of whom live in Evanston. People smarter than myself will get up here and speak in detail about this turnaround agenda that you guys have on the agenda tonight. We feel that this is nothing more than pure politics, and pure politics belong in Springfield, not in local government. That's where we'd rather have it stay. We would ask that you guys either put it up and put it down, or simply don't call it for a vote. This is not a good thing for the working class, not a good thing for the citizens of the state of Illinois. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Risky?
Janad Risky. I wasn't going to talk about this topic, but I will now because it's something, I see a small parallel in my issues with Harley Clark. The small parallel is there was one bid submitted by basically a large hotel, or a family that owns hotels. And basically, as I understand, those hotel, that conglomerate or corporation in Chicago didn't allow, basically was fighting with the unions. And they wanted, now you want to put a hotel on our lakefront, of course. That's one of the things you're up to. But yeah, I think it's very interesting how things somehow tie together here. I am troubled by the Rules Committee. Many items that come to this committee seem to be, they should be discussed at council. And they're seeming to coming here to be hidden. And I use the term hidden when I see a city council packet with 400 pages and memos that don't make any sense to add up. A lot of things here seem to be in chaos with how we do business here. And that really, the public is really at a disadvantage when these things come out one day before and you expect me to look at 400 pages of information, and I look at the staff memos, they don't add up to what's going on here. And this should be really at the council, several of these things, and as far as the library too, I don't see what any of these things have to do with rules. And this seems to be a practice here at this city, how things are being convoluted, and the public doesn't know what's going on, and you suspend rules. So your suspension of the rules, I think, is a serious problem. You continue to do this so you can push things through quickly so the public can't have time to look at them even. And this is a common practice of this council. It's not like this is an emergency to do half of these things. And I believe there's some serious problems here. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Monty Adams. I'm an Evanston resident here. I just want to tell you a personal story because I'm very pro-union for a good reason. By the way, I'm not in a biker gang. I'm going through chemo. That's why I got the bandana here. So I don't want to frighten anybody. A little bit of background. I served in the Air Force. I worked as a forensic scientist for the Chicago and Illinois State Police Departments. I also worked as an investigator and researcher for a law enforcement training company. And then I decided I want to go into teaching. I taught at ETHS. I taught at-risk students. And Mayor Tisdall was a great supporter for the program that I taught in the academy. And very worthwhile. Unfortunately, with budget cuts, I lost my job after 4 years and had to move on to different schools. And finally, I ended up in a school that I really enjoy. It's a 20th and California in Chicago. Again, I work with at-risk students. It's an alternative school. During the interim when I was unemployed. I was unemployed for 1 year. My wife was unemployed for 2 years. We struggled to pay our rent and to put food on the table. And during the first 4 years that I taught at this school, we did not have a union contract. We were fighting for a union contract for 5 years, and it got to the point where, as much as I enjoyed doing that job, I was still doing 3 other part-time jobs in addition to my full-time teaching. Now, after 5 years of fighting with the school, we have a contract that both the teachers and the administration is very happy with. I'm paid a lot more money. I have 2 master's degrees. I'm still not getting what I think I might be worth, like if I was at ETHS, but I'm very comfortable and happy with that. Now, the good thing about unions is that they help ensure that working people are able to take care of their families and their children. And not only that, but they also help to make sure that the work environment is safe. I think if we do anything to break down the unions, we're harming the middle class, and I can tell you, I don't think the governor knows what it's like to be unemployed for 2 years or to have his wife unemployed. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason?
Good evening. Jason Hayes, live in the 8th Ward, member of Evanston Firefighters Local 742. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Alderman, City Council, and welcome, Mr. Miller. And good luck, and thank you for stepping up. And you got a lot of work ahead of you. On the docket this evening is a resolution to address Governor Rauner's turnaround agenda. And I can only hope that this proposal is being addressed here rather than at a regular city council meeting as an indicator that the governor's wrong-headed approach will be met with all the scorn and cynicism that it deserves. The governor's wasted much of his political capital in a war against labor. Working men and women are not the reason that this state's fiscal house is in disarray. A strong middle class is what drives our economy, and unions are the tide that raises all boats, not some misguided trickle-down economic theory that leaves to nothing but a race to the bottom. The governor seems to cry for shared sacrifice, but it seems like it's left to the workers to do the heavy lifting. Now, the governor's empowerment zones are nothing short of illegal and designed to do nothing more than to give working men and women the right to work for less. Less wages, less representation, less safety, less protections, and less equity. I'll keep this brief and ask this council to give this resolution all the due consideration, which is to say, none at all. Thank you.
Mr. John, I think it's Carrillo. May not be pronouncing it correctly. Carriglio. Not Joey Vale, Chris Kruger, Bridget Early, Scott Spangle, I'm sorry.
My name is Christopher Kruger, Madam Mayor, Alderman. I'm a 20-year Evanston resident and a 61-year Illinoisan. I rise in opposition to the governor's agenda. I do echo most of the comments made by my predecessors, so I'm going to go off my remarks, and I'm going to say this. There's been a supply-side fallacy in our country for 40 years, and there's a pendulum shift. And when Mitt Romney was most famously caught being videotaped, what people heard was his contempt for working Americans and contempt for poor people. But what they missed, here's what people missed when they heard Mitt Romney's comment when he said 47% of the people can't vote for me. Because why? Because the anti-tax message. See, we have to tax people to have roads. We have to tax people to have lights. We have to tax people to have a park district or a school. And to do that, we have to tax people with money. And because of the anti-tax message, what Romney was saying is 40% of the people are so poor that there's no one left to tax. Okay? So that's what was missed. And we've gone to the bottom. We are at the bottom. Every mall that you're going to go to when you shop this weekend used to be a manufacturing plant. Dodge and Dempster was a steel mill. Oakton and Hartree was the Rust-Oleum plant. Howard and Hartree was Zenith, Bell and Howell, Magnavox. Central and Thule was the Teletype Corporation. All those jobs are gone, and these gentlemen are the remnant of a great industrial class that we have that we deindustrialized, and the people who were supposed to create our jobs, they did create jobs. They created jobs in Mexico, in China, in Singapore. They created jobs everywhere except here. And now they're attacking the very last. The public employees are the last ones because public employment disproportionately benefits minorities and women and disadvantaged people because public entities actually try to obey the law. And I know a couple things about this because I happen to be an attorney. I happen to be an attorney with a labor and employment background. I happen to be a former employee of the National Labor Relations Movement. That's neither here nor there. This is rock bottom, and we can look to Wisconsin and see the result. We can look to Ohio. We can look to Indiana, and we can see both the social and economic results of this agenda, and we should condemn it. And furthermore, we should have a living wage in Evanston. And I applaud this body for the FEP program and for the program to promote legitimate women's business enterprises and legitimate minority business enterprises and Evanstonians. That's what we should be doing. And my little sound bite here is, instead of racing to the bottom, let's move on up. Let's move on up, folks. Thank you.
Joy Vale, I just want to make sure we're not missing anyone. Joy Vale, Bridget Early,
Good evening. My name is Bridget Early. I reside at 807 West Cornelia in Chicago. I am the political director for the Chicago Federation of Labor. As many of you know, the Chicago Federation of Labor represents over 500 unions, who in turn represent over 500,000 working men and women who reside within Cook County, several of which live and work in this community. This evening, you are considering a resolution that calls for Evanston to endorse aspects of the governor's turnaround agenda, an agenda which does little to improve the lives of working men and women throughout the state. As you are aware, the Illinois Municipal League is endorsing the governor's agenda as an answer to the financial woes that plague Illinois. As elected officials, it is imperative that you understand the consequences this agenda proposes for the men and women of your community. Governor Rauner has recommended policies that will drive down wages, increase the number of workplace fatalities, and ultimately decrease state and local tax revenues. The Illinois Economic Policy Institute, in conjunction with the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign School of Labor and Employment Relations, recently released a report titled "The Impact of Local Right-to-Work Zones, Predicting Outcomes for Workers, the Economy, and Tax Revenues in Illinois." The report investigates the economic and policy impacts of adopting local right-to-work zones in Illinois, testing claims made by proponents of the ordinances. The report finds that worker incomes are lower in economy with right-to-work laws and that the employment effects are inconclusive. For instance, average worker wages are $2.90 per hour higher in Illinois than in right-to-work Indiana. At the same time, the unemployment rate in eastern Illinois counties was lower than in right-to-work counties across the Indiana border in December 2014. Ultimately, economic analysis reveals that local right-to-work laws would reduce worker earnings and decrease state and local tax revenues, which would result in a weaker Illinois economy. A January 2015 report out of Moody's Analytics states, since laws that hurt unions shift the balance of power from employees to owners, they tend to erode wages to lead to a more uneven distribution of the gains of economic growth. Data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that the rate of workplace deaths is almost 53% higher in states with right-to-work laws. This resolution...
Ms. Early, can you begin to wrap up? Your
Yep.
3 minutes is almost up.
Okay, give me just a couple more minutes to make a few key points. The resolution references prevailing wage as a burden. Subverting prevailing wage laws often leads to shoddy construction and substantial cost overruns, looking for more exploitable workforce rather than the best trained and best equipped crew to run jobs. It also deals with workers' comp reform, whereas I'd like to point out a recent report that from the insurance. What Illinois needs is more oversight and regulation of the insurance industry to bring about true change to the workers' comp system. Injured workers should not be forced to give up any further benefits that the insurance industry can profit. So to close, we understand that the governor's call for a 50% reduction in LGDF dollars puts an unfair burden on localities to provide the countless service to their residents at such high quality. But this resolution is not the answer. This resolution and the turnaround agenda pits working class worker versus working class worker against each other. And so voting in favor of the turnaround agenda is a vote against the workers, the teachers, the firefighters, the sanitation workers, and the men and women here in Evanston that make your community great and that you have been elected to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Spangle.
Good evening, Mrs. Mayor, Alderman. My name's Scott Spangle. I'm a proud union member for 43 years with the Plumbers Union. I'm a business representative for Chicago Journeyman Plumbers Local 130, and I'm here to speak out against Governor Rauner's turnaround agenda. There are many points that are brought up tonight. It's a very far-reaching agenda. One of the points that started to get covered was the prevailing wage and the PLAs. I mean, as part of PLAs, most of the time they are required to have apprentices on the job that are covered by the Department of Labor Bureau of Training. There's drug testing. And I want to say in the study that Bridget Early mentioned from the University of Illinois, it was stated that if you took all the training programs for all the unions in the United States, it would equal the 6th largest university in the United States. That's how much training is done by the unions. And that all of that training is done by the private sector. Not one penny of government dollars gets spent on that training. There are no guarantees with right to work, no prevailing wage, no PLAs. I urge this board not to adopt that agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's Claudia Pontarelli. Claudia Pontarelli. Just sign up, okay. Neil Marth. Okay, Frank, is it P.U.? Same note to sign up, okay. Connor Joyce. Connor Joyce. Jack Movin-Hill? Yeah, okay, thank you. Patrick Keenan Devon.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Congratulations, Mr. Miller. My name is Patrick Keenan Devlin. I live in the 3rd Ward at 616 Hinman Avenue, Apartment 3. I also have a cute baby. I rise in opposition to Resolution 46R15. When I first heard the phrase right to work, I have to say my gut reaction was, who wants the right to work? I mean, I want the right to go on vacation. I want the right to sick days. I want the right to childcare for my little girl. That's what I want. It's obviously not what Governor Rauner wants. He wants us to work for less. He wants to gut the middle class. And we here in Evanston are a progressive community that stand for the middle class and stand with the middle class. So I asked the Rules Committee tonight to send a message to Springfield that we oppose gutting workers' comp, that we stand with our labor brothers and sisters. So vote no. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Mike Sasa? Benito Rivera? Rivera? Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for having us, City of Evanston, everyone representing it. Thank you. My name is Benito Rivera. I'm from Laborers Local 1. We've recently merged. We used to be Laborers Local 118, a long-standing local that actually started in your prestigious city. We used to be located right here in Evanston, so this is an honor, and I felt the urge to speak on our behalf. The middle class is wounded, as everyone knows, in America, and pretty much the unions are one of the last crutches that the wounded middle class is leaning on. This is my son. I'm a single dad who's, please take your hat off, son, out of respect. I apologize. I'm a single dad, and I'm able to take care of this young man because of the benefits negotiated on my behalf by my unions representing me. Thank you. My son recently came down with diabetes about a year and a half ago, and the medications that I have to get for him, pretty much, they're almost like paying another house note if I were to have to come out of my own pocket with them. If I were to have to do that without the benefits I currently enjoy, I might be a little more detrimental to society than I am right now, and I might just have to go on some sort of public assistance. I'm not the only person in these shoes. Again, I'm able to contribute to my society in part because of the benefits I enjoy. And all of you seem educated and well-to-do. You know, I know you're public workers, so maybe not as well-to-do, but we appreciate what you do as well. You know, you represent the people. Thank you for that. All I have to say is you never know what you're going to get as far as children or grandchildren. I just urge you guys to think moving forward, you know, some people might need more help than others. So the decisions you guys make will affect future generations. Unions are a good thing. They negotiate on behalf of the worker. Without the negotiating power, some companies take advantage of people. It's very rare to find a good company with a good-hearted person that will actually pay a worker what they're worth. We need unions. So please, I implore you, think of future generations. You never know if it's going to be one of your descendants that might actually need these benefits. So please, on behalf of Laborers Local 1 and the rest of the unions, public and private, I implore you, please think about the decisions you make, and please do not adopt this agenda moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last speaker. The next item on the agenda, oh, I'm sorry, I see one light. Alderman Rainey?
Madam Chair, I would like your permission to amend our agenda and have the first item of business, Resolution 46R15, Governor Rauner's wrong-headed Illinois turnaround agenda.
Second.
And wait. I have to say the key word. I would like to move that we not adopt it and send, and making certain that we send a copy of the video of this meeting to the governor and stand by the people in the audience tonight, because they are us.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
We take a roll call for the governor.
We sure can.
Well, this is just the advancing to the, this is the advancing on the agenda, right?
No, I moved that we.
She moved
No,
it.
I just asked your permission to do that. I don't think we have to make a formal
Okay.
thing about that.
I couldn't hear the whole motion.
Not a suspension.
The motion was to move it up on the agenda and also to vote.
Well, I
Remove.
requested that you.
Right.
Right, so I am calling for a roll call vote so that we can also send that to the governor to let him know we each stand behind.
Madam Mayor, point of order. I just want to clarify what the motion is, in a
The
sense.
motion- Let me clarify it for you. Let me
Right.
clarify it for you. The motion is to not adopt Resolution 46R15, Governor Rauner's wrong-headed Illinois turnaround agenda. Correct vote would be a yes.
Well, depends on your point
On the motion. To deny, to not adopt it.
I got it.
The correct vote would be yes, we are not adopting it. Yes. Is it difficult?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Is that, Mayor?
If that's you, okay. But I need to turn that on properly.
Oh, yes. Yes. Go ahead.
Alderman Fisk. Alderman Braithwaite. Alderman Nguyen. Alderman Wilson. Alderman Holmes.
Aye.
Wait,
Ald-
I get to vote on this.
I got you. I didn't go in that order,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Mayor Tisdale?
Thank you. Yes.
Alderman Tindem?
Yes.
Alderman Grover? Alderman Rainey?
Yes.
Alderman Miller?
If I could take a moment, I'm proud to vote aye on this. It's my first vote on the council.
Okay. Now back to our agenda. I need a motion to accept the minutes of the last regular meeting, which was actually December 1st,
Move
2000.
approval.
Thanks to everybody who came out.
It's been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the next item is the revised automatic committee member chair schedule for 2013 through 2017.
Thank you. I move, well, it has Alderman Burris, of course, so we're going
I'm
to...
just gonna, no, I have, hold on just one second, I'm gonna do it, I was just gonna give him time to get out so that we could be able to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're just giving him a minute to clear the chamber. Will you get the door? Thank you. Okay, Alderman Rainey, I see your light.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure what's revised about this. I mean, first of all, the memo is dated July 25th, 2013. It refers to a schedule for 2/13 through 2/2017, but there's nothing revised about it. So I'm sure everybody knows more than I do about this, but I'd like to know what the revision is.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lyons.
I do believe at the time of producing this document, not the actual memo, we did not know who would be on the Rules Committee. So this is the most previous action, therefore you see Alderman Burris listed in every situation. So the purpose tonight is to discuss, and that's how I think we did it 2 years ago, was to take a look at this. And is there any requests for changes or any discussion on the part of the Rules Committee about who is going to be in which position for all of the other committees?
Well, haven't we always, I mean, usually I'm sorry, I see lots of lights, but I thought the procedure was to substitute whoever came on for the committees that were already there. Otherwise, isn't that the way we did it before? I see Alderman, and I'm not sure how they went on, but I see Alderman Grover, I believe it is.
Madam Chair, I
I was
asked
gonna-
a question, and
Okay,
would
well,
like to
I see
respond to the answer.
Alderman Rainey, I know you don't have an answer yet.
Yeah.
Grover, and I see Breathwaite and Fisk, is that?
Wilson.
Wilson and Breathwaite, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
If
Go
I-
ahead, Alderman
If I
Rainey.
recall,
Hold on just 1 second, Alderman Breathwaite.
Well, in terms of seniority, I mean, that would be the first thing we should do, I would think, to correct this in terms of seniority. So Alderman Miller is new. He cannot take the place of Alderman Burris in terms of the tenure of the list is in tenure order. So he can't take her place because he's the new alderman. So he has to go to the bottom of the list, and that's not a negative thing. It's just, yeah.
No, it
It's
is.
just the newest person on board is at the end of the list. So that would be the first thing we would have to do, and then discuss whether or not in the past, newly seated alderman did simply replace the appointed alderman has replaced in all ways the alderman they're replacing. And I don't think that's been the case, but the thing I want to clarify is the order of seniority, and that person goes to the bottom. So we have to do that first.
Well, yeah, I think we need to discuss seniority and alphabetical order, because some of us end up chairing committees many, many times and others haven't. So I have some issues with that, but go ahead. I don't think we have an answer yet for you, Alderman Rainey. We'll have to discuss that, but Alderman Grover?
I'm just proposing that we send this schedule of chairpersonships back to staff to incorporate then Alderman Miller. And I'd also like to hear from Alderman Braithwaite what he remembers of the process. Was it 4 years ago?
Yeah, thank you, Alderman Gore.
Yeah.
I was actually just going to bring up a couple of points that have already been mentioned. I think the first issue raised is you look at it by seniority, but more importantly, and I don't know if Alderman Miller's had an opportunity to speak to the mayor about the various positions in the chairs. That was a lengthy discussion that we had, and depending on what your passions are and the amount of time that you have to allocate, I think they should probably have that conversation, and we should hold it over until our next committee meeting once they've looked at that, and then we can reshuffle the deck from there, would be my recommendation.
Okay, Alderman Wilson?
What he said. Unless Alderman Miller feels strongly to the contrary.
Well, I think one of the things is not the difference between the chair and being on the committee, because there are certain committees that have to be full with the alderman, and then the chairmanship is a whole different thing, and I think that's what Alderman Rainey is referring to, is a chairmanship in terms of seniority. Am I not correct?
Well, in terms of the rotation, yes.
Yes, that's what I thought. Okay, I'm sorry.
Alderman Rainey and Alderman Miller.
Alderman, I'm sorry. I'm not going to forget you. Alderman Rainey and then Alderman Miller.
I know, Alderman Braithwaite, you referred to the mayor discussing with Alderman Miller his placement on committees, but that is really not the mayor's job. That is the job of the Rules Committee. We've lightened the...
No, if I could clarify, it's not the placement, it's which committee he chooses
Well,
to serve on.
I think the way it's always been done, and even before you got on and after you got on, we discuss it in the Rules Committee. That's one of the great reasons for the Rules Committee to exist, is so the aldermen on the Rules Committee, who are all of us, can vote to place aldermen on committees that they want to be on if there's an availability. And there's availability on several committees right now because of Alderman Burris's leaving us.
So again, I'll only speak to my experience, Alderman. I had an opportunity, not having a full understanding of all the committees, to have that conversation with the mayor and then choose which ones, and also get educated at the same time. So I don't know if they've had that discussion. I'm no idea, and we're hoping we'll hear from Alderman Miller in a moment.
And there might be senior aldermen here who would like to replace her on some committees. I'm not sure of that.
You're probably right.
Not
as well. Yeah.
I don't want any of her committees.
Because you serve on all the committees
No, I
that she
do
serves
not.
on,
I don't
with the exception of Human Services. There's an opening now.
We would love to have you. Alderman Miller.
In terms of the question of seniority for the chairmanships, I agree that, according to the rules of organization and procedure, that it is based on seniority, so that definitely has to be revised. I'm more than willing to serve on any and all committees for the council committees. As far as special committees, I'd like to discuss that further. And as far as human services, I was hoping, if I wasn't going to be appointed to that committee tonight, that I'd be able to actually ask a question regarding one of the items. So I'm willing to serve on human services if everyone's willing to appoint that tonight. It sounds like no one else is willing to do that. And as far as the other vacancies, we can decide that at a later time.
Well, there are three standing committees: Human Services, Administration, Public Works, and Planning and Development. And Rules, I'm sorry, 4. But everybody is on Rules, so you have no choice about that.
It sounds like I have no choice on human services,
I
which
think probably not.
I'm willing to serve.
I think Alderman
No,
Miller
I'd
is...
love to serve, so.
I think
and-
Alderman Miller is about to be appointed by acclamation.
Right.
What about transportation and parking?
Well, those are...
Join us.
With any of the committees. Nothing wrong. It all comes down to time and where your passions line up, exactly.
Okay, so human services.
As long as we're fair and everybody has a fair share of them, because there are a lot of committees. Besides the standing committees, there are the other committees that have to be filled as well. So just, let's all keep that in mind. It's economic development, there's parking, there's everything. So we all have to think about that in terms of our time. And we all have other lives besides council, believe it or not. So I believe the motion is to send this back to staff to incorporate Alderman Miller and to get that then back to us at the next Rules Committee meeting? Is that?
To put them on human services.
But we can put, yes, we can put him on Human Services tonight, I assume, since he said he's comfortable with that. It's been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right. We do need to add, we do need an additional member on the parking and the Transportation Committee, because I think we decided to add one more alderman to that committee. Is that correct? Because some of the committees have minimum of 5, and then some are 7 or more. So, no, 6 or more, I should say. So is there someone who wants to volunteer to be on parking? And yes, Alderman Rainey.
Could you ask for self-nominations? I mean, there might be people who really want to do it.
And that's what I just did.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right.
All right, is that Miller? No, it's Rainey.
Alderman Tindem and Nguyen.
Tindem and Nguyen. Alderman Tindem and then Alderman Nguyen.
I have a question. How many ultimately would we have on parking? Would there be 4 or 3?
There are three aldermen.
But there will be 4.
There will be 4, because it was to add one more.
Yes, we just reconstituted the committee, and it's really transportation and parking.
Right.
It's multimodal.
If there's a 4th, I would certainly like to be considered.
Okay.
I move Alderman Tennant gets to have this one.
Well, wait, Alderman
Second.
Nguyen
We
wanted
need
to
him.
speak as well, right? That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but I was just going to say that it's much more than parking now. I mean, it really is multimodal, all forms of transportation.
Okay. Alderman Miller?
Deferring to seniority, I'm willing to serve as well. So if either the alderman would like to serve, great. If not, I'd be willing to serve.
Okay, great. And I want to just explain to people, because I know I'm bouncing back and forth, but it's only because I'm looking at the light so I can see who wants to speak. So I feel like I'm playing volleyball or something up here. I should have probably moved. Okay, well, Alderman Tindem has volunteered, and based upon seniority, he would be the person then assigned to transportation and parking. Is that okay? The additional person for the 4th alderman on that committee. Okay? It's been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the next item would be the discussion of the library district referendum referral to rules. Alderman Grover.
I move that we accept the report. I'm looking for it. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
There is no report.
No.
Okay.
The memo.
The memo.
Don't do it, get it right.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
That we do what?
We accept the memo and file. It's been moved and second that we will accept the memo and file. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The next is the Resolution 23-R-15, requesting the President and Congress to memorialize Carl Sandburg National Historic Trail in Illinois.
Move a
It's been moved in second. Seeing no lights, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Is there any new business?
Get the mic.
No new business? Okay, then is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn?
Wow.
We are adjourned, and Human Services should begin, I believe, at 7:30.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're ready to go. Good. Okay. Good evening and welcome to the Monday, April 6th Human Services meeting. Call the meeting to order. Sir. April 6th, right? May 4th. It would be helpful if I had the right agenda. Yeah, don't worry. Give me one more. Just reading what's in front of me, folks. That's all right. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, May 4th. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Okay, perfect. Public comments. I'm going to call your name in threes, and you have about 3 minutes to make your comments. Looks like we have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people signed up. First, Mr. Albert Gibbs. Oh, there he is. Speaking on a non-agenda item.
Good evening. My name is Albert Gibbs. I'm at 2225 Emerson, a lifelong Evanston resident. What I want to speak with briefly is about something that's been going on in my community, in my ward, next door to my church. My church is at 1815 Church Street. There is a building that's under renovation next door to it at 1817 Church Street. I think it's called the North Shore Construction Co-op of some sort. When I was last here with my group, the Citizens Network of Protection, we were speaking to wanting to see even-handedness go on in the Fifth Ward, in so much as the type of businesses we wanted to see come into the community. And it was presented in response, I guess the response to it, as I recall, was that we were here criticizing the city council about something. When we were asking for fair play, the previous guys that had it didn't seem to get fair treatment of the city working with it. And one of the aldermen, I recall, saying here that this place was going to turn out to be the jewel of Church Street. And I find that kind of odd, this North Shore construction, because I'm a man of God. And my church next door, I think, is the jewel of the town. God's house is the jewel of the street, not people that move in to do business for profit. And then when I looked a little closer to what these people were doing in that building, because me and my church members, we could never get a handle on what was actually going on with this building. We know when they began construction, we had a bunch of mice and rodents invade our church. We took them to be holy mice. Maybe they wanted to get saved or something. So we began to do a lot of exterminating and things of that nature. We didn't want to cause problems, but the minister, I believe, may have brought it to their attention. I don't know if the North Shore Consortium brought it to the city's attention, but it's kind of rough when you're sitting there praying and you're listening to people praying, or you're having Bible study, and a little mouse comes out and sits and looks at you. And you pat your foot, and he sits there like, well, maybe he should pat his.
You're almost at 3 minutes, Mr. Gibbs.
I'm just about done, sir.
Thank you,
Give
sir.
me a moment. But then I look further, and I recall someone in the city council here asking the North Shore Consortium, where did you find your members? In other words, let me get this straight. They had an agreement, I think, with the city for $200,000 and a loan, and they were to put in sweat equity and so on and so forth. And I saw in the round table where the contractors took outside jobs, which didn't allow them to put in their sweat equity in accordance to the agreement with the city and getting that loan, as well as them supposed to be the tenant to house the place, work in there, and they rented out the second and third floor to someone called Supes, S-U-P-E-S, and another business. And I come to learn that Supes is under FBI investigation as well as a grand jury investigation. And I said, wow, I remember the alderman saying that this place was going to turn out to be the jewel of the neighborhood. Well, maybe the city council needs to look at what kind of rental agreement the North Shore Consortium came up, or the North Shore Co-op, Construction Co-op came up with these tenants, and how could they not know that the tenants are under federal investigation and things of that nature? So my concern again is, as a person who was born and raised from a small little kid to 63 years old now, to say, things are being placed in my neighborhood that are supposed to be for the betterment of me and my community, and I'm seeing law enforcement, things that break the law, I mean, what's going on here? Why doesn't the city know what's happening with that place and with those people? That they're under federal indictment, I guess it is, or they're being investigated to be indicted. You know, they don't come up with an FBI investigation as well as a grand jury investigation. They don't come up with all of that for nothing. I don't think it's for nothing. I'll get out of the way. But I did want it to be known that I think the city council needs to look into what kind of rental agreement that the North Shore Co-op, Construction Co-op has with Supes, and the rest of them that you guys, city council, turned around and gave them an extension and more money to do what? To be the criminal jewel of my block where God's house is? Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Next speaker, Suzanne Trout.
Hello. I'm here in support of SAFE, who's on the agenda. We recommend them as the best choice for continued management of services of the Evanston Animal Shelter. My knowledge and appreciation of this organization comes from my time there as a volunteer, and also as an organizer of a previous establishment for a nonprofit shelter I worked at Las Vegas. SAFE has established a very clear mission about providing short-term quality care and finding long-term loving homes for the abandoned animals of this community. There's clear leadership established in all areas, including care and placement, and for the overall operation. As you know, communication is really paramount in a volunteer organization, and they have established clear protocols for all areas. And in particular, I have been really impressed at the individual attention that they give each animal in their service, from fostering to training to special needs. They've demonstrated a commitment to every animal and every volunteer. As you can see, we have a lot of passionate volunteers here this evening. And I think the metrics of the shelter really speak for them favorably. They have a very high save rate, a very high successful placement rate, and this really rivals any that I've seen in both the region and nationally. So we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hachman Thus. You want to pass? Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. You have 3 minutes.
It's Thomas.
Oh.
It's just an abbreviation, sorry. I'm not here as an affiliate of an organization. I'm here strictly as an advocate for animals, pets. If you are here with personal baggage, an agenda, the animals lose. If it's only money, the animals lose. If you are here to make a decision strictly based on politics, the animals lose. Having had mostly dogs most of my life, I know the therapeutic benefit. I could talk on and on about my personally realized benefit stemming from these relationships. The upshot being the benefits of having pets is doubtless proven with science. Dogs and cats have evolved. The other day on the news, there was a story. Dogs have developed an understanding, a need even, one that is counter to the instincts of their wild cousins. Eye contact with a wild animal is a challenge to their dominance, their territory. Dogs have evolved such that they depend on eye contact. They haven't simply hung around us for food-driven symbiosis. Dogs and cats are our closest companions. Genetically, they trust us. They need us too. Behaviors and instincts, I could talk on about that too. The needs trust of the people of Evanston manifest here. Love isn't in a contract. Passion demonstrated through drive, understanding, and commitment isn't a legislatable condition. If in this room there is a question of the commitment, talent, passion demonstrated by those in place these last few months or year, however long it's been, I've missed it. I recommend you take any such doubt very seriously. I also recommend that you take a moment, stop in, have a look, have a talk, do a volunteer shift. Even recommend you stop in and unannounced if that floats your boat. If we're here for politics, personal agenda, the animals lose. The shelter loses. The people of Evanston lose. Thanks.
Thank you. Lori Osborne.
Good evening. My name is Lori Osborne. I am an Evanston resident and have been a volunteer with the Evanston Animal Shelter since December. I cannot speak highly enough about the current shelter management and volunteers. The welfare of the animals is first and foremost, and the results speak for themselves with our outstanding placement rate. Make no mistake, the shelter can be a terrifying place for the dogs and cats who find themselves there through no fault of their own. In addition to standard care and feeding, we put tremendous effort into tending to our guests' medical and emotional needs, ensuring they receive love and socialization during their stay with us. During my brief tenure, I have seen our dog and cat whisperers work their magic on the toughest of cases. Several volunteers also foster shelter dogs and cats who need more TLC than we can provide in a shelter setting. I'm currently fostering one of our cats named Applesauce, who is thought to have had a stroke but fortunately did not and is on the mend. And this is Applesauce. Super cute. Given all that the current team has achieved, I hope you will select SAFE to run the shelter. Creating the only no-kill municipal shelter in Cook County is an accomplishment to be proud of, and even more so because it is homegrown. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie. Okay, thank you. Casey Johnson.
Good evening. I'm Casey Johnson. I've been living in Evanston since September and volunteering since then as well. I'm speaking on in support of SAFE as well. So I've been volunteering at the animal shelter since September. And in that time, the SAFE leadership have ensured that every volunteer was supported, engaged, safe, and having fun. They've further ensured that the animals in our care are given the very best shot they can have. Animals that might otherwise get passed over or euthanized have been cared for, protected, and kept as safe as possible from harm and fear. One such dog was my foster dog, Buddy. Buddy came to the shelter in December, having been found in the Evanston lakefront. He was stiff and cold and terrified and in pain, and he was about 14 years old. So Buddy was not, at first glance, a very adoptable dog. But the SAFE leadership didn't just take one glance at Buddy. They took a second and a third glance. And when he was warm and combed and his belly was full and he was finally given some medical treatment, he began to mend and he began to connect with people. But that wasn't all that they did. They also sought me out and asked me to take Buddy into my home, which I did. When he first came home, we didn't know if he was there for hospice or to recover, But we were so thrilled when he opened up even more. He started running around, playing in the January snow. And this was from a dog who could barely walk when he came into the shelter. Buddy has since been adopted. The leadership at SAFE put us on the radio, and we found that Buddy was featured as the pet of the week, and we found a home for him. He went home, he lives with a wonderful couple, and they can take him outside and play with him because the SAFE leadership gave him a chance. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Miss Emma Smith.
My name is Emma Smith, and I live in the 8th Ward. I began volunteering at the Evanston Animal Shelter a little over a year ago. Elisa Kaplan and Vicky Pasenko were my two supervisors, and though I began volunteering with dog handling experience, I had no shelter experience. Not only did they prepare me and all volunteers to run our shift highly effectively, their knowledge and ability to run our shift made me want to participate as much as I could in shelter activities. On May 9, 2014, the City of Evanston severed ties with the organization that had been running the shelter. When that organization left, the shelter was thrown into a state of flux. Thanks to the competency and ability of the women who developed Saving Animals for Evanston, also known as SAFE, Evanston received the organization that perfectly fit its needs, and I got my chance to become more involved in the shelter. I'm now a kennel captain for the Tuesday evening dog shift and an adoption counselor. I routinely get messages from families who adopted a dog from the shelter that is run by Lisa and Vicky and SAFE, and they are so grateful for their experience. Each family has a dog that fits their family perfectly, thanks to clear and appropriate information that is provided to all volunteers under the Evanston Animal Shelter's current leadership. Evanston is unlike any city in the U.S. I was born and raised here, and after many years away, I'm back because of this fact. We deserve a shelter that fits a unique population, human, canine, and feline. Families and individuals who come in for pets they love can connect with their local shelter, run by volunteers who identify as being one of a kind. If any of the volunteers have questions or suggestions, they feel free to address concerns knowing that they are part of the organization. The Evanston Animal Shelter is saving animals for Evanston in every way. Evanston's pets and people deserve to have it be that in name as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our first item for consideration, is anyone else? Okay, good. Our first item for consideration is HS1, Homeless Management Information Systems. Do you have?
Move approval.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Are there any, seeing no lights? Alderman Miller.
Is there a representative of the Alliance here by any chance?
No, we have staff here.
Oh, staff?
We have
Yeah,
staff.
you want to,
Two quick questions. Do you have, I understand the count's going on right now as we speak of the homeless population in Evanston. Do you have a preliminary estimate of chronically homeless or homeless veterans under the count?
I do not have that at this time. I can get back to you, though, with
That'd
that.
be great. And then as far as, I looked at the Alliance, they have the Zero 2016 plan in terms of limiting homelessness. Are we seeing any, in Evanston, any participants in the program?
I can get you the details on that, too. It's a very exciting and new initiative. They're focusing on veterans first, and then we'll be moving to chronically homeless individuals and families.
That'd be great, thanks.
Great.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? It's been moved and seconded to receive the report. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll keep moving on. Item HH2, the handyman program. Staff is recommending City Council's approval for a grant not to exceed $25,000 from the city's Affordable Housing Fund.
I move approval.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions? I have a quick question for staff. Thank you. So, 2014, we only spent $10,000?
Yes, that's correct.
Why do I feel like, Alderman Holmes, that there's always been a long waiting
We
list
do-
for
and
that?
there still is a
there's
long waiting list.
Can you just kind of give us an update on where we are currently with our waiting list? And it just seems like a really small number, and if I
Yeah.
remember correctly, it was either last year or the year before, we were asking for $50,000, and that didn't seem like enough.
Yes.
So we're capping it at 25 now.
Yes. So historically, this program is run out of the Levy Center.
Right.
With Audrey Thompson down there.
Right.
So she has all the program information. The request for this was mostly just to move it from the funding source, from CDBG over to the Affordable Housing Fund. So I'm happy to get you kind of the program policies and procedures about why there would be a waiting list and what we're looking at really small grants, $200, $300 per household at a time.
And we have our city manager. Alderman Grover, I see your light.
My question is really, if we're not just moving this for 1 year from CDBG to the Affordable Housing Fund, I'm assuming it's going to be a standing budget item for affordable housing?
That's our
From our
plan,
Affordable
that's
Housing
correct.
Fund, so.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I think one of the challenges we've had, and certainly we can have Ms. Thompson provide some additional information, is there's been a staffing issue with that. And so I think just in the recent past, we've been able to get that resolved, and we're moving forward and doing more. So it's one of those things where we probably will never have enough money to do that. I think it's a matter of finding the appropriate funding source. I think this adjustment will help with that, and we'd be happy to come back. But I think there has been a staffing issue over the last 18, 24 months, which has since been resolved.
Yeah.
And not only that, the other issue all around that is that a lot of times when they get in, they find out that it's not really a handyman issue. There are so many other needs, especially with the seniors, so that's also. But the list is still there, Alderman.
Okay. Is it possible, city manager, to have her come to our next meeting and give us an update on where we are with that and answer questions? Thank you very much.
We'll ask Deputy Manager Storley to make that request.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions before we, it's perfect. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. All right. HH3, police complaints.
Move to accept the police complaint report for this month.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. I guess we're just receiving it. I don't have to vote on it. All right, next. Item HH4, the agreement with SAFE Evanston. No, there's just we'll receive it. Yeah.
To accept it.
Yeah, for action, we'll accept it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Perfect. Item HH4, agreement with SAFE Evanston Animal Shelter. We have our city manager. Do you want to move it, or do you?
Move approval.
It's been
Second.
moved. Perfect. It's been moved and seconded. City manager.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, we're here this evening to give you a little update as to the work that has been done since your last meeting on April 6th. The recommended action is to authorize me to negotiate a 2-year agreement with SAFE, Evanston Animal Shelter Association, to operate the Evanston Animal Shelter and return to the full council on May 26 for review and approval of the agreement. In addition, to authorize me to continue discussions with the Anti-Cruelty Society and Treehouse Humane Society to develop closer ties to support Evanston animals. At your last meeting, you asked that I meet with SAFE to negotiate an agreement, as well as to reach out to Anti-Cruelty and Treehouse. I have done all of those things. You'll see in the memorandum, starting on page 82, proposing a 2-year agreement with SAFE that they be responsible for coordinating volunteer and adoption programs, coordinating and funding medical and behavioral care, and providing special food supplies. The city would be responsible for registration of all volunteers, the building maintenance, utilities, and some other support services. In the discussions with SAFE, they identified 2 issues regarding capital improvements, and so this agreement agrees that a brick shed that's adjacent to the building would be renovated into a dog behavior evaluation facility by October 1st at a cost to the city not to exceed $20,000, and that we would work with SAFE to procure a new storage shed. On the issue of budget and fundraising, the city would continue to fund all operations of the animal shelter until October 1st, 2015. The SAFE would begin receiving adoption revenue fees at the beginning of this agreement on June 1, and then on October 1, SAFE will fund all operations assigned to it. That SAFE be designated to raise funds for the operation of the animal shelter. No capital dollars would be authorized for fundraising, just for operation. That they be obligated to raise $40,000 a year in donations for operations of the shelter, and that all funds raised by SAFE under this agreement revert to the city of Evanston if an agreement is terminated. There's a attachment from the organization which answers some additional questions that were raised at your last committee meeting. Included in the letter is SAFE's intention to reorganize under the name Evanston Animal Shelter Association. In my discussions with them, they felt it was very important that they be viewed as an organization solely for the support of the Evanston Animal Shelter, and felt that a name change would provide that. In addition, I also met with representatives of both the Anti-Cruelty Society and the Treehouse Humane Society. Treehouse's executive director, sitting in the back, is here and would be happy to answer any questions. But very good discussions with both organizations. I think that it makes sense to move forward with SAFE as outlined, but I think both Anti-Cruelty and Treehouse have programs and opportunities for Evanston that we need to pursue. Anti-Cruelty offers a whole variety of training programs. Treehouse, as we've already been working with as far as providing some medical procedures for cats, as well as helping us with hoarding and some other programs. So I would ask for authorization to continue to work with both of those organizations to see what makes sense. The organization SAFE, Evanston Animal Shelter Association, I think is in a position to move forward. I think a 2-year agreement makes sense. We would review the agreement after the first year to make sure the things are on track. As some of the speakers mentioned this evening, this has been a couple of years in the making. I think, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that with SAFE we have the partner that we were looking for. I think it will take all of us working together in order to make the operation successful, but clearly it's already been a success with the number of animals that have found homes rather than finding other fates for them. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my recommendation is the recommended action, and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, since we have a couple of lights, Alderman Miller?
So I recognize I've only been in this for about 2 hours, and I don't want to impede progress. I would like that the budget fundraising timeline and plan to be fleshed out. I don't know if there's any representatives with SAFE here that could speak to this. Any presidents, there's co-presidents, I understand, the organization. So, for example, projected adoption fees are $30,000, and I'm wondering, where did that number come from? Do you have statistics from the previous year where you've been operating? It's, again, I understand it's a flow with you take what you can get, but, I'd like to see just kind of these numbers fleshed out more. Can anyone?
Yeah, both the fundraising and the mostly the budget numbers came from looking at several years' previous budgets at the shelter and increasing some and decreasing others. So we significantly increased costs for veterinary expenses, which we expect to increase both because we're saving more animals and because we're improving care. And we decreased costs for things like printing and postage, which were under the previous VAO. In terms of adoption fees, we extrapolated those from the number that, the amounts that had been received in previous years and incorporated the adoption fee raise, which happened about a year and a half ago. So it was a pretty easy calculation as far as adoption fees, just based on past history and then incorporating the increase that happened in, I think it was late 2013.
So here's my request, because this is going to come back to us for approval in a couple weeks. If you could flesh out these numbers in terms of what was spent in previous years, if you have the numbers in a sense, and look at numbers in terms of, again, I understand it's that you take what animals come in, but I'd like to see more than just a flat line where these numbers actually came from, to ensure that there is, that the projections that you have are actually feasible and based in, what you're seeing.
So you want us to take numbers from previous budgets and put them there? So
Right, it's
okay.
with costs and everything of that sort. So, for example, another thing, so expenses, veterinary and behavioral care, what is that based on? I understand, break it down into vaccinations, et cetera, et cetera. It's the round numbers kind of don't give it a clear picture of what actually probably is going to happen in the next year. I just want to make sure that the revenue plan can actually meet the projected expenses as well.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Alderman Grover?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just make sure that the proposed agreement has insurance coverage incorporated into it, one of our standard kind of contractor agreements, Mr. Bobkowitz. Am I right? Whatever the standard provisions are for.
And Madam, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Alderman Grover, absolutely. And there is money in the budget to cover the insurance that was held previously by CARE. And so one of the reasons I'm just asking for deal points tonight is so that we can work out that language and make sure that it's acceptable to you. You'll see that at the end of the month.
Great, thank you. I have to say that the animals in our shelter have been and will be in good hands with SAFE, soon to be known as the Evanston Animal Shelter Association. So I'm assuming that the contract that comes back to us in 2 weeks doesn't refer to SAFE, rather refers to the EASA, or whatever.
It may have as a DBA, because I think one of the issues is you'll see in the attachment,
right.
they've already incorporated under SAFE. And so we'll work through that with the law department.
Okay, that's
as we
pretty
bring the
easy.
docu back.
And I do think that SAFE, or the Evanston Animal Shelter Association, has really untapped fundraising potential. They've had their hands tied for the better part of the last year, and I'm thinking it's all upside for us at this point. So this is my opportunity to thank all the many volunteers who have been taking care of the animals at the shelter, and the members of the Animal Control Board, some of whom are here tonight, who saw us through this process. So thank you for every minute of TLC to our animals and every single loving gesture that you've offered our animals over the better part of the last year, and thank you for such a smooth transition. I know it didn't feel that way, but we're there now, so thank you, thank you.
Alderman Fisk?
Thank you. Is that Dave DeFoniak back there?
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Do you mind if Alderman Holmes, that was my mistake. I saw your
no,
light.
that's okay.
And then
Sure.
followed by
Sure.
Fisk Tandem. Thank you.
I just simply wanted to ask the city manager if you could forward to Alderman Miller some of the background information, because we have some of the information he's asking for, we have received before, and that would be helpful to you, I think, in terms of really then asking them to do that.
That'd be great, thanks.
Thank
That
you.
was all.
Thank you.
Okay, my
Yes,
turn? Okay.
please.
Dave, if that's you back there, could you just come forward for just a second? Would you mind? This is Dave DeFuniak from Treehouse Humane Society, and on behalf of the Evanston City Council, and I'm sure the folks at SAFE, we want to thank you not only for responding to our RFP, but continuing to partner with the City of Evanston. You've done an incredible job for us in the past, and we're going to rely on you as well in the future. For those of you who don't know, Treehouse has stepped up in some of the most desperate cases that we've ever had in Evanston. I mean, especially with hoarding cases, where it's hard to find advocates for feral cats, but Treehouse does a good job of that, and I'm sure that the folks at the shelter are going to want to expand and do trap, neuter, return programs, and which I don't think there's anyone better than Treehouse Humane Society to provide education and support for that. For my colleagues on the committee, if you aren't aware, we've just had another large cat hoarding situation, but before that, we had one in the 4th Ward, and that I personally participated in. And Treehouse sent out a very amazing person who ended up, we had to go into the house basically wearing hazmat suits, and it was awful. And we were able to save the cats, unfortunately, not all of them, but that's the level of service that Treehouse has provided to us, where our shelter just couldn't accommodate it. So you are close to our hearts, and we're looking forward to working closely with you and having you actually come closer to Evanston. So that would be great. So thank you, Dave, and Jenny, and everyone else, Steve, and everyone else who met with the city manager. We really appreciate your partnership, and that you're there for especially our cats. So thank you. Now, I want to make a couple of comments about the proposal that's on the table for us tonight. Mr. City Manager, I'd like to make sure that anyone who has fostered an animal and who has outstanding expenses, that they're reimbursed for those expenses. And I hope the city budget can provide for that.
I would just ask that you make that as part of the motion.
Okay, so I would like to add that as part of the motion, so we can get information from SAFE as to who might be in that group and the amount of money that's concerned. As far as helping at the shelter, I think I've got some help for a shed to be donated, and also a little bit of work on the brick shed, the brick, whatever outbuilding we're calling that. Attached to our packet tonight was information that there is money that we have received from CARE in an amount of, I believe, $29,000. I would also like to attach to our motion that we apply that money toward the improvement of the brick shed at the shelter, that we get some roof windows in there that actually open and bring in fresh air and insulation and all those other nice things that we need in that to make that a really nice place for the animals. This is an effort that has been going on now for, gosh, Alderman Tindem, how many years? We've aged. I mean, we've aged over this. But it's been going on for a long time. And for everyone who's been involved in this, I know it's been a really tough road with ups and downs, but I think we've landed in the right place. I appreciate the fact that we asked questions last time, and Alderman Miller, thank you for asking the question again that we asked last time, and that's really important to have that information. But thank you for coming back and responding to those questions in a professional way. It's really important that we do that so that we get it right. I've always had confidence that SAFE folks could do a great job. Their heart's in the right place. They're experienced, and they have the trust of the volunteers, and that's extremely important to making an effort like this a success. So, Mr. City Manager, I think we probably are pretty much in agreement that we're in the right place, and this is for us to go in.
Thank you, Alderman Fisk. Alderman Tindem?
Thank you. I agree with some of the amendments that Alderman Fisk made as far as reimbursement and improving the facility with the money we received from CARE. I think it's very important. It's a good step forward. I am pleased with the work of the last month. I'm completely on board with everything and would offer my services if you'd like to help fundraise. So I look forward to working with you.
Doesn't get any better than that. Before we take this action, there have been a couple of amendments to the motion, so I want to make sure that they're properly read. Before you get started, Alderman Fisk, just a couple of quick words. Oh, you have it in there.
There were capital improvement items that she mentioned, and that's what it says in the memo, that they will be used for capital improvement.
No, but she also wanted to add the expenses to the animals and
But
also...
not with that 29,000, that can't happen.
No, we're talking...
Reimburse
that's why I
foster
asked...
families their documented expenses.
Right, that's why I want to make sure that we read it as she stated, Alderman Holmes. Do we have any ideas what that outstanding amount is from SAFE? Just a ballpark figure?
The reimbursements?
The
for
reimbursement,
foster-
just to get an idea of what that number looks like. No. We don't? Okay, that's all right. Okay.
Yeah, we only received one memo. We had one memo that, at least I did, and I'm sure everybody else received it. We only received one email from someone who was asking for reimbursement. I don't remember the amount in there, but there was an amount in that email that came out to us. I've not seen anything else.
And I think the concern that grew out of that was that she was asking for reimbursement, but said she didn't expect she'd ever get it. And
Right,
I just,
right.
and she was a student, and I just think anyone who's put money out
Absolutely.
privately, except for me, I'll eliminate myself, but anyone who's put money out while they're serving as a foster family for an Evanston Animal Shelter animal deserves our city support for that.
Yeah, we'll work with the SAFE Board and get an answer.
That sounds great. Before Alderman Tindall, again, and I think it's been said, I want to quickly acknowledge all the volunteers who've been here time and time again, working with us through this process. And it's nice to see a room full I think, happy faces. I see a couple. Okay, there we go. Now there's a room full of happy faces. And then also acknowledge our staff who's worked really, really hard. I mean, I know that Commander Pickett has worked with you very closely. Also, Deputy Chief Barnes has worked with you very closely. And then there have been members of this committee who rolled up their sleeves to get involved as well. Alderman Fisk, Alderman Grover, Alderman Tandem. So, Alderman Tandem, did you want to make comments before we call this to?
Just one comment. I think that henceforth, I think expenses incurred by Foster and other people should come through, should have direction from SAFE, just so we know what, I mean, you are in charge of the budget, and, you know, that,
I have one more question, too.
Alderman Fisk.
Mr. City Manager, I'm assuming that the reimbursements will come through Human Services as a agenda item for approval?
No, AP&W.
AP&W.
AP&W?
I was, it really is up to you. I was just going to
Depends if they
package
stay in the
all
police
this.
department.
I was just going to package all this up and have it on the council agenda at the end of May. If you would prefer, we can separate them, and I can bring this back in June.
No, what my question was in the future for reimbursement for foster families, is that going to come through Police Department and Human Services, or is that going to go to AMPW?
That would go through the organization if it's in the
Right, no,
future.
the city would have no role in that.
Okay, so the SAFE people would pay all reimbursements for foster? Okay.
Alderman Grover.
And as part of that, I think I would like a clear policy on what the reimbursements are and what they're for, so that there are clear expectations
Sure.
about what are reimbursable expenses and what the documentation has to be.
Well, I'm assuming that whatever a person was fostering, that the medical care had been pre-approved by the SAFE folks.
I did not get that impression from the email, so I don't, I think we'd leave that to SAFE. They will
Come up with a policy.
I'll
If there-
send you the
there's
email,
probably a
but I
policy
think
in place.
you'll be in charge of the parameters that are acceptable for reimbursement.
Pretty hard to micromanage.
All right. So staff is recommending the city council receive the report, authorize city manager to negotiate the 2-year agreement with SAFE. What else? And then authorize city manager to continue discussions with the Anti-Cruelty Society and Treehouse Humane Society to develop a closer ties to support the animals. And then we're tagging on to reimburse the volunteers for their expenses. Is that?
And the care money for the improvement of the...
And the care money for improvements.
Yep.
Are we good? Is everyone clear?
Yep.
All right. We'll call to question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
And can we remind the care and safe people that there are 6 of us up here, so when it comes to council, there's 6, you heard all ayes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just so you'll remember.
That's right. Again, congratulations, and thank you all very much for all your time and energy towards this issue. All right? Have a wonderful evening. Are there any items for discussion? Okay, seeing none. Any items for communication, staff, members of the committee? Is there a motion to adjourn? All right, it's been properly moved. All those in favor? Our meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Good evening and welcome. This is a public hearing of the Zoning Board of Appeals of the City of Evanston. The zoning ordinance directs this body to hear applications for major variations, special uses, and appeals from decisions of the zoning administrator. Depending on the type of matter, this board will either make a final determination or send its recommendation to City Council. Would you please call the roll?
Beth McLennan. Here. Matt Rogers.
Here.
Myrna Aravallo.
Here.
Scott Gingold. Violetta Cullen.
Present.
Mary Beth Burns. Andrew Gallimore.
Here. We have 5 members present, so we do have a quorum. Also present tonight are zoning planner Melissa Klotz, interim planning and zoning administrator Damir Latinovich, and assistant city attorney Mario Tretto. This is a formal meeting and there are rules that govern our proceedings. Most importantly, only one person speaks at a time, so all testimony may be accurately recorded. Anyone who wishes to address the board regarding any matter on the agenda will have the opportunity to do so at the appropriate time. Our procedure is to hear from staff on the documents on file and then receive testimony and other evidence from the applicant or appellant. Next, persons who wish to make a statement regarding the matter may do so at that time. Any person with a legal interest in property located within 500 feet of the subject property may present evidence, reasonably question witnesses, or seek a continuance of the hearing. When all supporting and opposing testimony and statements have been heard, the applicant or appellant will be given the opportunity for rebuttal or a closing statement. Then the board will close the record and begin deliberation. All testimony will be under oath. Although we do not apply the strict rules of evidence, please limit your testimony or statement to your personal knowledge. When you address the board, please state your name and address and sign in on the provided sheet. Our meetings are audio and video recorded. Please make sure that you are at a microphone when asking questions or making sure that you can be properly recorded. All proceedings are subject to broadcast at a later date. Any matter not concluded at tonight's hearing will be continued until our next regularly scheduled meeting. We do have 3 items on the agenda this evening. Is the applicant for 1719, 1723 Howard Street present? Yes. Thank you. 727 Forest Avenue and 2307 Gray Avenue. All right. The first matter of business for us is to approve our minutes from the meeting of March 3rd, 2015. Has everyone had an opportunity to read them, and are there any edits? Hearing none, is there a motion for approval of the minutes?
I make a motion to approve the minutes of March 3rd, 2015.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I will note that any member who did not vote was not in attendance at that meeting. We have had a request to rearrange our schedule slightly. The applicant for 2307 Gray Avenue is due at Plan Commission, or at Preservation Commission in a little bit, and have asked if we can bump them to the first. Unless there is major objection from the other 2 applicants, I will do so. So with that, I would ask that we would read into the record the case for 2307 Gray Avenue.
Tina Kress, consulting architect, applies for major zoning relief for a second-story addition. The applicant requests a 2.7-foot north interior side yard setback where 5 feet is required, zoning code section 6828. The Zoning Board of Appeals is the determining body for this case. Documents included as part of the record include variance application submitted March 16th, 2015, standards form, zoning analysis, plat of survey dated February 20th, 2015, site plan, elevations, image of property, aerial view of property, zoning map of property, and Dapper meeting minutes of April 8th, 2015.
For the record, I just want to state that one of our own members is the property owner and has come before us, which puts us in a little bit of an interesting situation. But since we are the only body that can hear this, we will do our best to be objective. And if anybody has any particular questions about how we should handle it on the board, feel free to ask during that time. I will also note that she is not sitting on the board this evening because of her conflict of interest in this particular case. So with that, I would ask that anybody who may be speaking to us in regard to 2307 Gray Avenue be sworn at this time. If you would raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth throughout the course of these proceedings? Thank you. If you would please come up and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Tina Cross. Address is 2238 West Wilson in Chicago.
Thank you, Ms. Kress. And if you would please tell us about the proposed project.
Sure. This proposal is for an existing 1.5-story residence on a substandard lot to be completely renovated with the addition of a second story and a new garage. The requested variation is at the side yard setback. It's a continuation of the current exterior walls and the current setback. There is no lot coverage capacity for an addition on this lot as it's quite small. And so this means that the only means of improving the functionality is to add this second story addition. This property has not been adequately maintained for decades and has been vacant for the past 2 years. Rather than seeking additional variances, this proposal calls for the removal of a portion of the building footprint and the removal of a substantial amount of concrete walks to offset the expanded garage. This reduces the overall degree of nonconformity in both building lot coverage and impervious surface coverage. This property has really been very under-maintained, not maintained at all, and it would be pretty overwhelming for the average homeowner to come in and try to renovate it. So the public benefit here is really that we're undertaking this project to, really improve what is a really derelict property. And in doing so, making sure to reduce our degree of nonconformity and making the minimum changes necessary by placing the second story on the existing exterior walls. We are not exceeding the allowable height with the new addition. And on the attic plan, you can see that, we've kept that second story pretty small. There's a line showing where the 7-foot ceiling line is, and the knee walls are all at an average of about 5 feet. In general, I think that, this renovation will increase the property values in this area. We're going to create off-street parking that isn't currently there, and maintain a, unique home instead of just tearing it down and putting in generic new construction.
How many bedrooms are in the current home?
3?
And how many are going to be in the new residence?
6, I believe.
And where are those 6 bedrooms located?
So there will be 5 new bedrooms, 7 total, 5 new on the second floor and 2 in the attic.
And your plan does not increase the footprint of the building at all?
No, it reduces the footprint of the building, actually. There is currently a portion of the building that extends out beyond. If you look on the site plan, where the new deck is, there's a dotted line that shows where there's currently a portion of that building that we're actually reducing the footprint.
Okay. And there is a new garage being constructed on the property as well?
There is a new garage, yes.
And is that basically taking the same footprint?
It's slightly larger than the current garage.
And are you going from a 2 to 1 car, or I'm sorry, from a 1 car to 2 car, or is it 2 car to 2 car?
It's a 1 car to 2 car.
Okay. And you are building your addition on the existing first floor wall structure, is that correct?
Yes.
Are there other questions from members of the board?
The garage is within the legal setbacks, correct?
Yes.
Am I reading that right? Okay, and then either the addition will follow the current legal non-conforming setbacks?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Was there anybody else who wished to speak to us in this matter? If not, Ms. Kress, if there's anything you'd like to say in summation before we close the record?
No.
All right, thank you. With that, we will close the record and begin our deliberation. This is a type of case that we see quite often here, where someone wants to build an addition onto an existing structure, and quite often, for logical reasons, they want to build the structure on the existing first floor footprint to extend up. It is nice to see that we are reducing some of the pervious surface on the property while saving a property that has been in a state of disrepair. Are there other comments from the board? Anyone have anything before we go through our standards? If not, we have 7 standards that we must find are met before we can approve any of our, any application that comes before us. The first standard is the requested variation will not have a substantial adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, or property values of adjoining properties. As mentioned, this property is in a state of disrepair. Obviously, by improving the property, we should see the property values around this property increase, as well as making it a more enjoyable place for neighbors, and helping to complete the overall streetscape of the neighborhood. So I believe that standard has been met. Number 2, the requested variation is in keeping with the intent of the zoning ordinance. Obviously, we like to try to save housing stock wherever we can, instead of having tear downs with new structures going up. The fact that this is being an addition onto an existing structure, but in keeping very much with the style of architecture that we would find for this type of a building, I believe that this standard has been met. Number 3, the alleged hardship or practical difficulty is peculiar to the property. Obviously, the fact that this is a substandard lot, which we find many of in Evanston, creates difficulties for people who are trying to remodel, make additions, things like that. The fact that in many of these properties, the one place that they do have to go is up, and we only have the request for the one north interior side yard setback to continue upon a non-conforming load-bearing wall. To me, this makes sense that this would be how this project should move forward, so standard number 3 is met. Number 4, the property owner would suffer a particular hardship or practical difficulty as distinguished from a mere inconvenience if the strict letter of the regulations were to be carried out. As I mentioned, because of the substandard lot, it is difficult in order to make improvements on the property. This particular property, by building on that wall, we would not ever ask anyone, with very rare exception, I should say, to actually set something back from an existing wall in order to meet conformity. So I believe standard number 4 has also been met. Number 5, the purpose of the variation is not based exclusively upon a desire to extract additional income from the property. Quite often when we see developments, income will be generated, especially for people who are rehabbing older homes. The intent of this particular standard is not to prevent people from making money on their investments, but to get a little something in return by making the home something that, or the property something that people will benefit from in the surrounding areas. And obviously, moving from a derelict building into a nicer, newer building for this area would meet that standard. So standard number 5 is met. Number 6, the alleged difficulty or hardship has not been created by any person having an interest in the property. This property has stood in this state for a while. The fact that someone is purchased the building and is looking to improve it goes to speak to the fact that they've really had little hand in, or no hand in creating the situation. So standard number 6 is met. And number 7, the requested variation requires the least deviation from the applicable regulation among the feasible options identified before the ZBA. And again, going back to the fact that we're not seeing an increase of pervious surfaces or the building footprint, that we're building on the existing structure and actually reducing some of the footprint of that structure, to me would state that this meets that standard and is the least deviation from the regulation. Is everyone in agreement with my findings on standards?
Yes.
With that, then, I would ask if there is a motion for 2307 Gray Avenue.
I'm happy to do it. Yes, I move in the case of ZBA 15ZMJV0021 that we grant major zoning variances for a second-story addition, allowing the applicant to retain the 2.7 north interior side yard setback, with the following condition: that the project proceed in substantial compliance with the testimony and documents provided this evening.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? With 5 in favor and 0 against, the project moves forward, and you obviously can work with Melissa on what needs to happen next on your project. Good luck with your project, and with that, we will now resume our regular schedule, which will be the hearing the case for 1719, 1723 Howard Street. And so if, Melissa, you could please read that into the record.
David L. Chase, contract purchaser, applies for major zoning relief for parking for a medical office use, Access Community Health Network. The applicant requests 19 parking spaces where 23 parking spaces are required, zoning code section 616.35, table 16B, and an aisle width of 22 feet where 24 feet is required for a two-way travel aisle, zoning code section 616.27, table 16A. The Zoning Board of Appeals makes a recommendation to City Council, the determining body for this case. Documents included as part of the record include variance application submitted February 3rd, 2015, standards form, zoning analysis, plats of survey dated October 6th, 2014 and January 30th, 2015, site plans, description letter, informational emails, additional letters of information, traffic study, image of property, aerial view of property, zoning map of property, DAPR meeting minutes of March 4th, 2015 and March 25th, 2015, and also a letter that was submitted at the beginning of the meeting with emails from St. Francis Hospital noting approval for use of their parking garage with the applicant.
So since this was added into the documentation and no one on the board has seen this letter yet, I'm going to mark this as applicant Exhibit A and treat it like we've just received it from the applicant at this time, and then also pass that up and down the panel so everyone can have a chance to look at that. With that, anybody who may be speaking to us in the matter of 1719, 1723 Howard Street, if I could please have you sworn in at this time by raising your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth throughout the course of these proceedings? Thank you. Counsel, if you'd like to come up, state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Bernard Citron. I'm with the law firm of Thompson Coburn. It's a pleasure to be here today. I have offices at 55 East Monroe, 37th floor, Chicago, Illinois, 60602.
Thank you. And if you would please tell us about the project.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today working for an entity like Access, which is truly a community-based entity. They're even called that by the federal government. They're community-based healthcare. And what we found is they are currently located at 7464 North Clark. The good news is they have outgrown their facilities there. They needed new facilities, but what's critical, and you'll hear Witnesses Janie Garways testified that she's the chief operating officer. These entities have to stay within a certain boundary for them to relocate, because the question was actually asked at the DAPR committee as to whether or not they could go elsewhere, and the answer is no. So they serve a specific clientele. They have to be within that clientele. And what we found by direct survey was that a large percentage of their patients come from Evanston. So they want to be with Evanston. And even more important, they have a very close relationship with the hospital, with St. Francis. That's why you see that, and we'll have some testimony in terms of that agreement, because there's some things to talk about with that. But they do residency programs with St. Francis. I think I heard 300 babies in the last year that they provide, that Access provided OB-GYN services for, delivered at St. Francis. So they truly are part of this community. There's two things missing at their existing location. One is room, and two is any form of parking. They currently live with 0 parking. If you're familiar with this area, just south of Howard, all of the parking occurs on the street. That's what they have here. Now, what we have done, and David Chase, who's the developer of this project, is, do you close on this building yet? The main building? Okay, so we have 2 properties here, one of which actually is derelict, as you heard before. The other one has just been vacant for 3 years, not in great shape, which is the actual office building. The goal is to take that office building and put it to use that in over 3 years it has not been used for. The testimony you'll hear is that is not really well suited for an office building, basically by location. That was the office building of a construction company. So it was sort of made for them. That's why they were there. They had it for a lot of years. I was familiar with that company. But in order to provide any parking, the developer purchased the property next door and is tearing down a building and is going to provide some parking. We're short 4 spaces. That's what we're short with. If this was a straight office building, we would have sufficient parking. But it's only because of the differences that your code calls for on medical offices that we're short 4 spaces. But I think what's critical, and you'll hear the testimony later, is that the great majority of our patients do not drive. They do not drive to this facility. Only roughly 25% of our patients, and this is by actual survey over a 2-week period, even drive. So the number of parking spaces we are providing will meet whatever the needs are, but there's some other aspects of that we'll get into later. But that's what we're seeking here, is to be able to reuse an existing building for a service that is truly community-based, that provides services for your community, not just Chicago, but substantially into your community, that's connected to St. Francis, and we're short 4 parking spaces and 2 feet on the parking lot. The reason being, it's an existing lot. That's the way we find the lot, is the building just east of us, is 2 feet too short to fit in the parking spaces with the 24-foot wide aisle. This did go before DAPR, and at least on that aspect of it, which is the aisle width, they were satisfied that we can do that, especially because this isn't like a retail type establishment where people are coming that often. With that, I'd like to call Janie. And I guess we're going to share the microphone.
I've got a second microphone right here, which you can use.
Janie, for the record, could you please state your name and occupation?
Janie Garis, Chief Operations Officer for Access Community Health Network.
How long have you been with Access?
8 years.
Would you briefly describe and add to what I just said as to what Access is?
For nearly 20 years, Access has been on the front lines of community-based health care. We're a federally qualified health care center, means that we have a federal designation for each one of our sites. And we have 35 sites across Cook and DuPage counties. We provide preventative and primary care to people of all ages. We accept all forms of insurance. Really what we do is provide primary care as if you went to your own physician. We provide care for moms, and we talked about earlier, we delivered 350 babies at St. Francis this year, pediatric care, wellness programs, screening for cancer, those type of things. Chronic disease management, managing people with hypertension, diabetes, asthma. as well as all things across the age continuum. We meet the highest standards. We're Joint Commission accredited, which is not required for a primary care group. We're just designated at the highest level as a patient-centered medical home for all of our sites, so we're very proud of that. We are not an urgent care. We provide primary care services under our roof.
What is your connection to the immediate community? I know I mentioned it in my opening, but it's your testimony that counts.
4,800 of our patients are from the zip codes 60, 201, and 102, which is 40% of our patient base.
Is actually from Evanston itself.
Yes. Mhm.
What is your connection with St. Francis?
We have a strong connection with them. We host both internal medicine and OB residency programs within our site. So we have faculty in our site teaching those medical residents. So someday there'll be great doctors working in your communities.
Have you in the past looked at other locations in Evanston to move to?
We have looked at extensively different locations and have found none to this
Now,
date.
is one of the reasons this building works is that you can actually reuse great portions of the building, basically saving a lot of money and being able to use the building as it exists. It also cuts down on the time.
Oh, absolutely. And being a federally qualified healthcare center, we have to be really careful with our federal dollars.
So the other locations didn't work in Evanston at all?
Right.
And this actually question was asked of Access, though not you, at the DAPR committee. You really can't move outside of your mandated area or your designated area.
We'll lose our designations, very strict guidelines around that.
So you couldn't go too far south, too far north, even in Evanston.
Right.
So this site really has become the site that works for you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, your current operation, there really is no patient parking at all.
None.
So at this location, the fact that there is street parking, as Mr. Doran will testify to, actually works very well for you.
Yes.
Access was asked to prepare a study or a survey of your patients in terms of how do people get to the site? Roughly, and that was supplied to Mr. Doran, correct?
Yes.
But in generalized terms, the majority of your patients do not drive to the
Yes,
facility.
true.
They either get dropped off or they take public transportation.
Yes.
From someone who is operating this, who's also a nurse, do you find any issues with taking public transportation, even if they have to get on the L and then a bus?
No, I mean, most of it, we make sure that we're on bus lines so they can take public transportation. We want to provide all opportunities for our patients.
Because I know I did hear a concern is, well, how are, quote, sick people going to get to this facility? Do you have any concerns over there? I mean, you were a nurse, so you understand these things.
We are not urgent care or emergent care. We're primary care, so those type of patients would not traditionally be coming. Obviously, if somebody was ill and stopped in, we would care for them, but that's not our business.
Those type of patients would generally go to St. Francis, actually.
Yes.
How many patients roughly a day do you have at the facility?
Around 84 a day.
And that's spread over how many hours?
9 hours.
So it's actually a little less, if you average it out, it's a little less than 10
Right,
per
around
hour.
10 an hour, yes.
And how many staff do you have?
We have 11 medical assistants, and then we have part-time docs.
Oh, so the doctors aren't full-time, they do come and they go?
Yes.
Okay, and what are the days of operation and then hours during those 9 hours?
Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 6, and Saturdays, 7:30 to 12.
And nothing on Sunday?
No.
Okay, I have nothing further of Janie at this time.
I have a quick question. Clarification, so when we're talking Evanston, we have 2 zip codes. What is the rough breakdown per zip code?
I'm sorry, I do not have that with me.
Do you know if it goes one way or the other?
I do not.
Okay.
I don't know if David might have it.
We'll ask David Chase, who
Okay.
has the actual survey that we
All right. And then how many exam rooms are in the facility?
I think these may be.
Are those better for him? Okay.
David is the developer.
All right. That's fine. That's fine. If something doesn't get covered off, then I'll ask Ms. Scaries to come back. Thanks.
I have a question for you. Okay, so Access Help does mostly maternal child care. Is that what this location is going to do?
No, it's all ages and all age groups and all all the life cycle, men, women, children.
Okay, so we have an Erie Family Health Care. Is that like the same type of services? Are you interfacing with them?
Yes, Erie is also a fairly qualified healthcare center, and Donna Thompson, our CEO, had talked to the CEO there and talked about this prior to us even getting this far down the process.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Are there any other questions? If not.
Thank you. David? Can you identify yourself, David?
Good evening. My name is David Chase.
And what are you, David?
Okay, hi. I am a real estate developer and property owner.
And you've been in this business for at least 25 years that I'm aware of, because I think we've worked together that long.
So I've been in the business for over 25 years as a developer of a variety of different types of property, ranging from office to retail, industrial, residential, mixed use, predominantly in the city of Chicago.
Now, the project here, what is your intent with this particular project? If you could expand on what was initially said.
My intent is to acquire and close on 1723 Howard. We have already acquired 1719, and the reason we acquired that in advance of 23 is because it was a distressed property that had gone through foreclosure. A tax buyer bought the real estate taxes, didn't really have an intended use for the property. We realized we needed more off-street parking, so went ahead and acquired that property. It's quite derelict, been vacant, I don't know how many years, but the former Babco headquarters have been vacant since the December 31st of 2012, and it was on the market for 6 months before that. So that property has been in the market for, 3.5 years now.
And to your knowledge, you're the first viable offer that's come forward for the Babco property, which is 1723.
To my knowledge, yes.
When you looked at this property, can you briefly describe the property itself?
Yes. It's roughly 11,000 square feet of gross area on 2 floors. It's a split level, so you go down about 4 steps to the lower level and up 4 steps to the second floor. Maybe it's 6. There are 8 parking stalls on to the north of the property, existing, that we intend to repurpose. And the existing floor plan within the building, 1723, we will be using over 50% of the existing walls. However, the rest will be either moved slightly or demolished. We are going to be adding an elevator, all new water system. In other words, plumbing systems, both water supply, sprinkler system, as well as all waste and vent. The electric is newer in the building, so we're going to be able to utilize the majority of the electrical system, which is valuable. We are going to utilize the existing HVAC, heating, ventilating, and air conditioning distribution. However, we will be putting in new rooftop units that are current, because the others they're not really usable anymore.
David, you heard one of the questions. How many actual exam rooms are you establishing in the building?
I just counted those quickly, and it's 18. Yes.
Now, I guess we could ask Jenny if we bring her back up, just sit for a minute, as to what they're all being used for. David, from working with Access to find them a location, does this building meet with their needs?
It's my understanding it fits like a glove. Yes, before my involvement, Lamar Davis, their facilities manager, spent over a year looking for properties. I don't know how this occurred that I found this particular location, but I think it's because of the combination assembling the property next door that added the additional parking that they most desperately are looking for.
Now, David, it's your intention that you will actually own the building and lease it to
Yes,
Access?
as a developer, I predominantly own everything but residential. I predominantly own and operate the properties we develop. So in this particular case, Access has entered into a 10-year lease with 2 5-year options to renew, and a third 5-year option based on market whenever down the road that occurs.
David, from the financial aspects of this project, if it wasn't for Access, would you have even acquired 1723 Howard?
No.
Or enter into acquiring it?
No, I would not.
Do you believe, as a general office building for which I guess the code said sufficient parking is there, would ever make sense at this location?
It's my understanding in talking to the current owner, Dan Sharps, and the real estate broker, Noah O'Neill, that several parties looked at acquiring the property as office. However, there are only 8 parking stalls. And because the building would have to be repurposed, those people would have been in front of you as well, and they would not have had enough parking to support the use. And so there were a number of interested parties. However, they didn't have what we have, which is acquiring the adjacent parcel.
The, excuse me for one second.
Retail?
This is on Howard, which is a major arterial street. In your view, you've done commercial, retail, other types of uses. Does this site make any sense for a pure retail type use?
The majority of experience I've had in retail is, high traffic retail. And I know there are a couple successful restaurants on the street, one long-term pizza joint that is very well regarded. Other than a kind of a one-off type retail, the building would have to be demolished, of course. But other than, real specialty use retail, which would probably require more parking than what we do, I don't see retail happening on this location.
And would those type of uses also have much longer hours of operation, night times and weekend nights
It
than
would
what our...
typically go later, and it would be open on both weekends, both days of the weekend.
Are there other medical uses nearby?
There are numerous medical.
Actually on Howard Street?
Howard to the east, yes.
We answered that question. I have nothing further.
I wanted to just
Oh,
respond
and
to
the zip code. Let me ask the question. Do you have the numbers for each zip code?
I have percentages. The distribution, 71% of 6,600 patients are in zip code 60201. 25% are in 60626, and 3% are in 60202. And those percentages are of the total of 6,600 patients served.
And I believe that was submitted as one of the exhibits to the thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted, I'm not saying that to criticize. We just wanted to make sure that.
But I couldn't find it as I'm scrolling through pages here.
I have nothing further of Mr. Chase, of course, if there's any further questions.
I have some questions. I'm not sure who, I'll let you decide who would best be able to answer them. How many examination rooms are in the current facility?
Janie, you need to step up to use the mic.
17.
So you have 17, you're increasing by 1 at this new facility.
Well,
to
we're
18.
getting other space because the exam rooms are obviously very important. But with a teaching program, we also need other space for huddles, for teaching space, for the groups together with the faculty to talk about the cases in private. So we need additional space for that. So that puts a burden on where we're at right now. People are meeting in the halls, those type of things, and it doesn't provide the privacy that our patients need and require. And so we're really struggling with those space needs. And also office space. When you have these programs, you need some office space, and we're limited on the office space too.
So you mentioned training program, is that?
That's the medical residency program.
So that's training of the staff who currently is?
Training of the medical residents from St. Francis that come to us, yes.
Okay.
With their
It's not
attending
it's not a
physician.
class that
No.
you offer to, let's say, the public?
No, no.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you anticipate having an increase? Are you anticipating having a fairly steady flow from where you currently are to where you're going?
I think we anticipate a steady flow. We've been in the current location since 2010, and actually when we took it over, we didn't have a lot of volume, and quite soon we were able to really grow this practice, and so I see that these patients would follow us.
Okay. But you're not anticipating all of a sudden your roughly 6,600 clients is going to be 10,000
No.
clients or something like that?
That usually takes many years to grow those
Okay.
programs. Mhm.
Ma'am, is this your first teaching program?
No, we have two other programs within Access, one in the Madison and the west side of Chicago, and another one at Mount Sinai Hospital, so this is our third one. Mhm.
And I've noticed on the drawings, and I hate to keep jumping back and forth between you two, but it's just as I come up with questions, you both may want to just kind of linger near there. The plan is to put a parking lot into where the existing brown A-frame sort of building is there to the east of the subject property. Could you speak a little to what sort of screening from the street is planned? I noticed a little bit of landscaping there, but just sort of what's planned to soften the...
Yeah, I mean, first of all, there's a derelict building there now. So we do plan on planting 2 trees. We haven't determined the species. We'll go back to DAPR, from what I understand, and have a conversation more detailed conversation with them. But shrubs and trees, I'd like to put some flowers in there.
But so there is a plan, basically.
There is a plan that will go back to DAPR and be
Right.
reviewed. We'll propose it if and when we get approved in terms of actual landscaping. But we are cognizant that this is Howard Street, and it's a walking street, and we should do something to do that. And of course, if recommended for approval, we welcome that condition as part of the approval.
Okay.
And you can see the whole distance. The reason for the request for that 2 feet is the lot is 40 feet. We come to the lot at 40 feet. If you take off 18 feet, which is the requirement for a legal parking space, we're only left with 22 feet. So that's why we're at on the 22 feet.
And the entrance, from what I'm making of this, is that people will come out onto not drive out onto Howard Street, but to enter the building, you will walk from the parking lot onto Howard Street, and the main entrance of the building will be on Howard Street.
Yes, that's
Yes.
correct.
And then I'm guessing obviously there's a back door for a secondary egress, but I'm guessing that also would be used for staff to
That would be
come and
staff.
go
Yes.
through that as well.
We do, it's important for both privacy and security that the back entrance really is only for staff and the front entrance is for everybody, because you come in, you check in, like any doctor's. I mean, this is no different than you going to your doctor's office. I mean, it's like that.
And there was, I'm guessing this is a question for Mr. Chase. There was a number of things that were presented to us as part of a traffic study. Is that something that you have, or do we have a?
We have Tim Doran. We have
Okay.
we have a honest-to-God traffic consultant to address both parking and traffic, and there's sort of a back and forth on the traffic, which he will also address a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I may be getting ahead of myself there. I didn't realize you had a third person.
No,
so
we have
I'll let you continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim? Please identify yourself for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Tim Doran. I am Director of Transportation Planning for Gowalt Hamilton Associates.
And you've testified in the city of Evanston on many occasions?
Many times.
You've been doing this for, well, we won't even ask how many years. Your assignment on this project was to both look at the parking situation existing and with the proposed use and the traffic situation, correct?
Yeah, we looked at parking, we wanted to see what the availability of was parking on street, because we know that there's 19 spaces, but we also wanted to get at least an order of magnitude traffic identity at both Dodge in the alley and at Dewey in the alley. So we did traffic counts there in the morning and evening.
Now, you were provided information by Access in terms of number of patients and number of staff levels, and that was taken into account in your study?
It was. So for the model, we used the 25%, or excuse me, 23 patients an hour is what they're serving now. As the testimony just was, that the number of examining rooms will be very similar from 17 to 18. So the patient load per hour will be very similar to the 23 that they are currently doing on Clark Street. So for modeling purposes and traffic and parking demand, we just rounded up to 25.
But you actually heard that that would be the maximum, because if you average it out over the day, depending on where you want to do the numbers, it's really closer to about 10 patients per hour.
I think knowing medical office as I do, in the morning they're busier. As the day winds down in the late afternoon, many of the docs leave and go over to the hospital for whatever reasons. So my experience with medical offices, they're busier in the morning, and so the 23 or 25 patient load would be the max. And of course, as Mr. Chase just testified, the current, what we planners and engineers call mode split, or the current amount of people driving to the site right now, is 25%. And we would think that somewhere around then, and this is where science and art don't come together, that model is pretty safe, because Howard Street, even this far west, is well served by 3 bus routes.
So you're really only talking at maximum maybe 6 cars per hour at this location?
I'd like to give a range of 6 to 10 per hour during the busiest hours, because I don't know if it's going to be 5, and I really don't know if it's going to be 8, but I think 6 to 10 is a very reasonable range per hour, and so
And
that's...
it's at again, that's at peak.
That's at the peak of the operation of the site, and those are cars arriving during that hour and leaving that hour.
Now, you undertook a study in terms of street parking on Howard. What are your findings based on that study?
So we counted, actually, for a weekday and for a Saturday, all of the available parking along Howard Street, just the initial threshold of Dewey and the intersecting streets that come into Howard, and that was contained in the parking study. The amount of parking spaces we counted was 139 available spaces, of which only 69 were occupied at any given time. Now, as the DAPR,
Dapper, yes, Dapper. We're trying not to use the word dapper, but
somebody
DAPR.
said, aha, it was kind of an I got you moment. They said, on Fridays, one side of the street is not available for street parking because of street cleaning. And on the following Friday, the other side isn't. And we took that into consideration too. So even with the elimination of those spaces, which is about 70 spaces, essentially cuts it in half, the occupancy of those spaces still leaves 35 spaces available on street available even during street cleaning Fridays.
In your studies as a traffic consultant and traffic engineer for all these years, it's somewhat true that people use the least or the easiest. You know where I'm heading with this is, do you view, even if these parking spaces, these 19 spaces remain for patients, that people will still use the street spaces, thereby not using the alley in back of the facility?
Absolutely. First of all, you have to know they're back there. So if you're a repeat customer or a repeat patient, you're going to know the parking's back there. But we all know when we go and park somewhere, we take the most readily available, easiest, and that will be, in my opinion, Howard Street. So of the 6 to 10 arrivals per hour, and this is art, not science, if we presume that 50% of them parked on Howard, that's 3 or 4 an hour that would park in the rear in the parking spaces. And that's my professional opinion, no scientific data can substantiate that, but that's my professional opinion.
Now, Tim, when we first started out this project, it actually was the intent that staff would use the spaces on site, and that because it was such a limited number of patients and such the availability of parking, that those spaces would be on the street. That was an initial assumption that we gave you.
That is correct, and then that would presume that all those spaces are filled all day, but that's the parking demand. If I'm a staff person there, I'm coming in the morning and leaving in the evening, and some of those shifts overlap, but I'm probably also going out for lunch, unless I'm going across the street to Gulliver's, but I might get in my car and go out and do errands at lunchtime and so on. So there will be traffic. If the staff parked in the rear, there will be, in my opinion, more demand on parking in the rear, and probably an associated, maybe an equal amount of traffic up and down the alley, and I know that's an issue. We identified that early on. And, the other thing is it's a 7,000 square foot property, both of them combined. If something was built there, so if we just took the one building out of 4,000 square feet, something, which it will be something, just office, there will always be some traffic up and down that alley, some traffic up and down, just like there was with the construction company.
And you agree with the sort of not offhanded, but the back of the napkin comments of Mr. Chase that if this was, for instance, a retail use, there'd be more traffic at longer hours.
Absolutely, absolutely. And a restaurant for sure.
Tim, based on since this whole request is based on parking, in your professional opinion, will there be any adverse impact to the use and enjoyment of other properties with the establishment of this use with 19 parking spaces instead of the required 23 parking spaces?
No.
The street can handle it?
Absolutely. And the driveways, by the way, the intersection of the alley with both Dodge and the intersection of the alley with Dewey, we ran the models that your engineers like Satnagar and those people would want to look at, and Rajiv, but they would look at that and say, what's the level of service there? They were A's and B's and C's.
And that's not going to change?
It's not going to change with the addition of our traffic. It will not change with the addition of my estimated traffic up and down.
Are there any, we know that we back up to residential. We're taking that in cognizance, but are there any other uses here that we would have a detrimental effect on?
Not in my opinion.
There's no schools on this block, things like that. We wouldn't affect that type of issue. I have nothing further, Mr. Doran, at this time.
I have a couple questions for you. Number one, what are the hours of operation again? Is this a Monday through Friday?
Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 6, and then Saturday, 9 to 12? 7:30 to 12 on Saturday.
Okay, because I thought someone had said Monday through Friday, so I was going to question why the traffic study included a Saturday.
7:30 to 12 on Saturday.
All right, that answers that question.
Flattered that somebody read my traffic study. Usually people say, is there a traffic study?
We always like to read them because we always know you're going to come and say it's not going to affect anything.
I don't always say that. I really have a good reputation. I know people say that, but I really try and give the facts as I see them, and it's a commercial property.
The other question was, so help me understand, is this area being designated for staff parking or is it open parking?
This is a question, and I sort of hinted at this a couple times. Our initial proposal, our initial presentation, actually, I believe at DAPR, was that this was going to be for staff parking. For a couple of reasons. One, it kept the staff right there, and two, it did limit or extensively limit the traffic through the alley. And we know from our other location that people don't drive to our facility. You've heard the numbers. It could be 6 cars at peak hour. During other times of the day, it could be 2 or 3 cars, as Tim testified to. So that was our initial proposal. A couple of comments were made to us, one of which was, well, these are sick people. They should have parking site. I question that myself because, and I'm not trying to, please don't take this the wrong way. One of the things that Janie spoke about is, for instance, diabetic management. Well, I'm a type 1 diabetic. I walk from my house to my doctor. That's the whole point of access, is this is not critical care. If this was critical care, if this was broken bones, and if this was you were bleeding, you needed stitches, then having that parking right there as in a critical care facility would have been critical. But that's not what we do. People are coming in. Our whole goal is healthiness and wellness. But since we heard that comment, We did enter into, and again, it's not it hasn't been reduced to writing yet, depending on the recommendations made by the Zoning Board of Appeals and ultimately if the City Council approves us. So we did enter into an agreement, and Janie can testify to that if we need to do that, that we can have our staff park at St. Francis. They have facility available, and we would run a bus. It's not a matter of money. We would do it. We do it at other facilities for the same reason. And I hate to do this, but we're kind of leaving it up to you.
Well, because typically what we do, and I know this isn't a special use, but special uses is one of the things where we address parking all the time. We don't like staff parking on streets, because what happens is people come, park on a street, they take a parking space for 5-6 hours, depending on how long they're there, which then limits the number of people who are able to frequent any other business nearby. So that's one of the things, that's why I'm asking the question, because I mean, obviously, having someone park at St. Francis would be a wonderful solution. My feeling is, although this isn't, there should be some staff or some patient parking, because obviously, if you're 9 months pregnant and having some difficulties, moving is not easy. If you are a type 2 diabetic who has other issues, as I have a friend who is, just getting around is difficult. So I would like to see some of that parking be available for patients. I would like to see not everything be staff, but at the same time, if we're not giving staff those spaces, I don't want them on the street either.
That would be perfect. We can work with a portion of the spots that would be designated just for patients and not staff, and those staff members, the additional, sort of the overflow, will absolutely park at St. Francis. We don't have an issue with that. We can get the agreement on writing before this would ever go to City Council. We're connected at the hip with St. Francis. They want this facility here. And you make a very strong, and even Tim was nodding his head, that when staff parks on the street, they're there for 5 or 6 or 7 hours, which takes up the space, other than someone who is only there in and out through the day. You don't leverage those existing parking places. So we would absolutely live with that.
And just a question, and I don't know if you even have the answer for this, because I mean, I'm sure you're looking at just some raw numbers. Why do you think, or did you get a feeling for, California and Dodge being so heavily occupied during most of the day? Did you identify where those people were going, what they were doing there? Because those were the red areas on your chart that sort of jumped out.
Yeah, and it's funny because the block, if you look at this, the block in front of us, both on Howard Street from Dewey to Dodge, is not not well occupied, but going to the west, it is. I don't know the reason for that. I don't know what's west of there that would. Oh, auto repair.
So they may be parking cars on the street, just like you're saying, like sort of the overflow from them.
I know we had a couple other people who had wanted to speak to us. Is there anything you would like to say before I kind of open it up to them, or any questions from the board for these speakers before?
I have a question about the lot. Is there going to be access directly on Howard, or it just comes from the alley on both sides?
Just from the alley. We were basically told forget any access onto Howard Street in a mid-block location like that. That was something we investigated early on, and it was not something that's supportable from your traffic consultants.
So if you have like a PACE bus drop off a handicapped patient, they're coming through the alleys?
No, they're coming through the front door.
Oh, so they're going to be taking up the spot in front of the place.
We would ask, we will work, if this gets approved, we will work with City Council to get a loading zone right in front so that a PACE bus could drop off exactly in front. There's going to be handicap access. We're providing the elevator, so there's full handicap throughout the building. Absolutely.
Okay.
No, that is a guarantee with this type of, we have to. I mean, under the Americans with Disabilities Act, which definitely they provide by, is we're going to look to put take one space up for a loading zone that no one could park in. So for instance, the 9-month pregnant woman, if she doesn't drive, if someone drops her off, she'll be able to be dropped off right in front of the building. Anybody who needs to be dropped off will be absolutely right in front of the building, able to walk in, handicap accessible.
And if I could add to that, at the DAPR meeting, it was suggested that we look into the need for a loading zone out front. And we found that out of the 520 patients who arrived over a 2-week period, 2 did in fact arrive via Medicar. And so therefore, to support those people on a regular basis, as well as anybody else who may need to pull up front, we are going to request a loading zone from I don't recall the name of the gentleman, but.
Well, we'll work through city council in terms of having the designation. We'll work with them where it should be, but that's a very important aspect of this, is having that drop-off for all those reasonably well people who need to be able to get there.
Right, and wheelchair-bound and
Yes,
stuff like that.
yeah, that's a very important aspect of ours. Mr. Chairman, I have nothing further from our witnesses. I don't know if I can have just a brief after we hear from them.
You get a brief summation after
Done.
I let anybody else speak. You get the last
Thank you.
word. But I want to make sure we hear from them, so. Thank you. Good evening. If you would just start by stating your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Zoning Board. My name is Bo Macklem, and I reside at 1720 Dobson Street. My property is directly behind Babco. I want to say that I'm all for business. I'm very, very pleased that something is happening at Babco, and very pleased about the building that's being torn down to make room for parking spaces. My wife and I are very concerned about who's going to park there. We really want just staff to park in the back there. And I say this because with Babco, when Babco was back there and their employees were working there, there was a little bit of traffic, but people didn't go out and, out to lunch all the time, and there wasn't a lot of traveling being done. And I have to say that my fence got hit numerous times by people backing out of Babco parking. Since then, I put in a new fence in, so I would hope that would be looked after. So we're very concerned about the amount of traffic that might be coming off of the alleys. And we're we'd like something to be done to slow the traffic flow down, maybe something in the neighborhood of speed bumps in the alley, maybe a mirror tack or something like that. And the other issue we have is our perspective onto Howard Street. I thought there was going to be a fence there. And if there's not going to be a fence there and just some shrubs, maybe a tree or two, I don't know what that is, but something that would, a passenger, or I should say a walk-through fence would be nice, but something aesthetically pleasing. We welcome community access, and we want to have people serve the area there for businesses. We're all pro-business. And like I said, we're very happy the building's been bought and it's going to be demolished. But we're extremely concerned about the parking. And we're concerned about the amount of people that may be coming in and using those designated for staff. So again, I'm a little confused about what, I'm sorry, your name? Bernie? I'm a little concerned about what Bernie hinted and what you're talking about in terms of you don't want staff to park in the street. So with that said, I'm pretty sure that you want the staff to park in the alleyway.
Well, I think we have a couple of options that have been presented, and that is allowing some staff to park off the alley, but pushing a number of them also off to St. Francis, that then there would be a shuttle that would run from St. Francis to this location and back. However frequently they determine that to be, whether it's hourly, whether it's twice a day, whatever. But the idea is that either way, there will be some traffic that will be being generated in the alley, whether it is staff or patients that are visiting the location.
Well, I understand that 90% of the patients are going to be taking public transportation. So are you going to open up this behind the building parking for patients? Is that what you're going to be doing?
I mean, I think that there is discussion on the table about, of the 23 parking spaces we have, I know, I'm sorry? 19 spaces, 23 was what you needed. There's 8 that are sit on the building, right behind the Babco building, and then 11 in the lot that's the tear down. So there would be some calculation of maybe it's the 8 that sit directly behind the building are for staff, the other parking lot is for visitors, patients, but that's all an open option. I asked Melissa to pull this up. If you could roughly tell me where you are located in relation to the G. I don't think you're going to be able to point to it, but if you can tell me roughly where you are. Directly behind it. Okay, so you sit directly behind the building, the Babco building.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The other concern I have is about Howard Street. Now, there are signs that are marked no parking April 1st to November 30th on Fridays. I think it's from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And I think you mentioned that. Is the possibility to lift that restriction? Is that possible?
That's something that's up to City Council to do.
Because I think that would benefit everyone if those signs were lifted.
The big question then is those are street cleaning days that are assigned. But that's something that you could speak with Alderman Rainey about whether they wanted to do street cleaning less frequently or at an off time or whatever they may be able to do.
They don't clean our streets as frequently as Howard Street.
For
I
the
can tell you
past
that.
few years, they've only cleaned one
They usually do
day
it
of the
every
week in
every
my
other
neighborhood.
time is kind of how that works.
It only happens once a month in my neighborhood,
Okay.
even though it's signed for every Monday.
That is something, though, that we have no control over. The fact that you're making the comment here means that it will go on the record, that will go to City Council when we make our recommendation. So obviously, it'll appear before Alderman Rainey that way, if no other way, but also if you can feel free to reach out to her and express your concern on that particular aspect of it, because Council will be making the final determination and setting all of the outlying rules on this. We're just recommending to them on this case.
And also Babco, if there's 8 parking spaces behind Babco, so they had 8 employees using those spaces, and that's 8 cars going back and forth in the alley. We've not really had a lot of traffic flow in that alley. It's very minimal, even when Babco was there. So I really don't want to create a traffic jam, so to speak, in the alley with a lot of people coming. And that's probably our biggest concern. Right now, people speed through that alley extremely fast, okay? Especially when Howard was torn up, they sped through that alley extremely fast. There are no speed bumps. It's a concrete alleyway. It's not gravel. There's no potholes. People speed through it. With that said, Mr. Chairman, members of the Zoning Board, I appreciate your listening.
Thank you. Yes, please. Good evening. Your name and address, please.
I'm Nilce Landau, 1716 Dobson. We are next to Bo on the east side. We are thrilled to have a new business coming. We are glad to have you. My only concern is about the garbage. And this is a medical garbage, and it's right in front of my house. Okay, right where we have the cars, where I have the yard and all of that. We have dogs, cats. Before, where Babco had the garbage, was very nice. It was right against his own property, not where it's being proposed here. It was in between the wall, the back wall of the building, and before the parking space. There's that line there where the door opens. that would be a nice place to have the garbages right next to the door as opposed to all the way across there, because it's right by me there. And, you know, that would be nice. I don't know how it would work for the city to pick that up, but that's where it used to be before.
All right, thank you.
You can almost call me a ditto. I'm Marie Landau, her husband, and I live directly behind the building that would be torn down. She said something about the containers, and that was my idea, but the problem is that when you look at the other buildings along that way, there's a Mexican restaurant down the street, or down the back alley, that has an enclosed space for their garbage. And since this is medical garbage, I'm worried that that would be more appropriate, potentially, than an open area there like that. The other thing is that in the wintertime, as these parking spaces have been cleaned in the past, they have pushed the snow against our backyard. So I have a parking space directly behind there, and I can't get out. I have to shovel it. Bo has the same problem. And that's pretty much it. Yeah. So those are the two options that I had. Other things we've already talked about.
All right, thank you. I didn't ask, but did anybody have any questions for the, yes?
I had one more question. I was surprised to see Omega not here today. They're directly next to the parking lot. That is sort of in bad repair and probably is more deserving of a tear down than the one that's there. The issue, though, is that when you look at the plat and you look at the space between where the wall of that building is and where their parking is, that's an extremely narrow space. And that would be to the Omega building and the parking lot. Okay? And currently they've used this as a walkway between the two buildings to get to the rear. And I'm wondering what would happen then if there is no, I don't know if there's going to be a fence there. No fence, so I guess people will walk into the parking lot and around, which is probably what's going to happen. I don't know if that's part of your plan or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Citron, a couple of questions were raised, and I just kind of like to guide you to those. I'm sure you got them. One of the issues, of course, is this is a medical facility. There is medical waste. I cannot believe that medical waste is handled in the same way that I throw out my garbage.
It is not.
So would you please walk us through, or maybe Ms. Garis can walk us through the particular ways in which medical waste is handled?
The simplest way is it's kept inside. We did submit a letter, a subsequent letter since that was raised. Medical waste, starting with the most obvious one, which are sharps, needles, that is absolutely kept inside. They're picked up inside. You never let that outside. I mean, you just can't do this. Other similar type of what I hate to use this word, but that's what they call it, is biohazard waste.
Right.
I don't want to give the wrong impression, but just the everyday, wipies and everything else that you have in your office, again, that is all kept inside. The garbage that's out there, and we're not making light of the concerns that we have. We are willing to address those concerns. But the garbage that's out there is sort of the general type of people's lunch and paper and things like that. But anything of what they would consider a biohazard waste is stored inside and then only brought out when the truck is there. We don't leave the bags at the curb. That would be a very poor way of operating. As you've heard, we are Joint Commission accredited. That is above and beyond what is normally done for these type of facilities. And having been through this with nursing homes and other types of facilities, that's some of the things they look at, is cleanliness and how your operations, it's not just it's not just the medical care, it's your overall. So we intend to keep that, but the simple answer is it's inside. And the other thing is, and again, there was just a little bit of a misnomer, the city doesn't pick up this garbage. So it's not like it's not like this is on the run-of-the-mill. We have a specific haulers for this garbage. They can be directed what to do. We're happy to bring back to Dapper if there's a better way to do those, the dumpsters. We can do that.
Okay.
You said there was a second question? Mr.
Well, actually,
Chairman?
my second question related to, if you can go back to that one. The other question I had was really about how, in the current location, are the dumpsters being accessed by people from the building?
Janie, if you can come up here, real question, how do the dumpsters work at the current building? Because it is City of Chicago, it's pretty tight.
Well, actually, it's about this particular.
The current building, I'm sorry.
It's about this particular location. So I'm guessing that they will have to, obviously, if parking spaces 1 through 11 have a car in them, there is no direct route to the dumpsters from the back of the building unless I go west out to the alley and around. Is that correct?
That's the way we do, is go out the back door. Do you know how the current building dumped their garbage?
I really don't, but
Okay, tell it.
Well, he had mentioned that they were actually up along the building. Is that correct?
They had one, originally they had one on behind number 1, where the number 1 parking lot is.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat, just so it can be heard, that the current one for when Babco was using the building was behind number 1 parking space.
Next to him was complaining about the fact that the garbage truck would come into his space to pull them out.
Okay.
Like that. Therefore, then built a concrete pad behind number 8, which is what they use to pick up their garbage. Length and width of the container. One container, yeah. They use one container. And it's behind the parking lots.
So it's in front of the
I don't
number 8.
necessarily want us to solve it here, but part of it is we're making a record. And so City Council and Dapper in the future will hear this testimony. And so I just want to kind of make all of this part of that record, so when they make the decisions, they have as much information as possible.
We can work with,
And the snow. All right.
we can deal with moving that away from these people's houses. It's not an issue for us. It worked before, it worked again. And again, this is not medical waste. On the issue of how, if there's a split on the parking, our initial, I'll call it put to you, is those 8 spaces, 1 through 8, would remain staffed, because that would be the best, so people aren't pulling back. We don't want to hit their fence.
Right.
Because if we hit their fence, we're going to be paying for your fence. So we do not want to do that. That doesn't make sense for us. And then make the other spaces available for patients for the reasons that have been talked about. You have people, again, if you're going for, people always said, how do I know where these spaces are? Well, the first time you go to any doctor, you don't know where to park, you don't know where to go. But if someone is going, just using the OB-GYN type thing, if someone's going through pregnancy, after the first month, they'll figure out, we'll tell them where they could park, so.
Well, and I'm sure any sort of, I'm sure you're announcing something to people that you will be moving, so anything that would be conveyed to
So
that manner.
that's our, we believe is a reasonable way to do this, is keep, and by the way, in doing that, that doesn't mean we would not undertake the agreement with St. Francis. We would still have that agreement with St. Francis for those staff members that wouldn't have those spaces. So we clearly would still do that to avoid the situation that Chairman Rogers, that you indicated with. So real briefly, I think you've heard that this is a community-based operation. This is something that belongs in your community, needs to be in your community. Even the federal government says this needs to be in your community by the way they set these things up. 70% of our patients come from Evanston. We're not saying that you have to accept us because they come from Edison, but it is a reason for us to be here and make it more available. The other evidence you've heard, though, is that this has been a building that has been vacant for over 3 years. It is a commercial building, whether it was 8 cars or 10 cars or how many cars. I mean, I know it was less. I'm not trying to debate this, but there was some traffic through the alley. But what you did here is no reasonable return can be made on this building if it remains office without this type of variation, as evidenced by the fact that it's been vacant for 3 years and people looked at it and it doesn't work. So whether it was the existing owner of the building, or as testified by Mr. Chase, to buy this building and not get a parking variation, would make this building have no return, and it is a hardship on this building, and the hardship really is the difference between office parking and medical parking, and that's where the variation comes in. Now, we've actually tried to minimize the variation. We have asked for the minimum variation we can get. How did we do this? By buying 16, right? 19, excuse me, by buying 1719. We're spending money in order to minimize the variation we're asking for in order to build 11 more spaces. So we're only asking for 4 spaces. That's what we've done to minimize that. You've heard testimony. There is going to be traffic through there. It's going to be as minimal as possible. It's not going to hurt the use and enjoyment of the neighbors. It is compatible with the neighborhood because basically along this street there are other commercial uses, as this one did, that did gain access. This is an urban setting. Unlike the suburbs, in urban settings, whether it's Evanston, Chicago, you have commercial, you have an alley, and you have residential. And that's always the issue. This operation, if you heard, is an hours operation. It doesn't go at 8 or 9 at night. It doesn't go late on weekends. It doesn't go on Sundays. So again, from that standpoint, the use and enjoyment of the neighbors will be protected. With that, we hope that you can see fit to recommend approval to the City Council. We know that you are a recommendation body. I believe it sounds like there would be some reasonable recommendations as part of that or conditions, and we're ready to answer those and hopefully move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final questions for anyone before I close the record? With that, we will close the record and begin our deliberation. We have had testimony from a number of the neighbors, and I want to thank you for coming out and speak to us because quite often we don't hear from neighbors until after something goes through, and then I don't have to hear about them anyway. That goes to staff. But the issues you raise are legitimate issues, and they're issues that we always have concerns with because this is not unique. As Mr. Citron mentioned, we have a number of cases constantly along Chicago Avenue with neighbors along Hinman where we have commercial use abutting residential use, and how do we best make the two live harmoniously together. And I think that there are some things that we can do through reasonable conditions that we can place on the property. And I see a hand go up. The record is officially closed. Is it a question or is it a comment? Again, we can put any of those sorts of conditions in there. Which if city ordinance comes out saying that this is an approved use and that the spaces behind are identified by that, that's even more enforceable than any sign that they put up, because the city can come by and exercise its own option on that, whereas otherwise they would have to exercise their option as the property owner for people parking there who were not employees. The particular things that I have heard that I think will be of most concern is obviously figuring out the right mix of parking on the property. As I mentioned, we don't want to put employees to be parking on streets, whether they be commercial or residential. We obviously don't want them parking on Dobson and walking around the corner to the building. I think there are ways that we can do that. We have an agreement that appears to be tentative but fully executable. Working with St. Francis Hospital, it sounds like St. Francis is a willing partner in all of this and wants this location to be used because of its proximity to St. Francis. One of the other issues was speed in the alley. I think if we put in a condition that we cannot enforce, but it goes to City Council and they're the ones enforce, I also would recommend just going straight to Alderman Rainey because she gets a lot of stuff done. Just by talking to her directly, but obviously the use of speed humps or some other traffic mitigation in the alley in order to reduce the impact there. The other issue that was being raised and it's not necessarily something that we need to say other than just to have people look at it, would be finding the best place for the dumpsters. Is where they're being proposed now the best place, or is there a different place that's better? And the final thing would be, obviously, any sort of landscaping we would put as a condition in order to soften the impact on Howard Street. With that, though, we still have to go through our standards, and this is just a typical, this is not a special use, this is our standards for variations. So we will go through those and make our findings. Number one, the requested variation will not have a substantial adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, or property values of adjoining properties. We have heard testimony from some of the neighbors expressing concern about specifics that they have raised in regard to speed of cars, placement of dumpsters, snow removal, things like this. Obviously, any of those things can be worked through. In this particular case, this is a property that exists. We expect there to be a use in this property, and I think it's finding that fine line between the two. But I believe that whereas there will be impact that you will notice because the property has sat vacant for a while, I believe that everything that is being proposed can be overcome. So I believe standard number one has been met. Number two, the requested variation is in keeping with the intent of the zoning ordinance. Obviously, we expect to see redevelopment of existing properties. We have a building that is dilapidated, sitting at 1719, and a building that is uniquely constructed, it sounds like, from the developer to meet the needs of this particular client. And obviously, that's the type of building that they would be looking for. So I believe that in terms of trying to repurpose the properties that best meet those needs, that standard number two has been met. Standard number three is the alleged hardship or practical difficulty is peculiar to the property. Part of this is due to the proposed use of the property. Obviously, if this were a typical business coming in, not a medical business, we do not impose as harsh of parking restrictions on that particular use. But I believe that this standard has been met because of the fact that they are doing what they can to mitigate that by purchasing additional property to try to put whatever parking that they can on site. Number four, the property owner would suffer a particular hardship or practical difficulty as distinguished from a mere inconvenience if the strict letter of the regulations were to be carried out. Obviously, if we're looking at 23 parking spaces, it's very difficult to get those to fit into this space, especially if we had not taken into account the secondary property. 8 spaces seems to be what was allowed then, and there was no extra wiggle room for that. I feel that although they're asking for additional consideration, it appears to be minimal, and I find no reason that standard number 4 is not met. Number 5, the purpose of the variation is not based exclusively upon a desire to extract additional income from the property. Again, the only reason that this would come into play is if this particular developer were looking to sell the parking spaces, since parking is what we're talking about here. There's no plan to do that. If anything, they'd probably like to buy some additional parking spaces from us if we had them. So I believe that standard number 5 is met. Number 6, the alleged difficulty or hardship has not been created by any person having an interest in the property. Obviously, whenever somebody buys a property and they ask for zoning relief in order to make it work, they are trying to make something fit within an existing footprint, but that's not the way that we typically interpret this to be. Obviously, if the developer had built out on the property and then came to us and asked us to allow a variation for additional parking because of that space had been taken up, that's what this standard would be addressing. So I believe standard number 6 is met. And number 7, the requested variation requires the least deviation from the applicable regulation among feasible options identified before the Zoning Board of Appeals. Again, with the addition of the purchase of a second property, we are able to get very close to what is being identified by code. There has been discussion that because of the specific nature of the clientele that are being served here, the majority of them, the vast majority of them do not drive, but take public transportation, and therefore I feel that a reduction of 4 parking spaces from the required amount is an acceptable deviation from the request, or from the standard. And so I believe standard number 7 has been met as well. Is everyone in agreement with my findings?
Yes.
Yes.
The last issue, which I was thinking through that I had mentioned those previous 4, was obviously the creation of any sort of a loading zone on Howard Street to allow for Medicar and or just people being able to drop off people who may have a more difficult time getting around, or maybe don't have a more difficult time getting around but just want to be dropped at the front door. So obviously anything we would do, we would ask City Council to consider the addition of a loading zone along Howard Street. With that, has anyone been making notes?
I have.
Good. Is there a motion for a recommendation to City Council?
Sure, let's just clarify conditions. I've got landscaping, alley speed limits, staff parking, snow removal, placement of dumpsters, and loading zone on Howard Street. Got anything else?
Yes, and I would go ahead and make the condition on staff parking to be the 8 spaces directly behind the building be identified for staff parking, and the additional spaces be for visitors, clients, somebody on staff who needs to run in for a half hour or something like that. But
Okay. Alrighty then. I move in ZBA case 15ZMJV-0015, 1719-1723 Howard Street, that we recommend to City Council that they allow major zoning relief for parking for the Access Community Health Network office, with the following conditions also being recommended to Council: that appropriate landscaping be installed, planted along Howard Street to soften the streetscape there, to provide either signing or some sort of physical limitation to make sure alley speed stays in check. For staff parking to be recommended to be the 8 spaces behind the office building, and for the additional parking in the adjacent 1719 property to be for clients and short-term visitors.
before you go on there, I would also just condition that one to be that the overflow parking be through agreement with St. Francis.
Oh, and, right, thank you. And for overflow parking to be coordinated with St. Francis using their garage and shuttles. For snow removal to be adequately handled so as to not provide or to not cause any troubles for the residents behind the properties. To work out placement of trash dumpsters, also to not inconvenience residential use behind the property. And for council to designate a loading zone on Howard Street directly in front of 1723 Howard Street to facilitate patient access to the building. Oh, and then the following final recommendation that the project will proceed in substantial compliance with the testimony and documents presented here this evening.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and...
I just want a point of clarification.
Yes.
The overflow parking, that's overflow staff parking, correct? Because you just said overflow parking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that we were...
Can we amend?
I think that was made
It was
clear.
implicit,
Yeah.
but I just want to...
Obviously, if they want to run shuttles for patients, I have no objection to that as well, but that's purely their call. So there has been a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? With 5-0, it'll move forward to council with a recommendation for approval. Thank you again to the neighbors for coming out, and I would encourage you, if you still have concerns, if there's specific things, please talk to Alderman Rainey because she's very receptive on these things.
Thank you for your time and consideration this evening. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you. And with that, we will move on to our last case for this evening, which is 727 Forest Avenue. And I would ask that that be read into the record after everybody kind of moves from the room.
Amias Turman, architect, applies for major zoning relief for a 3-story addition to a 3-story residence. The applicant requests a 3-story flat roofed addition with a height of 30.9 feet or a maximum of 2.5 stories or 35 feet to the peak, whichever is less, is allowed. Zoning code 829A. The Zoning Board of Appeals is the determining body for this case. Documents included as part of the record include variance application submitted March 9th, 2015, standards form, zoning analysis, certificate of appropriateness from April 16th, 2015, plat of survey dated September 23rd, 2014, site plans, elevations, image of property, aerial view of property, zoning map of property, historic preservation meeting minutes of February 17th, 2015, and DAPR meeting minutes of March 25th, 2015.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience. If you'd raise your right hand, please. Anybody who may be speaking to us on this matter, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth throughout the course of these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And if you would state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Amias Turman, Air Room, 6825 North Lincoln Avenue, Lincolnwood, Illinois.
Thank you. And if you would please tell us about your project.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as well as staff members. We are seeking a variation for 727 Forest Avenue, and this is for a 3-story variation. The existing code calls for either 2.5 stories or 35-foot height, whichever is less. This is an existing non-conforming building. The existing building is actually 32.4 feet. So from the height standpoint, it actually meets the requirement, but from the number of stories, it's considered a 3-story building and it needs to be 2.5 stories per the ordinance. We're also proposing an addition on the rear of the home. There's an existing greenhouse there that we're proposing to tear down, to demolish. It's approximately 10 feet by 10 feet, and we're looking to build a 3-story sunroom on the back within the existing footprint. So the existing conditions will not alter as far as the height. The proposed greenhouse will actually be 30 feet 11 inches or 30.9 feet, so it's actually a little bit shorter than the existing building, but again, it would be considered a 3-story structure. So per section 6-8-2-9A, we again are requesting a variation when it comes to the number of stories. The one thing too that as far as the condition, of course this was not brought by the homeowner. She bought the house. These were the existing conditions back in 1941. The house really hasn't changed that much. The zoning ordinance, of course, was adopted, I believe, in 2012. It's been amended as far as the number of stories. So the existing non-conforming condition, again, the conditions were not created by our homeowner, our client. As far as the proposed addition, we feel that it will not create any kind of a fire hazard, additional fire hazard, or the property values within the neighborhood, we feel actually will be increased because the existing greenhouse is kind of dilapidated. It's a little bit of an eyesore. And so we feel that demolishing the greenhouse and then, of course, improving the structure by adding the 3-story sunroom will not only increase the property value of our client's home, but also the surrounding area property. So we feel that there will be no negative impact when it comes to the construction of the addition. We have looked at possible alternatives, but really when it comes to the number of stories, it would only allow then for a 2-story sunroom as opposed to a 3-story sunroom, which of course you can see from the rendering that we have. That would then allow for our client to be able to use the top story as well. And again, the height of the proposed addition is less than the height of the existing structure. That particular rendering, there's also brick that's going to be added on the south side there where there's siding. And that's actually in the write-up on the agenda. So there will actually be brick there instead of siding.
So on this rendering, where is the street in relation to where I'm looking at the property now?
This is the rear or the east side of the home. The street is on the west end, so the opposite
So am I able to see this from the street, or is this merely blocked by the house? Or
It's from the street, it's blocked.
Okay, that's what I kind of envisioned, but I wasn't quite sure. And you'd made mention of the fact that there will be a brick material being used over that space. So basically the roughly 10-foot square area that the greenhouse currently exists in will be the only piece that will have siding, and it's going to be mostly window anyway.
Yes, exactly.
And you had made mention to the fact the greenhouse was original to the house, probably, and
I don't think it was original, but it was one of the
been
old
there for a
aluminum
while
frame
there.
structures, yes.
Okay. And it was there when the house was purchased by the current owner.
Yes.
Are there additional questions from other board members? I don't think there are any.
And I might mention also that her neighbor to the south, Mr. Lubotsky, he's here in support of the project, as well as she has a letter from her neighbor to the north as well, who's also in support of the project.
And they would be the two who would be most likely to
Yes.
see this and object to it if they did not like it. All right. Anything else? Is there anything you'd like to say in summation? All right, thank you very much. With that, we will close the record and begin our deliberation. I think this one is a pretty straightforward kind of replacement of something that's already there. The particular things that are being requested are not really changing the overall impact of the building. We aren't building above the existing structure. As a matter of fact, it appears to be slightly shorter than the existing building. I did notice there's a parapet wall around the top, which could be the reason for part of that. But regardless to say, we aren't changing footprint. We aren't changing overall height of the building. So I think this one's pretty straightforward, but we do have to go through our standards. The requested variation will not have a substantial adverse impact on use, enjoyment, or property values. We have one of the neighbors present and a letter from one of the other neighbors that would be most directly impacted who have no objection to this. The fact that it would not be seen from the street, I don't see why anybody would have an objection to this. And obviously the replacement of part of a building, a greenhouse that is in need of repair with something a little nicer should help with property values. So that standard is met. Number two, the requested variation is in keeping with the intent of the zoning ordinance. For this particular aspect, the fact that we're being asked to improve or to approve something that is over the 2.5 stories, which is the standard that the zoning ordinance sets for us, the fact that we're in a legal non-conforming use, it would make sense that the zoning ordinance would be willing to bend in order to accommodate an existing structure, just like we often do with other types of property. So I believe that standard number 2 is met. Number 3, the alleged hardship or practical difficulty is peculiar to the property. Obviously, we're replacing an old greenhouse and wanting to put a 3-story sunroom area on this particular property. The fact that the building is of its existing height kind of creates the fact that putting something that's only 2.5 stories tall would actually look very odd in this particular space. So I believe that standard number 3 is met. Number 4, the property owner would suffer a particular hardship or practical difficulty as distinguished from a mere inconvenience if the strict letter of the regulation were to be carried out. Obviously, having to create something that is shorter than the rest of the house, which would be a half-story, whereas the rest of the house are full stories, would create a difficulty for the homeowner as to what to face. So the options would either be to create something that's 2 stories or something that's 3 stories. And obviously, since we aren't increasing footprint or overall height, I believe that standard number 4 is met. Number 5, the purpose of the variation is not based exclusively upon a desire to extract additional income from the property. We've heard no testimony, nor do I see any way in which additional income would be extracted on this particular use, unless she intends to rent it out to an aviary so birds can live there. I'm just reaching for things now. That's the only way I can see that you could make money on it. So if you do that, I will ask staff to come and close it down. So standard number 5 is met. Standard number 6, the alleged difficulty or hardship has not been created by any person having an interest in the property. We have heard testimony that the owner bought the house with the greenhouse in place, obviously wanting to update it, and the fact that this seems to be a reasonable way to update it. I believe that standard number 6 is met. And number 7, the requested variation requires the least deviation from the applicable regulation from the feasible options identified before the ZBA. As I mentioned, we're not changing the footprint of the property at all, nor are we changing the overall height of the structure. So I believe that this standard also has been met. Is everyone in agreement with my findings on standards?
Yes.
Yes.
With that, I will ask if there is a motion.
I motion that in the case of ZBA 15 ZM JV 0020 727 Forest Avenue, that we grant the major zoning relief to allow for a 3-story flat roof addition where typically only a 2.5 stories or 35 feet, whichever is less, would be allowed, with the condition that all work be done in compliance with the testimony and documents submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? With 5 in favor and 0 against, the project moves forward. Good luck with your project. Thank you. And with that, we have concluded the items that are on our agenda. Are there any other matters for discussion?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We stand adjourned until our next meeting, which will be on May 5th at 7 o'clock here in council chambers.
City Clerk, would you call the roll?
Alderman Holmes.
Here.
Alderman Tindem. Alderman Grover. Alderman Rainey. Alderman Fisk. Alderman Braithwaite. Alderman Nguyen. Alderman Wilson. 6-2.
We have a quorum. Welcome to the Monday, April 27th meeting of the Evanston City Council. First on the agenda, I would like to call the public hearing to order and open the public hearing. I'd like Johanna Neiden of Economic Development to give a summary of public notices in conformance to the Illinois statute.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Johanna Neiden, Economic Development Manager. One item for the team from the SSA group will presentation, but the notice of public hearing was provided to property owners and taxpayers by mail on March 27th, and the law states that notice must be provided not less than 10 days prior to the date set for the hearing, which is today, April 27th. And that notice must be mailed. That was completed. The second item is to publish public notice in a newspaper of local circulation, and a notice was printed in the Evanston Review in the April 9th edition. And the law states that the notice of public hearing must be printed in a newspaper not less than 15 days prior to the hearing. So we have complied on both counts on that. So I would turn it over now to the committee, the three members of the committee, Jessica Oldani, Malik Turley, and Tim Peterson, and also introduce our consultant, Kimberly Barris, who's been working with the merchants to consider the feasibility of establishing the special service area.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. I'm Tim Peterson. I'm president of the Chicago Dempster Merchants Association. I'm here with members of Main Street Merchants Association, as well as some of our committee members. This is Malik Turley, the president of Main Street, and Jessica Oldani, the vice president of Main Street. So I'd like to introduce and talk a bit about the committee that helped to set up do the exploration for the SSA, and talk a bit briefly about their responsibilities as business owners and property owners. And if you're here, if you could please stand, any members of the committee. Sean Chensky from Goods of Evanston is both a business owner and a property owner. Christopher Duquette from Christopher Duquette Fine Jewelry is a business owner and property owner. Richard Fisher from the Auto Barn, also on the committee, a business owner and property owner. Jamie Leonardi from Chicago Dempster area is also a business owner. Don Okamoto, also from Chicago Dempster, is a business owner. Jessica Oldani, also a business owner. Myself, I own Squeezebox Books. Rogie Sussman from Vogue Fabrics is a business owner and property owner. John Sostek is on the committee as a representative, and Malik Turley, representative of Hip Circle Studio. So the process to date so far, last year we went around and collected signatures of more than 60 business owners and landlords to help push along the notion of the SSA. The merchants and the property owners requested the city to explore the SSA for the area, which you graciously issued the RFP for the SSA consultant, of which Place Consulting was hired. Then our steering committee was founded, and it's evenly balanced from members of Main Street Organization and the Chicago Dempster Organization, along with some residents as well. In 2015, the steering committee met 5 times to explore a lot of the issues that you're going to see later on in the presentation. And we had 3 meetings with the business community in which we got feedback and really informed a lot of the ideas that we have for the SSA. So why would we like an SSA? Certainly, it will help to create a thriving commercial area by connecting these 2 districts and unifying them via the corridor of Chicago Avenue. We hope to generate more business activity, build an increased awareness through marketing of all the businesses there. Certainly help improve streetscape elements, beautify the neighborhood, make it a more pleasant place to be, create more events, improve some of the events that we've done already, build on the events, and certainly less burden on the volunteers. Both the organizations have been volunteer organizations for nigh on 20 years now, and the SSA will help to create a sustainable funding tool that would give us initially a part-time manager of these groups.
Good evening, I'm Kimberly Barris from Place Consulting. Just quickly, to provide you some visual context, this is a map of nearby SSAs. So obviously you have SSA number 4 here in downtown Evanston, but there are SSAs in other competitive areas. What we've shown here is a map of SSAs in the city of Chicago. There are 53 special service areas in the city of Chicago to date, and you know that there are SSAs in Oak Park and Naperville and kind of other competitive cities for Evanston. In terms of the benefits of an SSA, Tim has touched on those, so I won't read this for you, but suffice it to say, competitive advantage, sustainable source of funding, ability to have reliable programming that isn't dependent on good weather for a festival, for example, or the ability of people to contribute when you pass the hat.
Hi, I am Malik Turley from Hip Circle Studio and the president of Main Street Merchants. This shows you the proposed area for the SSA. It does stretch across both of the merchant districts, the existing merchant districts, and goes west just a little bit along Main Street and just a little bit on Dempster. And we have created a vision statement for the SSA, and that is that the SSA is a vibrant and inviting destination full of diverse neighborhood charm and unique shopping, dining, business, and entertainment, just steps from trains and the lakefront. So given all of that, we, at our community meetings, asked for feedback on what would be done with SSA funding were we to have it. And this is an example of the way that we asked that question of our constituents. And you can see along the side that we had representative participation from business owners, commercial property owners, residents, and then a few other individuals who were interested. And looking at those numbers, the primary pieces that were desired were the advertising and promotions area, as well as public way aesthetics and public way maintenance. So those three areas were the most compelling to the people in the area.
The committee took that feedback and input and translated it into near-term priorities and then a proposed 5-year budget. So in terms of near-term priorities, looking to get money out on the street in terms of capital expenditures, so landscaping and planters and those kinds of things, wayfinding signage, creating a website that would promote and market the neighborhood, and then ultimately doing some business development. So you'll see that represented in this 2016 to 2020 budget. If you'll notice, the total expenses are around $200,000 each year. That's what the committee felt was a reasonable amount of money, both in terms of what they needed for desired programs and services, but also what was supportable and bearable by the business owners and the property owners. So in 2016, you can see by far the largest expenditure is on public way aesthetics. And we will get into a breakdown of what each of these categories is moving forward. For advertising and promotion and interest in spending money on some existing events, but also potentially adding new events. As the committee members mentioned, the work that's being done right now is being done all by volunteers, and there is quite a bit of stress on them to run these events in addition to running their businesses. Moving forward, public way aesthetics. So this is by far the lion's share of the budget for 2016, and lots of capital investment in the district. Public way maintenance, keeping the district free of litter and free of snow, and every other year engaging in public sidewalk cleaning. And then business development, fairly modest effort the first year, and then that ramps up in subsequent years. Once the district has been improved, there's a real desire on the part of the SSA committee to engage in very proactive, targeted business recruitment. Lastly, administration, working with the Development Department, the department has indicated that they would be willing to staff the SSA for the first 2 years, and so that allows the SSA to keep its administrative costs very, very low. And you can see a breakout here. That number does go up in 2018 with the anticipated hiring of a staff member. Moving forward, in terms of the sample average costs, that budget, that approximate $200,000 budget, would necessitate a tax rate, an estimated tax rate of 0.355%. And so we have a breakout here of what the average cost would be depending on the kind of property. The different breakouts there across the top, the 0.355, the 0.40, and 0.50 were rates that the committee considered in terms of what that upper tax rate cap would be. So this slide is perhaps the most technical slide that we have. It illustrates what the possible mismatch might be between a growing budget and somewhat reserved revenue. And so looking at 4 different scenarios of combinations of low inflation, high inflation, low EAV growth, high EAV growth, when we ran our numbers, we recommended and the committee agreed that a tax rate cap of 0.45% for the life of the SSA was something that was a conservative number and yet also gave the SSA some room to grow its budget in case revenue did not grow.
Good evening, Jessica Oldani. I'm a Main Street business owner. So what we want to talk about here is a little bit about the governance and management structure of the SSA. Obviously, City Council is aware of how the ordinance works, but for the members of the public that may not be aware, the city establishes a tax rate cap, boundaries within the SSA, the time frame, and the eligible services that the SSA can perform. And then there's a governing board. The governing board sets the annual tax rate, oversees a work plan, and approves an annual budget. And then there's management, generally a service provider who implements the work plan and manages the budget day to day. Oh, there we go. In terms of the governing body, the plan for the governing body is that there would be 4 seats represented by what is now considered the Main Street Merchants Association, 4 seats from the Chicago Dempsters Association, and 1 resident. And then there would be 2 city seats, essentially a public works director or someone else that is a designee, and a city manager or a designee. These would both be non-voting seats. The members on the governing body could serve no more than 2 consecutive terms, and in the beginning we would stagger the terms. Eventually they would all be 2-year terms. They would start out with some 2-year and some 3-year terms. For managing the SSA work plan, you saw in the budget that the initial capital expenditures are quite significant for the first couple of years, and we don't have a lot of money in the beginning that we are willing to spend on staff, although that eventually becomes significant. So the Economic Development Department has generously agreed to provide us with a staff member for the first couple of years to implement the SSA work plan. After that, we assess our staffing needs at about the 18-month mark and determine permanent staffing needs. The SSA governing body is something that we've all been very thoughtful and careful about. We are all quite committed to creating a democratic and transparent process regarding who participates on the governing body. We are still in the process of establishing that setup. One of our concerns is that we have to be able to manage it efficiently and handle a voting process, but we also want people from all over within the district who are business owners, property owners, and stakeholders to be able to have a chance to serve. So that is what we're looking at right now, and although it's not set, we're all very committed to it.
And lastly, in terms of next steps, this becomes a city council process from this point on. As Jessica mentioned, or may or may not have mentioned actually, we have one more advisory committee meeting with the folks that have served on the advisory committee and Place Consulting and the city staff, at which time the committee will take another look and iron out that governing and governance and management process. But at this point, it is a city council process. So that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. Has the staff received any written comments? All right. There are speakers who wish to speak on the SSA, and I'm going to call the first three names: Jessica Oldani, Malik Turley, and Kimberly. Yeah, well, you're on my list. Christopher Duque, Tim Peterson. Okay, all right. So there are no speakers. Is there anyone who wants to speak on this? All right. What did you sign? Do you remember the color of? Okay. All right. Never mind. You're fine. Could you come and speak now? Just give us your name.
My name is Arlene Brumlick. I have an antique store at 1243 Chicago Avenue in Evanston. I've been there 43 years, very proud of that. Love the city of Evanston and love everything about our community. I'm against this because I don't feel that the landlord should, I'm both. I'm a landlord and have a business there. And I don't feel the landlord should have to be supporting this fully. It is really it's gonna help the business owners more than anything else. And I think maybe there's a way that the business owners can be part of the expense of this. They don't realize that if the landlords are all taking the expense of this, that they're gonna pass it on in the rents to the tenants. And I think that's very important that they realize that. And I don't think we need $200,000 worth of improvements. The things that are listed are very vague in the letter from the city, saying what they want. They want to improve landscaping. I don't know what that is. They're going to do the holiday installation of the lighting. Well, that's not anywhere near even part of $200,000. And we have a whole warehouse full of Christmas things that weren't used because Dempster merchants couldn't afford to have them put up. So I know there's a ton of Christmas stuff. The public way aesthetic improvements, I mean, that's way too vague. Wayfinding signage, again, that's too vague. And if they're planning advertising and marketing of the business district, I think that's a great idea, but you can also get a lot of advertising and free advertising for $200,000. And I don't like the fact that they say it's for an indefinite period of time. I don't think that's right either. I think that's way too vague. And I can understand where this worked on Howard Street, which is a blighted area, but I have people come into my shop and say how charming our area is, and I don't want to take away the charming part of our area by improving it to the point where it looks like downtown Evanston. So I think that's an important issue. Part of the thing that is bad in our area is the L station. I mean, we have the worst L station in Evanston, and nothing's ever been done about that. And that's not our problem, that's the city's problem, and Metra and whoever else, CTA or whatever. And I think combining Main Street and Chicago, Dempster, Chicago area is a very bad idea. I think they're very too far from each other. If you look at places like Naperville that did do this, it's a more condensed area, and people can walk from one place to the other. No one's going to walk from Dempster to Main Street. I mean, very few people walk that far. So I think, I know why they're doing it, because there's the big properties on Chicago Avenue with stores on the bottom that are all going to have to pay for this, and I know it's more revenue, but I just think it's a bad idea to combine the two areas. So that's mostly what I have, and also Naperville, if you look online, spent over $1 million to fix up their area. And if it's gonna cost us $1 million, a lot of people are gonna go away. Property owners are gonna leave because that's way, way too much money. We don't need it.
Thank you.
That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Alderman Rainey?
I would just like to clarify that Howard Street is not blighted. And secondly,
No, it's not.
it is
No.
not blighted, and we do not have a SSA on Howard Street. So,
Oh, I was
just to
told
let
you
you
did.
know.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Alderman Rainey. You're welcome. It looks as if there's one more speaker, Ira Rose.
I have a business on Dempster Street, and I'm a landlord as well. My only concern is I'm all for these improvements. I think it's a great idea. It just seems very vague when we talk about landscaping, when we talk about marketing. I'd like to see more specificity before property taxes, which are already at their all-time high, are added to go higher. I'd like to see what the marketing is, what the landscaping is going to be, just more specificity. And then if it looks like it's something that's viable, then I'm for it. But right now, I just hear a lot of vague generalities. Thank you.
Thank you. One more speaker. Is there anyone after this? Go right ahead.
Hi, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Rogie. I own Vogue Fabrics on Main Street, and I do want to take a moment to address some of these issues that have been brought up. I understand that people are concerned about things being vague, and within our meetings, we have discussed these in detail. This wasn't really the forum to bring those up, and the meetings are open so people can always come to hear these ideas. So wayfinding, signage, directories, having things implemented within the neighborhood that identify something, like when you drive to downtown Skokie, you see the signs that are clearly marked and the benches and the things that are just so inviting, something unifying the corridor, making it something that has its own identity, making it marketable. Things for advertising, like with Highland Park, how they did some advertising over the winter for the holiday season. Having something that reaches beyond our community to bring people to our area so that people in other cities, Morton Grove, in Chicago, will say, hey, look at this part of Evanston. How cool is that? How neat is that? We can spend some time shopping there and exploring it. So it's something that's really, we have gotten into the specifics, even with the holiday decorating. We've addressed some of those issues, how right now we don't have functioning light outlets, so we would need to, have some of these things addressed and different kinds of decorations. So these are things that we are discussing. We have come up with a lot of ideas, and I'm sure that somebody in our notes, we can bring them up if somebody would like to come up to us and ask us more in depth. Is there anything else to be addressed? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, I think that concludes public comments and discussion. So seeing no one else who wishes to speak, I'd like to close the meeting and go back to the City Council meeting. And the first item on the council meeting is the mayor's public announcements and proclamations. And I have a proclamation. It's Evanston Public Service Week. Whereas a high-quality and professional public service is essential to Evanston's quality of life, and whereas employees are our most important resource, and whereas city employees strive to provide the highest quality services within available resources in a courteous, responsive, efficient, and effective manner, and whereas city employees provide high-quality performance, striving for the highest standards of personal and professional conduct integrity, and innovation. And whereas city employees serve citizens in hundreds of ways through the city staff and all departments, and whereas city employees represent the city government in their day-to-day interactions with citizens, and whereas the citizens of Evanston deserve a high-quality, professional, responsive public service today and in the future, and whereas to maintain a high-quality and professional public service for future generations, the city must attract and retain talented people with the required skills and who will use those skills in service to the people of Evanston. Now, therefore, I, Elizabeth B. Tisdall, Mayor of the City of Evanston, do hereby proclaim May 3rd through 9th, 2015 as Evanston Public Service Recognition Week, and commend all city employees for delivering quality public service. All citizens are encouraged to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of public employees in providing responsive and effective government for Evanston. Cindy, do we have a, Jonathan.
Back to me.
Back to you, City Manager.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, good evening. We're here this evening in addition to recognize Public Service Week, also to recognize those employees of long tenured service with the city. Marty Lyons, the Assistant City Manager and Chief Financial Officer, is here. I think, Marty, you had some initial comments, and we'll get well, very good, then. We'll move right on. We're here tonight to recognize those employees of the city with at least 25 years of service celebrating this year. We'd like to start first with the City Manager's Office, Martha Logan. And Mayor Tisdall, if you could help with that. And Marty, could you serve as proxy for me? Martha is the Community Engagement Manager, long tenured service in our Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department, has been with the City Manager's Office for the last several years. Martha, congratulations on your 25 years. Other way, Cindy. Next, from our law department, at 25 years, Renee Shotsky. Renee, are you here? Congratulations. Thank you. Chief Eddington from the Police Department. We have several employees. One that is not here, Nicholas Demos, 25 years in our Patrol Division. One who is here, Mel Collier, for 25 years of service. Congratulations. Next from the Police Department, Dennis Leaks, 25 years. Congratulations. Not with us from the Police Department, also 25 years, Angela Williams from our Neighborhood Enforcement Team. At 25 years from the Fire Department, and not with us is Tom Janetsky, who you all know. Also from Fire, Michael McDonald at 30 years, and Peter Casey at 30 years. Let's give them both a round of applause for 30 years of service. Next, Director Robinson from the Public Works Department. Not with us this evening at 30 years of service is Jeffrey Bogus from our Traffic Signal and Streetlight Division, so we wish him congratulations. With us, however, is James Todd from our Parks Forestry Division. Mr. Todd? Years of service. I believe Mr. Kimball has already left for the evening, but John Kimball, also with Parks Forestry, 25 years of service. Garland Jackson, Public Works, Business District Park Maintenance, 25 years of service. Next, from our Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department, Assistant Director Dorniker. At 25 years of service, Samuel Johnson Jr. From our Crown Community Center. Also from Parks and Recreation, not with us this evening at 25 years of service, is Jim Farrar, who runs our beaches. Next from the library, neither employees unfortunately are here with us this evening. Laura Hirschfield, an adult services librarian celebrating 35 years with the City of Evanston. Let's give her a round of applause. Also from the library department, Sharon Yor at 25 years of service. And then finally, from the Utilities Department, both not with us this evening, John McCoy from our Filtration Division at 25 years of service, and Mark Steinbuck with the Sewer Division, 35 years of service. Madam Mayor, members of the council, as you know, we present awards at 5-year increments, and I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize one of my senior staff who's celebrating 5 years with the City of Evanston, and that's Grant Farrar. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to do a picture? We do need to tell you at some other time about Mr. Farrar's performance. We did a Take Your Sons and Daughters to Work week event last week, what was it, Thursday. And we brought the sons and daughters of our employees through a variety of different municipal functions. And Mr. Farrar represented the Big Bad Wolf.
And he was happy about it.
He was happy, and before a jury of young children, Mr. Farrar won, and found that the Big Bad Wolf was found innocent. So as we admire Mr. Farrar's work, and that's just one other example of his fine lawyering getting off the Big Bad Wolf. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I have an award to give out. Congratulations to Alderman Dolores Holmes for 10 years of service with the City of Evanston. Congratulations. And I have one last award. Congratulations to the City Manager, Wally Bobkowitz, for 5 years of service with the City of Evanston.
Your picture.
Definitely. That concludes my public announcements and proclamations. City Manager, do you have announcements?
Just a few, Madam Mayor. First of all, earlier this evening, we did celebrate the city receiving the United States Earth Hour Capital Award, and want to thank all the staff and members of the community that were involved in that honor, so we're very excited about that. We provided the council, members of the public, some new pins. In recognition of this honor, we have made pins for every single city staff member. So those will be, everyone will be getting one of those to celebrate that. Also, this past weekend, we had a number of events, the Spring Ice Show at the Crown Center, which was, I understand, a great success. But we also had our, I think, a second annual Clean Up Evanston event, where despite threatening weather, had about 200 volunteers around the city cleaning up trash, and we'll have more specifics on the tonnage and all of that at some later point. But I want to thank all the staff involved with our Public Works Department Sustainability Office with that. And Madam Mayor, that concludes my comments.
Thank you. City Clerk, do you have communications for us?
No, not at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is public comment. Each speaker has 3 minutes, and please give us your name. I'm going to call the first 4 speakers: Sue Carlson, Junad Risky, Jim Walensky, and Jean Lindwall. Sue Carlson is gone. All right. Junad Risky.
Junad Risky. And once again, no money for Harley Clark, but $2 million in taxpayer money for a grocery store. That is $2 million in free money to a grocery store. Tonight, once again, we have what I would call unprofessional work. That is, the memo presented by staff is convoluted. The problem is this is acceptable to the council, but it's because this council doesn't have a set of standard that's really of highest standards for information. The $4.9 million of credit is a complete mess as presented. Anyone reading this has no understanding of what it is. What it amounts to is the city's borrowing short-term money to give to a food store $2 million, basically, of our money. To me, this is outrageous based on TIF revenue. One has to think the reason we have such an unprofessional work here is basically we don't really know what's going on. But part of the reason is why we don't know what's going on is the city really doesn't want to tell us what's going on, because if we understood what's going on, more people would possibly be outraged by some of this. Council members haven't really learned from their last mistakes. Chicken and Waffles, the Next Theater, the knife store that was here, the coffee shop on Howard, all these things have gone south and failed, basically, and we're stuck paying the bills for these things. It's really the city manager that's setting this standard, unfortunately, not the staff as such. Really, of course, council members are part of this. I recall one council member saying, I don't understand what's going on at the water department, but I think everything's okay. Well, should we understand what's going on? I think that's important. We spend so much time on awards here. Well, this $4.9 million will probably get approved as consent agenda with no discussion and no public understanding. Actually, if you want to see professional work, I suggest you look at what Ms. Lindwall recently sent you on Harley Clark. That was her tax analysis. That is professional work, frankly, done in a professional manner with logical conclusions and what's going on. And unfortunately, we don't have that here. But what I found interesting in what Ms. Lindwall said, any options on Harley Clark to develop it are basically a bust. But the last thing she said that I really found interesting, that some of us ought to start investigating, most of these economic development activities are bust. And that's very interesting to me. On Friday, I did send some comments into Harley Clark. Unfortunately, some of my things have been misquoted in the public minutes. I never said secure the building. What I said is the building needs to be maintained and operated so it can't be destroyed by the city. And I will say that again. Shutting down the building would be very dangerous. I believe the building should be used, again, on a limited basis this summer for the Ecology Center and other things. Spending $900,000 on 2 fog houses at $800 a square foot is a real outrage of taxpayer money. And Harley Clark sits there with vacant classrooms and city council members want to close it. Maybe instead of looking into the air, some of you might think about what's going on here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Tisdale, City Manager Bobkowitz, and happy birthday to you, Mayor Tisdale.
Thank you.
My name is Jim Walensky, and I'm not here as the Community Development Director for the City Emeritus. I am here as the president of the Evanston Kiwanis Club, and to tell you about some exciting activities that are going on. You know, Evanston is blessed to have a number of great service organizations, be it Rotary, Evanston Community Foundation, the Chessman Club, and of course Kiwanis. And the Kiwanis International is a global organization that was started 100 years ago in the city of Detroit. And Kiwanis is in 80 countries throughout the world, and with over 300,000 members. In the state of Illinois alone, we have over 7,000 Kiwanians. Because we are celebrating our 100th anniversary as a service club, and our motto is to serve children, because that's what we do. We serve the children of the world, and we serve the children of our local communities. Governor Rauner has proclaimed this Saturday, May 2nd, as Kiwanis Day in Illinois. And because we don't accept, we give, Kiwanians have been supporting the YMCA Camp Independence in Ingleside, Illinois. And over $200,000 has been raised for a playground for children with spina bifida at Camp Independence, and International Kiwanis President John Button will be there to dedicate this wonderful, great playground for children with spina bifida and neurological diseases. The Evanston Kiwanis Club, I'm happy to say, is doing well. We've raised and distributed over $100,000 in the past 3 years. And of course, we support all youth organizations in this community, be it YOU, Evanston Youth Baseball, Child Care Network. I can go down the list, just like the other organizations do. And we are very proud what we do. And I would just throw out that I think all the service organizations in this community could use some additional membership. For Kiwanis, if you like children, if you love children, consider becoming a part of us. We would love to have you, and I would invite city staff, aldermen, anyone to join one of these great organizations that really help make up the difference with the cut in social service money, both at the federal and state level. It's organizations like these, like Kiwanis and Rotary and whatnot, that are helping to make the difference. So again, May 2nd, up at Camp Independence in Ingleside, Illinois, a celebration. And if any of you can make it up there, we'd love to have you for the dedication of the Spina Bifida Playground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jean Lindwall.
Jean Lindwall. You should have all have received a copy of the tax impact analysis that I submitted to the Harley Clark Committee last week. As I noted in my email, the sale and redevelopment of the Harley Clark property will not provide a noticeable property tax savings for Evanston residents. Retention and reuse of the Harley Clark need not represent a significant burden either. However, that's not what I want to talk about tonight. A few months ago, I prepared a 5-year equalized assessed value trend analysis for the 71st and Stony Island Special Service Area in Chicago's South Shore neighborhood. Between 2009 and 2013, the equalized assessed value of this district decreased by 6.4%. The decrease was largely the result of a 21% decrease in the Cook County multiplier, which is applied to assessed values to calculate equalized assessed value and the tax base of the district. The decrease in the multiplier was offset by a modest amount of new residential development. I was curious to see how Evanston compared, since the city has been actively working to attract new residential towers and mixed-use buildings for the last 2 decades in order to expand the tax base. While Evanston did a good job of keeping the property tax levy steady, Evanston's tax base declined by 33.4% between 2009 and 2013, a far greater drop than can be explained by the 21% reduction in the multiplier. Wilmette has not seen the type of residential development that Evanston has actively sought. Between 2009 and 2013, Wilmette's tax base declined by 33.0%, slightly less than Evanston's decline. My questions for you are these. Why haven't all of the new Evanston buildings resulted in an increased tax base, or at least mitigated the decline in the multiplier? How are Evanston residents benefiting from the City Council's economic development approach that focuses so heavily on new real estate development? Is it possible that the city's economic development policies are dampening market values for existing properties? Would focusing more attention on providing quality public amenities do more to grow Evanston's tax base? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Priscilla Giles, Carl Bova, Barbara Janes, and John Mintier.
Priscilla Giles. I don't purport to know the statistics, but I wonder what happened to the Evanston that attracted new residents and that made multi-generational families decide to stay here. What seems to have happened is the city is for sale. Developers pay their way out of providing housing for people who have been in Evanston for generations. Young people who are just starting out, and for seniors now on fixed incomes. Somehow every green space is being sold for unaffordable housing for those aforementioned residents. How long before Evanston, formerly known as the City of Parks, is past history and now City of the Rich, and diversified only by those living in luxury apartments or luxury housing and subsidized senior apartments. Not to forget that there is money to pave a walking path over a mile long, but not enough money to replace the circle in front of Fleetwood Jourdain that serves not only seniors but youth who may temporarily be on crutches and the permanently physically challenged. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carl Bova. My comments are directed at 1620 Central Street. TOD does not equal ridership. CTA ridership at Central Street is down 34 riders per weekday in the past year. CTA plus Metra is down 14 riders per day between 2006 and 2014. This is with 80 extra units at nearby TOD Central Station. 3 little noticed and poorly described meetings were held last week regarding the parking problems on Central Street. The city has barely begun to understand the breadth of the problem. Residents are being denied parking, employees can't find it, and customers can't find it. The problem is real, it is now, and it should not be added to with the inadequate parking provided on site at 1620. By the way, Central Station's garage is full, and new residents' cars are spilling out into the neighborhood. When the Arts Center moves in direct competition with the 10 Mile House restaurant's peak hours, what little parking is available will be exhausted. And of course, there is no overnight parking at Ryan Field. There is no reason for this council not to require the full complement of 72 spaces at 1620, going underground like many other developments have. If not, then lop off the 4th floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Barbara Janes. I am here again to ask the City Council's help in getting information to the Harley Clark Committee to enable the committee to make the best informed recommendations to you as possible. At the Harley Clark Committee meeting following my previous request to Council, City staff did provide an estimate of the demolition of the building. To me, the $170,000 sounds low, and the specifics of what was included were not clarified. It is not clear, and probably did not include, fill-in of the foundation and surface grading to a condition that the new open space could be used for public purposes. That would be useful information. My two other requests were not fulfilled, and again, I ask that you direct the city manager to provide the committee with the following information. Go back to IDNR and inquire as to the current status of their interest in using the building for the coastal management program. Alderman Grover and others met with IDNR Director Rosenthal during Evanston Day in Springfield. The Director Rosenthal said he did not know anything about the proposed idea to bring the coastal management program to Evanston. He said he would look into the matter. I urge either Alderman Grover or the city manager to follow up with Director Rosenthal. The committee continues to talk as though it is very possible that IDNR is still interested in the building. But we need to know that information for sure. Secondly, I ask again that council direct the city manager to provide the committee with what it costs to operate the building. That's information that the committee needs in order to make an informed decision. And I have an additional request. The city has permitted a contractor access to the building to determine the cost of rehabilitation for some private entity. Several contractors have stated their belief that the rehab costs being thrown around are extremely exaggerated. They have asked for access to the building and that has been denied. Please direct city staff to arrange for these local contractors to have access to the building to enable them to make better informed estimates of the cost of rehabbing the building. It is only fair. It is also vital that the committee have adequate, reliable, accurate information in order to make recommendations to you. The credibility with the public of the committee and the entire process will rest on the perceived fairness, transparency, and completeness of the information provided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Mintier. I live at 1111 Foster, just down the street and around the corner. And I'm happy to have my alderman here. I wanted to speak against the RV parking change, which would prohibit parking of RVs on the street. I do it for two reasons. One, I have a trailer. I don't park it in Evanston very often, but I can foresee the time when I might park it for a short period of time, or it might be longer than what the change to the ordinance would allow. But I really come to speak about my neighbor, who is Chuck Steinbuck. He lives across the street from me. He lives in a house that his grandfather built, so I think probably the family ownership of that house since the day it was built is the oldest in Evanston. His father worked for the Evanston Fire Department, and Chuck was a city inspector for 20 years since we're giving out awards for a long-time service. He's a veteran who has that disease that I don't remember the initials for, but he has to have oxygen at times. He has difficulty breathing. And he has not a motorhome, a van conversion unit with the top on top of it. He parks it in front of his house. Now, you've driven down Foster. It's not a show place, but there's nothing wrong with the street. All the new Mercedes and BMWs belong to the students, but Chuck has been able to keep this van running, and he uses it occasionally when he can afford the gas, but he won't be able to park it in front of his house, which just seems wrong to me. It's not an eyesore. It's not a problem for anyone. When I looked online at this proposal, the most frequent question was, what's the problem? And one person wrote and said, well, how would you like to have one of those parked in front of your house? Well, if I had that, I'd talk to the owner. It seems to me there are ways not to change the law And I don't really see that many RVs parked in Evanston. Maybe I just don't get around enough. I feel like as I get older, and I'm a senior too, that I'm being pushed more and more to the libertarian point of view, because if we need a law for regulating RV parking when you don't see any really in Evanston, I would say maybe we've got too much government. But please vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Mary Rosinski.
Hi, it's Mary Rosinski at Chancellor. I just have a couple comments more than any specific issue. One of the comments is I'm a little concerned about some of the maybe lax process that we're experiencing because we're doing so many different things. Last week there was the parking committee, the agenda and the packet was not posted prior to the meeting, I understand, by the time I got there. And that brought up a little bit of a bad feeling because I think you know that Central Street has very difficult parking, and that whole building on where the theater was, hundreds of citizens opposed the allowances that were given on that parking when it was a 48 unit, and they were given allowances for parking. And then it went to a change and became not a condo, but a 72 unit rental building without any input from the community, but there was no more parking added to it. And now there is no place to park over there. And hopefully we will have more development happen. Businesses want to come, restaurants are good, and there is literally no place to park. And I'm not saying that just because I live a block away from it, but I feel bad for the businesses because people can't come and support our tax base if they can't find a place to support our businesses and park their car. And then when they do park their car, if they're lucky to get it, chances are if they stay for more than 2 hours, they're going to end up with a ticket. So I would just really ask you to consider the economic cycle of giving too many allowances. I think the minimum that the building where the theater was should have had was employee parking. We all knew that there was going to be a restaurant on the corner because we've lived in the neighborhood for 20 years. We knew what was going to probably happen there. Your residents in their neighborhoods, they know their neighborhood. And I was cleaning out my house the other day, and it's so funny. I found this from when we were protesting the parking allowances given there. And this was from a memo from the city of Evanston, and it says that we understand the proposed 1722 Central Building redevelopment project will provide for all zoned required parking on this site with the exception of 7 spaces for retail customers. It doesn't. There are more than 7 spaces currently available for lot and 64. I don't think there's many more left there. And there appears to be sufficient on-street parking for 15 and 1600 Central Street. That's when it was a 48 building, not a 72 unit. But my point is that we need to have long-term vision. When we expect that something is going to be successful, we should plan for success, not plan for problems. That being said, I also, talk about the Harley Clark, and I'm concerned that the local contractors have not been called in. I think that we have a Evanston Rebuilding Warehouse that does a jobs training program for our people, and I think, again, in the economic cycle, if we support our people, let's get an estimate from them and how much, because that would put people to work, and then it would keep things out of the garbage cycle, and then people would go to the recycling place and buy those things and add to our tax base.
Mary, I need you to wrap up.
Okay, so I'm just saying, please listen to the people. We're not just the usual suspects. We're here because we care, and I don't think that saying that people who come all the time, that there's a lot of people who aren't here that care more or are more important. I think everyone's important, and we're making sacrifices being here, not being with our families, and then staying up till 1 or 2 in the morning doing our work just so we can speak for our neighbors who can't make it here too. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager?
A couple of comments. Both the 6th and 7th Ward aldermen are not here, and certainly Central Street parking has been an issue for them. Both Alderman Grover and Alderman Tendem have had several neighborhood meetings on the subject of parking, and one of the reasons that the issue came before the Transportation and Parking Committee is exactly as you heard this evening. The feeling of both aldermen is that this is a larger community issue, and when the city has a larger community issue, it takes it to one of its 42 boards or commissions. And so that was taken before Transportation and Parking. There were no issues with the posting of the agenda. The agenda was posted according to state law, and it was on our website along with all the other boards and commissions. Regarding the Harley Clark Mansion, as the council is aware, Mayor Tisdale has appointed a committee. It has been the most transparent process in the 6 years that I have been your city manager. We are posting every single email that is received by the committee. We are sending newsletters out to remind people about the meetings. Extensive minutes are being taken. There have been opportunities for people to see the building. Every piece of information that has been requested by the committee has been provided, period. And so it's been a difficult process. There's a lot of very interested folks in that, but your staff is working very diligently to provide the committee every piece of information that they request.
Thank you. Alderman Fisk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Mr. City Manager, the only thing, and I agree with everything that you're saying, but at the Transportation Parking Committee, there was a discussion item regarding the parking on Central Street, but the presentation wasn't part of the packet, and I think that would have been helpful in terms of getting the word out to the community of exactly what we would be talking about. So in future, I think that would be really helpful. It certainly would have been helpful for me because I don't live on Central Street and it's not in my ward. So.
Fiscal members of the council, as you know, we try to be as diligent as we can. I know of no other community in America that posts PowerPoint presentations prior to meetings. Many do after meetings, but we hold ourselves to a higher standard. In doing that is not always possible. And again, there have been extensive discussions in both the 6th and 7th Ward, so I think certainly we will continue to endeavor to make those presentations available ahead of time, but that's not always the case. But they're always posted afterwards. And
well, just something about what was going to be discussed would have been helpful. Maybe not the whole PowerPoint presentation, but just some information would have been useful.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is Special Order of Business Fiscal Year 2015 Financial Update.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, in your packet, in the interest of time, would bring your attention to the memorandum from Mr. Lyons dealing with some current budget issues. Just a second, let me pull this up properly. We'd be happy to answer any specific questions that you may have. Generally, we are doing, I think, fairly well. First quarter, we generally hesitate to come to you first quarter only because the numbers are not as significant as we would hope they would to be. But you'll see in your packet where we are at. We're doing fine, I think, for the first quarter, and certainly Mr. Lyons and I are here to answer any questions that you have. Also included in the packet is the first quarter investment report. We really had hoped specifically to speak to the remainder of the fiscal year and where we see we are at with the state of Illinois. The memorandum on page 29 of your packet really restates a number of things I know that the City Council is already aware of, that for the current state fiscal year, which ends on June 30, the Governor and the General Assembly have made adjustments. Those adjustments largely do not impact cities, villages, and towns in Illinois. However, as the state is focusing now on budget preparation for fiscal year 2016, the state fiscal year, which will begin July 1, Mr. Lyons and I are both very concerned that we need to take steps today so that if the state does make adjustments to their budget, which will be the final months of our current year budget, that we need to be in a place to do that. So this evening, I am making the following recommendations that we would move forward with right now in order to prepare ourselves for any adjustments that might be necessary. First, I'm asking Mr. Lyons and members of his team to meet with our bargaining units regarding 2 possible furlough days that would be taken before the end of this fiscal year. One would be on the Friday before Labor Day, and the other would be on New Year's Eve. We believe we would save approximately $215,000 with each of those furlough days. A part of that is cash. As we've been through this before, unfortunately, we have learned that for the safety departments, police and fire, the approximate adjustment there is to remove a day of leave. So that is not a direct cash savings. So that direct cash savings would be $115,000. We feel it is prudent now to begin those discussions. So if indeed in July or August, when the state will ultimately adopt a fiscal 2016 budget, there is an impact that will have an impact on our current fiscal year, which ends December 31st, that we would have some flexibility. So recommending that we move forward and have those discussions. If the state does not make adjustments that are significant, certainly it would not be the intention to move forward with those furlough days. But if those are made, that we would have the nimbleness to make that adjustment as early as the first Friday in September. Second, I've asked the city's budget team to engage with all departments in a much more vigorous budget monitoring process than we normally would this early in the year. As the council is aware, we've recently, in the last year, implemented a new online financial system, and the tools that we have to track our budget are much more fine than we've had in previous years, but still believe that if we can stay very much on top of both revenues and expenditures on a departmental basis, that will be helpful to us. And I'm asking Mr. Lyons and Mrs. King to move forward with that. Then next is that the department approval levels. Right now, department heads have the ability to approve expenses up to $5,000. I'm asking, actually directing the staff to make that adjustment, and so those will now be requiring the CFO, Mr. Lyons' approval versus approval at the department level. We believe that these steps make sense for us. I guess the last piece of this is that I would like to reach out. I'm planning to reach out to members of our staff. We'll have a couple of staff meetings over the next 6 or 8 weeks to talk with the city staff members to see if they can help identify other cost-saving measures. We have done that in previous years and have had some success with that. So I think that that would be a very prudent thing to do. So, Madam Mayor, members of the council, the report that you have before you for the first quarter, for those projections, for those spendings within our control, I feel very comfortable with. As we look toward the balance of 2015, I am concerned that it'll be very difficult for the state of Illinois to solve its budget problems without having some impact. It may be the local government distributed fund, it may be something else, but I think in order to make sure that this has the least impact on the community and the least impact on our employees, that these steps are prudent at this time. So I would be happy to answer any questions. And Mr. Lyons and Mrs. King had a very lovely presentation, and I apologize for kind of skipping right through most of that, but again, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Alderman Rainey.
I was concerned, although I do understand that the insurance fund represents a reserve for cases that have not been resolved. I'm wondering, have any of those cases been resolved since the report was worked on?
Alderman Rainey, members of the council, since the first quarter, we haven't had any major change. If you may recall from last year, the number went from 7.9 million down to 3.9 million as a negative. It shows as a negative on our fund balances. So we have that much reserves beyond the cash in bank that we have. We made significant strides towards the new fund balance policy that the council adopted, wherein we are looking to have a percentage of cash as an offset to what's in the bank. So we got close to it before our most recent settlement, where we were in excess of $1 million in cash and had the $4 million in claims payable. So we've really improved, but we're still in the red. We've got a little bit further to go. So I hope that answers the question.
I don't think it was the answer she wanted, but.
Well, I mean, I was hoping that maybe there had been some changes.
No major settlements that took the reserve down.
What would have happened in the case of Browner's retraction of our award for, what was it, bike lanes or something? Oh, no, fiber optic cable.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of the question.
I said, what would have happened in the case of Browner's request that we return the money, if we had actually spent that money?
I believe, I defer to Attorney
We have
Farrar,
to
but
dig in, get it.
I believe that we lived up to the contract and we would have just been able to show the project is being done.
And we're not in a position to show that we've done work on that, and have we actually encumbered that money?
In answer to the second part, no. In answer to the first part, we were all the way into design, and as the city manager provided a short summary just yesterday or recently, we had designed for laying the fiber optic cable to Maine and Chicago. We had done all the work possible to meet with all of the property owners of the 4 buildings, and we were at the stage of putting everything in. Our goal was to have a bulk situation where the whole building would get lit up, and none of the property owners, we only had 3 out of 4 to go to because Maine and Chicago is being built, but none of the associations wanted to do a bulk. You can have access to everybody. They wanted it to be one-off, just go in and try and get people in. But we had a contract all set up with both an ISP and with a ISP, so an internet service provider. We were all ready to go to finish that off this year.
So the most, I think to elaborate on the answer, a lot of staff work, a lot of Jose Calderon.
We can't deduct the cost of that?
At this point, we do not believe we can.
Try it. I mean, that's just, and what about the citizen comment requests about an update on Harley Clark? I mean, I thought the answer was pretty conclusive, that they're not even thinking about it, and the guy didn't even know about it. Have we heard anything back from them on that?
No.
Huh? Yeah, I know, yeah, no. That's a no?
No. So unless, Mayor, members of the council, I think, again, a real bright spot, and we heard from one of the speakers this evening about economic development, economic activity. If the city council had not made the investments that you've had over the last several years, I don't think we would certainly be in the good position that we're at. The revitalization that we've seen really in every corner of the city, from Howard Street to Chicago Avenue to the west side to Central Street, is all activity that the city council has taken a fine lead on. And so I think it perhaps is not advised to think that investment is not paying dividends now, and certainly the fiscal position we are in, I think, will serve us well. And as the state makes changes, I think we're well positioned to deal with them as responsibly as we can. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Alderman Rainey.
Can we get an update on what we're worried about and what we actually know, and, you know, that kind of an analysis?
I can tell you I'm worried about a lot of potential state disasters, but what I actually know is not much.
Mayor Tisdale and I will be in Springfield on Wednesday. The Illinois Municipal League's annual legislative day is Wednesday. We'll be there bright and early. We'll hear from the variety of speakers that they'll have. We'll also be meeting with our members of the legislature. So
after that, can you?
I probably will be in exactly the same position I'm in now.
Absolutely, Alderman Rainey. If there's anything new to report after our visit this week, we'll certainly let you all know.
All right, that concludes your update. Alderman Rainey, could we have the consent agenda, please?
Happy birthday, Madam.
Thank you.
The consent agenda: approval of the minutes of the council meeting April 13. Administration Public Works met this evening and asked your approval for the payroll, $3,024,482.75. City bills, $1,658,252.72. We also ask your approval of the renewal of sole source software license and service agreement with SunGuard Public Sector for computer-aided dispatch system, known as CADS, for the police department, in the amount of $75,119.30. Your approval is requested for a contract extension for 1 year with Healy Asphalt for hot mix asphalt for an estimated cost of $39,200. We ask your approval to purchase pavement marking services through the Suburban Purchasing Cooperative in the amount of $50,000 with Superior Road striping. Approval is also requested to authorize purchase of 2 replacement Ford pickup trucks in the amount of $61,962 from Curry Motors. This is also through the Suburban Purchasing Cooperative. Approval of a contract with Schroeder and Schroeder for the 2015 50/50 sidewalk replacement program is requested in the amount of $356,610. We request your approval for Duncan Solutions 2015 contract and also Passport parking expenses to cover the fees associated with parking meter and pay-by-cell operations in the amount of $190,400. We ask your approval of Sidewalk Cafe for Freshie at 1596 Sherman, Sidewalk Cafe approval for Patisserie Coralie, 600 Davis Street, Sidewalk Cafe for Boltwood, 804 Davis Street, approval of a Sidewalk Cafe for Tapas Barcelona, 1615 Chicago Avenue. Off the consent agenda is item A5. It'll be addressed by the committee chair. A6 is approval for a parklet sponsored and managed by Hune for 2 parking spaces located at 810 Dempster Street for a period of time starting in mid-April through the first week in November for 4 years, $800 annually from the Economic Development Fund to the parking fund will be transferred to offset revenue. Ordinance 58015 for introduction adds recreational vehicle parking and amending the city code, section 1062, authority to remove vehicles. This is for introduction only. We ask approval for introduction of 50015, authorizing the manager to sell 4 vehicles owned by the city through public auction at Northwest Municipal Vehicle Auctions. Ordinance 52015, Dryden Place addition to city street system. We request your approval for introduction and also, I believe, suspension of the rules, and this will be addressed further for action by the committee chair. Ordinance 40015 is for action, authorizes the manager to execute a lease agreement for a city-owned property at 1804 Maple Avenue with Pharmacon LLC. Ordinance 44015 is for action and decreases the number of Class C liquor licenses for Agamon at Clark Street at Clark's, Inc., doing business as Clark at 720 Clark. Reduces the number from 22 to 21. For action is Ordinance 45015, decreasing the number of Class D licenses for Mount Prospect Ventures, doing business as Giordano's, 1527 Chicago Avenue. Ordinance 41015 is for action and amends the city code by creating the new Class F1 liquor license. Ordinance 48015, increasing the number of Class F1 licenses, is also for action for Whole Foods Market Group, Inc., doing business as Whole Foods, 2748 Green Bay Road. For action also is Ordinance 46015, amending 346 parentheses P1 to allow for the sale of beer in 22-ounce containers for off-site consumption. Ordinance 47015, amending the city code by creating the new Class P3 liquor license for craft wineries. For action also is Ordinance 49015, removes the Evanston Arts Center and adds Gibbs Morrison Cultural Center as authorized city-owned buildings for special one-day liquor licenses. That's for action. Also for action is Ordinance 38015, amending the city code, sidewalk cafes allowing the sale of wine at wine shops, Enoteca sidewalk cafes. It's for action. Under Planning and Development, P1 is off the consent agenda, will be addressed by the city chair, by the committee chair. And P2 is off the consent agenda, will be addressed by the chair. P3 is ordinance 43-015.
Alderman Rainey, could you take that off?
That is off the consent agenda, and Alderman Holmes will deal with that, too. For appointments, Environment Board, Kristen Lems, Noreen Edwards, Mental Health Board, Cicely Fleming, Transportation Committee, and Parking Committee, Alejandro Anan. For reappointment to the Human Relations Commission, Sharon Bowie and Stephanie Murray. That is it, and I move the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass the consent agenda. Seeing no lights on for further discussion, City Clerk, would you call the roll?
Alderman Holmes,
Aye.
Alderman Alderman Rainey,
Aye.
Alderman Fisk, Alderman Braithwaite, Alderman Nguyen, Alderman Wilson. 6-0.
6-0, the consent agenda passes. Thank you, Alderman Rainey, and could you walk us through Administration and Public Works?
Yes, ma'am. Under A5 is authorization to access a line of credit, $4.9 million. This is an agreement with the First Bank and Trust, and it is for use in the Dempster Dodge and Main Chicago TIF. I move approval.
It's been moved and seconded. Alderman Wilson?
And I'd ask to have it taken off. I'm just going to recuse myself from the vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any?
I think he has to say why.
Because I occasionally have done some work for the bank in the past.
Thank you. Seeing no lights for any further discussion, City Clerk, would you call the roll?
Alderman Holmes,
Aye.
Alderman Rainey,
Aye.
Alderman Fisk, Alderman Braithwaite, Alderman Nguyen, Alderman Wilson. Which of course 5-0.
All right, the motion passes 5-0.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to move approval. Introduction and suspension was already moved for ordinance 52-015, Dryden Place addition to city street system.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. The rules have been suspended. So this would be for action on ordinance 52-015. Is there any discussion? City Clerk, would you call the roll?
Alderman Holmes,
Aye.
Alderman Rainey,
Aye.
Alderman Fisk, Alderman Braithwaite, Alderman Nguyen, Alderman Wilson. 6-0.
6-0, the motion passes. Alderman Rainey, does that?
The only other thing, we had a discussion item on free trade, and we're going to get more information and look at how the state of Illinois handles it.
Thank you. Alderman Holmes, could you help us with planning and development?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. For P1, ordinance 21-0-15, zoning ordinance for text amendment regulating personal services establishment for a unanimous vote of 3. I have to remember 3. Is it 3 was on there? 4. 4 to a none, that we decided not to move this on to council.
All right. Is there any discussion? No? All right, thank you.
All right, and on P2, ordinance 60-0-15, amending the inclusionary housing ordinance. After discussion, listening to comments from the residents and some discussion among council, we did put this on hold, and it will be brought back to us with many questions that council members gave to Director Munzer. Will be brought back to our first meeting in June.
Thank you.
And then ordinance 43-0-15, the planned development 1620 Central Street. I would move approval.
Alderman Fisk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a question. I think Mr. Munzer is probably gone for the evening, but I'm just curious as to when a development does not meet the parking requirements that we have. Was there any discussion on Central Street of doing some underground parking that would mitigate the reduction in spaces?
Alderman Fisk, members of the council, my understanding is perhaps that was discussed very early in the process, but developers indicate that the excessive cost associated with that makes it prohibitive.
Okay. But we don't know for sure whether that was, you're just assuming.
I was not present in any of those specific discussions, but
Okay.
that is a standard discussion that occurs with developers.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I am generally interested in the impact not only on small businesses, but also on neighborhood parking. I mean, I tried to address this a little bit on the 1571 Maple, which is a much, much different parking problem than exists here. I mean, at least here, we're getting close to the number of parking spaces that are required. But, so I am concerned about the impact on neighbors and on neighborhood and about just sprawl of cars. But also, as a small business owner, outside of the downtown, things are much different. People expect to park very close to the businesses that they're visiting. They do a pretty good job of this west of Green Bay Road on Central because there's a parking lot there, and generally if you circle the block a few times, you can find a space. But people really do have different expectations when you go outside the downtown. Downtown, people are willing to walk a little bit farther. It's not absolutely necessary to have a space right in front of you, but as you leave and get into the neighborhood centers, the expectations do change a lot. So I think it's just something, as the discussion of parking on Central Street moves forward, I think we really need to pay some attention to this, and hopefully the parking committee will take that up. Alderman Nguyen. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that concludes my report.
We need to vote on it.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. I'm sorry.
My only concern with it was that the affordable units were one bedroom, and I would like in the future to have families be welcome as well. City Clerk, would you call the roll on Ordinance 43015, Planned Development 1620 Central?
Alderman Holmes.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey. Alderman Fisk. Alderman Brentwick. Alderman Nguyen. Alderman Wilson. 6-0.
6-0, the motion passes.
And now that concludes my report.
It concludes your report. Thank you very much. And we are at call of the wards, starting with Alderman Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No report.
Thank you. Alderman Rainey.
No report.
Thank you. Alderman Fisk.
Happy birthday, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Alderman Braithwaite.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Alderman Nguyen.
Happy birthday.
Thank you again. Well, thank you. All right, on Alderman Wilson, we don't need a motion from you except to adjourn any. All in favor, say aye.
This is the Administration and Public Works Committee meeting, and we have a quorum, and we're going to start off acknowledging National Water Week, and we had a contest, and we have some of the most important people in town tonight here, and those are the winners of the contest. And Laura Biggs from the Water Department is going to make these presentations. And everybody smile because you're going to have your picture taken, you're going to be on national TV.
Thank you, Alderman Rainey, members of the committee. My name is Laura Biggs. I'm the Superintendent of Construction for Utilities. I am happy to announce that National Drinking Water Week is coming up May 5th through May 11th. The purpose of this is to celebrate water by recognizing the essential role it plays in our daily lives. For the last several years, the city has organized public outreach activities to draw awareness to our drinking water source, Lake Michigan, during this celebration. This year, Evanston has chosen the theme, Drinkability, in recognition of the role that clean, safe, reliable drinking water plays in the City of Evanston Livability Plan. We held 2 art contests in honor of National Drinking Water Week. We had a 3rd grade art contest, drawing and multimedia, and we had a photography contest for middle school. The top artwork will be displayed at the Evanston Public Library during National Drinking Water Week, and so now I would like to present the winners of the contest, and I think the mayor is here to present the plaques. So, we've received over 150 entries for these contests. Our best entries were selected during a variety of methods, including online voting. And in addition to a lovely plaque, our top 4 winners will receive 4 beach tokens each and a reusable water bottle. So our first award is the People's Choice Award, which was determined by online voting. And the winner of this award is Charlie Cassidy from St. Athanasius Elementary.
Up there.
The 2 of us. Come here. Right here. Smile. There you go.
Oh, hold up your
See
plaque.
yourself on TV?
There you go.
Way up there?
Yay.
Our mayor selected a winner, and the winner of the Mayor's Choice Award is Jadani Tamayo from Dawes Elementary.
Oh, yay, does, yay. Look how cute.
And the 3rd grade artwork that most embodied the spirit of water is selected for an award, and the Water Spirit Award winner is Logan Hagani from from the King Arts School.
Yay.
Hold on.
I want to thank everybody that works hard for all the clean water. Really, I really appreciate it.
All right.
Yay.
And then our final presentation tonight is we have 1 winner that's determined by online voting for the middle school photography contest, and that is Sebastian Valenzuela from Baker Demonstration.
Hold it.
He needed the picture.
So thank you, and please stop by to the main library to view all the artwork next week.
Thank you. I think we'll let, yeah, we'll let him. Bye. Okay, next on our agenda is approval of the minutes of April 13.
So moved.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's going to be easy. First purchase item or payment item is the payroll through April 5, $3,024,482.75, and then the city bills, $1,658,252.72. Could I have a motion to recommend?
Move for approval.
All right,
Second.
any discussion about these? Everybody get their bills list?
Saw the questions. Can I have a quick?
Okay. Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
I think Alderman Redway wanted to wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Usually I'm not. Okay. Anybody else? That would be you.
No.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Next, Alderman Holmes, you go first.
Okay, A 3.1, approval of the renewal of the sole source of software license and service agreement with the Sun God Public Sector for Computer Aid Dispatch System, CADS, in the amount of $75,119.30.
Okay, any discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I'll take the next one. Approval of a contract extension with Healy Asphalt for hot mix asphalt in the total amount of, let's see, $39,200.
Move approval. Oh, second. I'm second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Alderman Brady?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move for approval the purchase award for the 2015 pavement marking services in the amount of $50,000.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. A 3.4, approval of 2 replacement vehicles purchased from Curry Motors in the amount of $61,962.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are you with us? Huh? I'll do the next one. Are you in favor of this?
Oh, yes.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry. Next, approval of the purchase award for, we did that one. Okay, we're on A35, right?
Yes.
Approval of the contract with Schroeder and Schroeder for 2015 50/50 sidewalk replacement program in the amount of $356,610.
Second.
Any discussion? Yeah, okay with that? All right. I think we should be mindful to let our constituents know that if they have a sidewalk for 50/50, let us know. Right?
Absolutely.
And all of you out there who need sidewalk or curbs. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move item A 3.6, approval for the 2015 Duncan Solutions, Inc. and Passport parking expenses. Staff recommends City Council authorize expenditure to Duncan Solutions, Inc. In the amount of $190,400. This is for action.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye. All right. Approval of A 4.1, the approval of the Sidewalk Cafe for, is that Freshie? Located at 1596 Sherman Avenue. Move approval.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Approval for a sidewalk cafe for Pasteri Corelli. Is that how you say it? I think so. At 600 Davis Street.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move item 4.3, approval of Sidewalk Cafe for Boltwood, located 804 Davis Street.
Second. Any discussion?
Well, we've got a couple more to go in with the brilliant.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
A 4.4, approval of sidewalk for Tapas Barcelona Cafe at 1615 Chicago Avenue.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next item is authorization to access a line of credit, 4.9 million. I see Mr. Kors here. Did you want to speak to this in any way, shape, or form, or do you?
Only if there's questions. We did a similar facility in the past. We have to expand.
So, anyway, is there a second?
Oh, I'll second.
Yeah, but you want to question this, Peter?
Oh, no, I mean, I'm excited to see it done. You know, clearly, part of this funding is to help move things along for the Dempster Dodge area, something that myself and as a council, we've paid a lot of attention to over the past year. So I'm thankful to see this on the docket, and thank you guys for playing a role in it. Partners at First Bank and Trust of Evanston.
And if I could just add one thing,
Please.
and that is the downtown development, the theater, the old research park, that would never have happened unless we had gone and sold bonds, because there was no way we could pay as we went along down there. And so, given the interest rate, et cetera, there's no other way to do a tax increment financing economic development that you want a big bang out. If you want to just piddle through, for 23 years, but this is a good thing. I like it. Alderman Holmes.
My question is a math. In terms of Dempster Dodge is 2 million and Chicago Avenue is 2.2.
No, 2 point.
Well, I mean,
this is a new letter of credit. It has nothing to do with the 2.2 million originally issued. That will expire June 30th. So this is a different letter of credit for just the Dempster Dodge and Auto Barn, both of those development agreements.
Now,
And I'm sorry if
this
they-
is an Autobahn.
This is Chicago Avenue. That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, Main Chicago. I said Autobahn. My apologies. So it's per those two agreements. So the one was for 2.9 million, Main and Chicago, and the 2 million was for Dempster Dodge.
Okay.
But it's a different 2 million.
Okay, I'm getting that, but I could not get and I apologize beforehand because I've had a confusing week, so I may have missed it, but I can't find I saw the 2.2, I saw 2 million, but I didn't see anywhere that said 2.9. So that's why I was questioning where did the math come from, and is that just me not being able to figure out which page it was on? And I'm not saying it's not here, it's just that I didn't see it.
All right, so
Just 1 second, and I will.
if he can't find it right now.
And then that's fine, I mean,
We'll
but I
do it,
just.
definitely have it threshed out at the council meeting,
Well,
definitely.
Starts on
It's I'm 160.
I'm at 164, and
That was what confused me, was it 2.2 confused me? Do you see where I am?
I
I didn't.
I'm just reading the agreement, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's Michael's signature. You are correct,
Right,
Alderman
yeah.
Holmes, in it should say 2.9. What it says is, the line of credit is separate from the originally approved amount of 2.2 million for the West Evanston and Howard Ridge TIFs. But to your point, it does not say in the summary the 2.0 and 2.9. You are correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss it. I didn't think I saw it. Okay, thank you.
And we've kept it at the 4.9. If you look at the attachment from the bank, it's 2 million and 3 million that are listed, and then they say for TIF 7 and TIF 8 right below that.
I got that. I just like for stuff to add up, that's all. Okay,
So,
that's it.
I'm going to call for a vote here. All those in favor of recommending this to the council, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next is approval, oh, wait, who did that one? You
I
did
think
that.
you did. Did I do it? No, you did the last one.
You did that one.
Who's on first?
You're on first.
You are.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I'd like to move item A6, approval of the installation of Dempster Street parklet. Do you want me to read it?
Second.
What?
It's been moved.
Any
and
discussion on this, the little
Pretty
parklet?
straightforward.
Well,
Anybody
yeah,
give it?
because it's, now they want to go for 4 years, right?
Yeah.
Should we read it, or is everyone?
I think you should,
Okay.
so people will understand what it is.
All right. Madam Chair, item A6, the Parking and Transportation Committee and staff recommend that the City Council approve a parklet sponsored and managed by Hune, a bakery for 2 parking spaces located at 810 Dempster Street. The proposed seasonal use of the parklet is for a period of time starting in mid-April to the first week of November for 4 years. So you're right, Alderman Holmes, through 2018. Staff proposes transferring $800 annually from the Economic Development Fund to the Parking Fund to offset the revenue foregoing due to the installation of the parklet.
Because they're removing parking spaces.
Yeah.
So,
Right, I know, it,
Any-
and no, I understood that because there's 2 parking spaces and they each yield about $400. I got that piece, so but I just think people need to know
Sure.
what it is for this.
okay, so are we in agreement with that? We want to recommend it?
That's fine.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, 8.7, I mean, A7, not 8.7, but A7. Ordinance 58-0-15, adding City Code Section 10-4-20, recreational vehicle parking, and amending City Code Section 10-6-2, authority to remove vehicles. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt Ordinance 58-0-15, amending Title 10, Chapter 4, stopping, standing, or parking to add Section 20, recreational vehicle parking, and amending the City Code Section 10-6-2, authority to remove vehicles to address illegal parking on recreational vehicles. It's a good thing.
Second.
All right, I have some questions. Are we having a problem of this around town?
Yeah.
We are?
Yeah.
How are people, here's what I'm concerned about. Somebody parks a recreational vehicle, somebody from out of town.
Right.
Citizens who have them registered here, we can send a letter to saying this
Right.
is going into effect.
Right.
But somebody comes to visit, and as somebody like me who has no recreational vehicle, I don't know about this rule. Are we going to, for example, flyer that that vehicle the first time we find it on the street? Because I
think the
to
way the
slap
ord-
a fine on them.
Well, so yes, to answer your first question, Alderman Rainey, there is a problem that we're having over in the industrial area, and I'll get to that. But to answer your second question, I think you're allowed 2 days per the ordinance. Is that correct, Mr. Voss? Did I read that correctly?
But we're going to notify them. We're gonna
Yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. I mean, the ongoing issue that we've had is with one particular person who doesn't live in the neighborhood, blocks businesses from being able to have their vehicles move back and forth, parks their large RV in front of residential homes, and has created quite a nuisance in the area.
I think we've had
So-
some of that same over in that, the loft, the Simpson, Ashland, Payne area. I think they had some of that before, but we did something different with that, with parking. It wasn't a recreational vehicle, I'm sorry, those were moving vans. Sorry.
All right, so you want to share a little with us, please?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Mr. Lyons, Ricky Voss, Parking and Revenue Division Manager. This came to a question last year, as Alderman Braithwaite had indicated earlier. We had one RV that would keep going from site to site, blocking homes, blocking entrances, driveways, and also numerous calls of RVs parked citywide that would be stored on the street for a week or 2 or 3. So it was chosen that the best approach to this would be to create an ordinance where we would permit on an individual basis when they come into town to have better control over the parking of recreational vehicles. And this way, we're not ending up being a storage unit in the summer when a lot of people do bring their recreational vehicles home. To answer your question as to the, Alderman Rainey, as to the out-of-towns, there'll be something developed, so when we get a complaint or we see one and we notice an out-of-state plate, be surveyed and informed of the ordinance, so that everybody remains in compliance. The majority of this is going to be complaint-driven, and it's the best way to control it.
Right, that's good. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All those in favor of recommending introduction, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Next is sale of surplus property fleet vehicles. We're recommending that the manager sign on to sell 4 vehicles owned by the city through public auction at the Northwest Municipal Vehicle Auctions. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Alderman Braithwaite.
I'd like to move item A9, ordinance 52-0-15, Dryden Place addition to city street system. Staff recommends City Council adoption of ordinance 52-0-15, adding Dryden Place to the City of Evanston street system as a private street. With the approval of Dryden Place as a street name for the location, the City of Evanston will be able to provide municipal services to these Signal family homes, including fire, police, and U.S. Postal Service that will be able to deliver mail.
Second. To our staff, was this before the Public Place Names Committee? I mean, how did the street get named?
I have Mr. Bobkowitz here, or is it Suzette for, Sad is in the back?
Yeah.
Oh, we just name streets all the time. I've been here 30 years. It's the first time we've ever named a new street.
Dempster,
Yeah.
Asbury, and I'm trying to figure out
no.
from this map.
No, never, never.
65, the old District 65.
I just want to know
Oh,
how.
that's where that, okay, now I
wanna
get it.
know how
Oh,
it
now
got
I
its
get it.
name.
I couldn't figure it out.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. This was a part of the Asbury Ridge subdivision.
I know
in the
what
Drivers
it's-
Road.
I know.
This is a request that came from the developer, and he had a long reason why this has to be a Dryden Place because of the the whole development was based on that. So the request came from the developer, so we did name this as Dryden Place.
Was it the architect who developed the original building, or what?
Bill James is the developer of these 5
I
single-family
know
homes.
who this developer is, but because he lives with my boy. I want to know, is it?
Why he
is
chose
it-
that name.
Huh?
You want to know why he chose that
I
name?
mean, is it I'm thinking maybe it's the architect of the building. Johanna knows. She's been here longer than I have.
Good evening, Johanna Knight, Economic Development Manager. I suspect the reason this is called Dryden Place is because the home was originally built for the Dryden family. And Mrs. Dryden was the niece of George Eastman of Eastman Kodak.
Yes. And there's a ballroom on the top floor.
Now, see,
Big house.
that's the most important thing ever. I mean, that's excellent. I think it's great. All right.
I think we
Would
better
anybody
vote on
like
it.
to
It's
change
being
the name of
introduced.
It should be named after the alderman in the ward where the street is.
So then it becomes Wilson. Wilson Drive.
All right, that's a great, that's really good. All right, so all those in favor of ordinance 52-015?
Aye.
All right, items for discussion. Fair trade uniform purchasing. This report says that this was raised at our last council meeting.
It was raised at a previous council meeting, Alderman
At a
Rainey, members of the
previous
committee. Yes, Alderman
How
Nguyen
previous?
made a reference about probably 4 or 5 months ago regarding this issue, and Mr. Williams Kinzel is here with a brief staff report.
Nice report, but
Very nice report.
Yes.
Rainey, Administration and Public Works Committee, Jonathan Williams Kinzel, ICMA Fellow. I just wanted to bring an update. The Uniform Fair Trade, and per the Uniform Fair Trade Consortium, basically requires that if we wanted to develop an ordinance, or if City Council wanted to develop an ordinance that was fair, to develop an ordinance based on recommendations. I'm sorry, I read over this again. Sorry, got a little nervous. Well, I'm sorry. There's 45 cities in seven states, including the city of Chicago, that recently passed their Uniform Fair Trade. And basically, what it is a labor agreement. There was a incident in 2013 where a factory actually collapsed, and there wasn't any labor practices to make sure it was safe. So a part of this compliance in many cities and states around the country and around the world are making ordinances where there are fair labor in their requirements when they work with vendors or when they purchasing their products.
So how widespread would the purchase issue be? I mean, would we say we wouldn't purchase anything from anybody that?
No.
How would we know in some cases?
We would have them fill out an affidavit.
For all of our purchases?
No, it depends on the purchase and the purchase size. There's organizations and in cities that do it for under $5,000 where it's a requirement. Anything bigger than that, dealing with fire and life safety, they wouldn't really have that as a requirement in that situation.
So if I read it correctly, the police department is the only one that's actually purchasing from someone now who has that practice, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Correct.
so I thought, okay.
And was that purposeful, or just when we
By chance.
investigated, they happened to be fair trade?
I had to do a little bit of calling, and they were one of the only ones that actually returned with anything saying that they had a policy based on fair labor practice or purchasing anything that wasn't involved in child labor or any like illegal labor practices. The other organizations I also spoke to, some of them work with the city of Chicago, and they're not up to date on this, and I don't know about the process with the city of Chicago yet and how they're going through with their process, but I know that they are very willing to work with us on anything like that as well.
So do we just want to accept this? What do we want to do with this? I mean, I'm totally against child labor.
I mean, I was
Totally.
the biggest thing is understanding maybe any other information that you all might want to receive from me, or any further research you might want to do in the future.
Does this become a policy item?
Yeah, I would sure like to look into it myself a little.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, staff would research it further with both the purchasing division and the operating departments to find out more specifically where we would be able to take advantage, and any cost-benefit analysis. We know that the benefit side, we've just talked about that, but if there were any costs, to bring that back as well, and then walk into this idea of here's a specific good or service, here's something that we can move forward on, and you know, I hesitate to use the word pilot. We would actually just pick those that are most often used, those that are most competitive, and still try and get the best value.
Because it really is up to the
state of Illinois has a policy, right?
Yes.
Yes. Could we see that?
Yes.
I would like to see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, because it really is up to the vendor that we're purchasing from to make sure that who they are purchasing from is doing it right.
And then they might be,
Right.
Yeah, it does get a little bit complicated in how you would, the oversight for something like that would happen, but they would have to make sure their subcontractors or any of their vendors are compliant or would be in compliance with what a policy or whatever policy that you all would want to create. So, for it.
All right, let's take another look at this, and
I
also.
think we just accept a report and then ask them to come back later. Yeah.
But I would really like to see the state of Illinois policy on this.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'll go look it up.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
So a motion to
Accept.
keep researching this and hopefully come up with a policy statement on it.
Yeah,
sooner
maybe the
than
first,
later.
except the first phase of the report.
Yeah. Right. All right. All those in favor of recommending to the council we accept this report, say aye.
Aye.
Anything Anything else? Hearing nothing else? Move adjournment?
Could I get a motion for the approval of the regular minutes of the April 13th meeting?
Second.
It's been moved and second. Are there any addition, corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Our first item for consideration tonight is P1, which is ordinance 21-0-15, the zoning ordinance for text amendment regulating personal service establishments. And we do have one speaker, and we'll call on our speaker first, and that is Mr. Dick Peach.
Good evening. My name is Dick Peach. I reside at 1414 Greenleaf in Evanston. I'm here tonight as the head of the Government Affairs Committee for the Evanston Chamber of Commerce. I'm hoping that you all received our little packet in your emails. We sent it out late today or by midday. We were running on a rather tight schedule because of the late information we got that this was even going to happen. We only had like 5 or 6 days to pull this all together. We ran a survey of all of our members. We sent a survey out to all of our membership, which you received. I'm hoping copies of all of it. We got over a little bit under a 10% response within 24 hours, which was pretty good. The overall response was not in favor of the ordinance. They were a little nervous about things, and we talked about some of the things in the piece we sent you. First, we'd like to thank the Plan Commission and the city for giving us a chance to provide feedback on this. This is really of importance to the economic interest for our community. We surveyed our members, and we asked on their level of support that the level of support was 4-1 against it. So it was pretty adamant that the business community was not really in favor of this going on. The recommendations they had were interesting. They had some questions about what was going on here. There was a lot of things that seemed awfully vague to the business community. First thing they asked was, why are we even doing this? There seemed to be a lack of evidence to support a conclusion that there is even a problem here that we're trying to solve. Needless to say, the business community is in major favor of letting the market take care of itself. That if the market forces are such that 4 beauty salons, 3 nail salons, and a barbershop all can coexist in a couple of block area, must be a need. They're all doing okay. They're not folding their doors. It'd be different if they were closing down and we had vacant storefronts because of that, but we don't seem to have that. The other side of it that concerned us was this was all talking about limiting the number of certain businesses in a given area, but there wasn't a whole lot of conversation, or at least mentioned in the paperwork we saw, about the other side that, okay, if we don't do that, how do we fill those spots? What kind of positive things are we doing for the business community? What kind of positive things are we doing to fill those vacancies? Because obviously, they're filling spots that are vacant. These storefronts are going vacant. Somebody's looking to fill them. And what do we tell the landlords who are trying to fill these spots? That I know everyone has told us that getting a special use permit's a piece of cake. Well, okay, I'll buy that. I've been around the city an awfully long time. I don't necessarily think that's necessarily the case, but I'll take it for what it's worth. The other couple of things we talked about, it's awfully vague. The term non-professional is used in here, and I would really love to see someone define non-professional for me. We have barbers that take an 8-hour test to get licensed by the state. Hair salons, beauty salon people, even the nail people have to take tests to get certified. I don't know what more you need to be called a professional. There are a lot of people who are called professionals who can't begin to put that on their resumes. So I think we have to be careful when we toss that term around about being non-professional and non-medical. Yeah, I found it interesting that they mentioned tattoo parlors. I didn't think we allowed those in the city of Evanston.
What?
Tattoo parlors. I don't think we allowed them, right? No, okay. Well, I'm just telling you what was on the, it says here, includes hair salons, barbershops, beauty salons, tattoo and/or body piercing. So, and the other question that came up too was, and we'll just give you a scenario. I own a nail salon in the middle of a block. 2 doors down is a barbershop. My landlord turns out to be a real horse's patoot, and I got to get out. He's killing me with the rent. I found a shop that's directly across the street. Am I suddenly finding myself in a special use permit? Or am I going to be allowed to stay grandfathered in because I've been in the neighborhood 15 years? I think there's just an awful lot of questions here. This needs to be looked at a little more closely and not just rushed into a quick piece into coming to council and right away into action. I think we need to talk about this and give some thought to what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the only speaker that I have signed up. Was there anyone else who wanted to speak on P1? Make sure that, okay, all right. I see no lights. Any comments? Any? Alderman Wilson?
I guess along the lines of what Mr. Peach was suggesting, I'm not sure why we're doing this. I haven't heard any complaints from any of the businesses, and I'm at a bit of a loss.
Alderman Rainey.
This isn't mine, just so you know.
I didn't look at you
I
when
didn't even know that this was being discussed until I accidentally read a plan commission minutes. But I can tell you that in my ward in the past, and I know this is probably an argument for the market will resolve this, I had 3, 4, 5 in a block, you know, and the problem isn't that there's too much activity. The problem is that there isn't any activity. You know, you know, maybe one will be popular, so people will go there, but otherwise, I have found that in the south end of town, too many nail salons and hair salons don't create any traffic. If they were very, very busy, I'd be thrilled, but they're not. But I don't have a proliferation at the moment, other than one owner has decided he needs 2 nail stores next to each other. But I'm not sure where this came from, and I agree with Dick Peach on this professional reference. I mean, that's sort of unnecessary, I think. You know, I mean, we know who they mean, professionals or lawyers and accountants, and
Right.
hair salons are not, but I'm just not sure that needs to be stated.
Okay.
One of the problems that I do have with nail salons and hair salons, and I've talked to Alderman Holmes about this, and we have a great disagreement, and that is, I don't see any reason why a nail salon or hair salon or a massage parlor, which I also have in my ward, needs to be open all night long. I just don't get that. And I don't care if you work 3 shifts. You can fit it in sometime during, you know, early evening hours at least. Because what happens in many of those is they are used for parties, and I don't need any more midnight parties.
Director Munzer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I just want to point out in reference to the definition for a personal service establishment, it's been revised. I believe there was an earlier version that the speaker was referencing, but the reference to it being non-professional has been removed.
Oh, good.
It's defined as an establishment offering personal, non-medical services.
Good.
Such uses include hair salons, barbershop, beauty shops, and tanning salons. So that reference was omitted. And also, if I may just clarify too, there is in your packet a map of the city. It's broken down by neighborhood that does show the clusters of these types of businesses.
Alderman Rainey.
Well, one thing is nothing is being nothing is being denied here. I mean, it's not that they're illegal, and in fact, if they're not 500, if they're more than 500 feet, then they're a permitted use, correct? And so, I mean, one of the arguments I would make in favor of this is we have many, many, many special uses in this town. You cannot have a Starbucks without having a special use, period. It doesn't matter if they're a mile away from each other. If you got a Starbucks, you're going to have a special use. Any type 2 restaurant, no matter if it's in a fast food desert, it's going to be a special use. So being a special use is not anything derogatory. It simply regulates too many at a time. There aren't, I don't even know how many there are within 500 feet, but it is not a negative to be a special use. It simply provides a little more oversight, and if they're not 500 feet, it's not a special use, so.
Alderman Nguyen.
Excuse me. I just did want to say, Dick, we still don't permit tanning salon or tattoo parlors in Evanston. I think you might have misread the statute, because Alderman Rainey and I remember the night we made sure that we never have any of them. But can we hear a little bit more from the staff about, I'm sorry, can we hear a little bit more from the staff about the origins of this so that we can better understand it?
Certainly, Madam Chair, members of the committee, good evening. This is an issue that the City Council raised, I think now we're probably at maybe 2.5 or 3 years ago, where it had been, I think Alderman Rainey referred to it a little earlier. The item was raised, there was a draft ordinance that was presented to the council. That ordinance was discussed by the council. It was re-referred back to planning staff. Planning staff did some additional work. They then brought it back to the Plan Commission. So this is an issue that has arisen from perhaps a problem that either, as Alderman Rainey has said, at least the specific problem has passed, but this is not something that it just came out of the blue. This is something that the City Council re-referred back after one other go at regulating this. So, you know, it's an interesting commentary on community standards, and as far as changing issues, I think as the economy has gotten stronger and storefronts have changed, perhaps the market has made some adjustments here. But again, the last time this was before the council, it was referred back for additional work, and this is the work that was done additionally.
Okay. I see no more lights. What is the pleasure of the committee?
I feel like we shouldn't bother.
Okay.
We should just not bother. Just let it go.
Can we have that in the form of a motion?
Okay, I move that we decline to introduce this at council.
It's been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Unanimously, we will not introduce this. All right, we're moving on now. Alderman Rainey? You didn't, okay. P2, which is ordinance 60-0-15, amending the inclusionary housing ordinance. We have many speakers, as we have had many emails and phone calls. So we will listen to the speakers first. I also have people who did not sign up for P2 or P1. I think it's Wickenkamp. Is there last name Wickenkamp? Do you want to speak on? Okay, so you want P2. And is this Schermerhorn? Okay, P2, okay. And I believe there's, the last name looks like to be Senior. 1111 Foster. They signed up for RV parking. Oh, John. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, but this is not on this agenda for the council. Then you can do. Okay, not a problem. Okay, I just want to make sure. So when I start calling names, people won't think that I've forgotten them. Okay, we want to start out with Mr. John Barner, who is the first speaker, followed by Ms. Barge, and then Brendan Saunders. So we'll take those three first. Do you have a Mr. Barner? You're first.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here in regards to the age-friendly housing proposal or information that has been taken in regards to that proposal. And I'm just here in support of that proposal. And I think that the community should be notified if there's any changes in regards to what has already been presented.
Thank you. Ms. Barge?
My name is Letitia Barge, born and raised in Evanston 65 years ago. My parents initially integrated neighborhoods that were closed to African Americans, Jews, and others, other ethnic groups. My concern is inclusionary housing. What is the definition? I thought inclusionary meant including everyone. And I just need an understanding what this means, because to me inclusionary housing should enhance the diversity of Evanston. And what I've seen, I worked here at the city, left Evanston, moved away. I'm retired now, so I came back home. But I'm still seeing the same issues with housing other than Foster Court, which is good, but it's still on the west side. That's the only new housing I've really seen on the west side of Evanston. Inclusionary housing, the way it's set up in the ordinance, correct me if I'm wrong, that there are set-aside units, but what good is having a set-aside unit if the developers are willing to pay the fine instead of include people in those units? And then I'm constantly, every time I look around, there's another high-rise going up. And I know that every one of these units in these high-rises in Evanston are not occupied. There should not be a housing issue in Evanston with all of the building of the high-rises over the years. I understand the need for the high-rises because we're landlocked. We need real estate taxes. But if we're going to talk inclusionary, let's keep it real and include everyone. I feel personally that the Foster Court monies would have been better spent on this inclusionary program. That's my personal opinion. But if we're going to enhance housing and include people, we need to hold the developers to the line. Don't come in and say, oh yeah, we're going to build this high rise and we're going to include, and then instead of including people, they're fined and they would prefer to pay the fine than include. If you're going to amend this, amend it right. Do the right thing. Include. Because what they're doing now is definitely excluding people. If I don't have to pay the fine and if I can afford to pay the fine to keep people out, I'm going to keep on doing I'm going to keep on doing it. We need to hold them accountable. And if I'm wrong about what inclusionary housing is in Evanston, I'm willing for you to define it for me so that I know. Because people are concerned, they're talking about it, and they want to know, what are you, our council that we put into office? We voted you in here for our best interests. Just let us know what inclusionary means in the city of Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baju, when you said the Foster Court, I'm assuming you mean Emerson Square, is that correct? Yeah, all right. Just want to be clear, make sure people understood what you were talking about. Thank you. Mr. Saunders?
Good evening. My name is Brendan Saunders. I'm Director of Advocacy and Organizing at Open Communities. We are located at 614 Lincoln Avenue in Winnetka, Illinois, and we have a service area that covers North Suburban Chicago, including Evanston. The mission of Open Communities is to educate, advocate, and organize for just and inclusive communities in North Suburban Chicago. Open Communities is a small nonprofit that provides fair and affordable housing advocacy services, mortgage counseling, foreclosure counseling, home sharing, fair housing, and practical advice to landlords and tenants. Open Communities has also designed the Welcome Movement, which is designed to create an outlet for people to come together and express their support for positive ordinances and positive developments that increase diversity and inclusiveness of communities throughout North Suburban Chicago. Tonight, there is an overwhelming majority of support for the passage of the affordable housing amendments to the inclusionary housing ordinance. Many residents came out and chose not to speak, so we would not repeat ourselves over and over, but I'd like to acknowledge the residents who came out and thank them. I'd like to thank the members of City Council for taking the first steps to address one of the biggest issues in Evanston, the lack of affordable housing, not only here, but throughout the nation. This is a big issue. The most common call that I receive every day is asking for affordable housing. Can you find me affordable housing? Where do I find affordable housing? Often those calls come from either residents of Evanston or employees who work in Evanston. I encourage the council to work with staff and stakeholders to make this ordinance stronger. It's a great start, but there is more to it that can be done. The proposed amendments are great, but what we want to do is a carrot and stick approach. Right now, it can be punitive for developers. What I would like to see is add some bonuses for developers to incentivize development, put in density bonuses. If you are going to create with inclusionary housing, we'll give you extra units, but those units need to be affordable. Look at the parking restrictions. I'm not going to go into the specifics of that, but ways of easing parking restrictions that can raise the cost of housing. Create tools specifically to create housing for people with disabilities. It's a big issue here in Evanston and across the nation, so make sure that there are tools in there for that. Make sure there are tools within the ordinance to create equitable spread of the affordable housing units throughout Evanston so they don't become concentrated in one area. And also tools that make sure that transit-oriented development is a focus of this ordinance. It's a critical issue. We know that transit-oriented development provides affordable housing, but it is still out of range for many of the workers and residents of Evanston. The proposed amendment takes a strong step and will help make Evanston an even greater place to live. These changes will help bring jobs into the community, bring even more diversity, and help fill the void that impacts the whole region. The changes can also be used as a tool to affirmatively further fair housing. This is something that's coming on down the line, and just keep that in your mind. A broad group of residents and employees in Evanston, from municipal workers, bank tellers, preschool teachers, social workers, service workers, and many other members of the local communities will be helped by this ordinance. Evanston has seen a drop in the number of affordable housing units from 2000 to 2014. And this ordinance can help create more of that. But I ask you to look at this and make this a model ordinance across the nation. Evanston is a model community. We can make this a model ordinance. And Open Communities is offering here to provide technical assistance, to bring in collaborators for that technical assistance and help with drafting the ordinance and making sure that it both creates affordable units, creates equity, and is inclusive of all people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Reverend Bullock, Ms. Wickenkamp, and Mr. Handler, and then Mr. Schermerhorn. In that order. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Bullock. I'm the priest of St. Mark's Episcopal Church at 1509 Ridge Avenue here in Evanston. And I'm also a board member of Interfaith Action of Evanston, an organization made up of more than 40 faith communities acting and advocating in the interest of our homeless and hungry neighbors. I'm here this evening to speak in support of the amendments to the inclusionary housing ordinance. In conversations I've had with colleagues and business leaders throughout the city of Evanston, the greatest asset of this community that is raised up is our diversity, both racially and socioeconomically. And with the growing development trends focusing on luxury rental housing, Evanston stands to lose the very asset we claim to value most. Adopting the proposed amendments to the inclusionary housing ordinance does not do enough, but will do much more than the existing ordinance to capture many available housing units, to ensure that they are affordable, and to ensure that the rich diversity of this city will continue. And so I urge you to take action tonight on this important ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jane Wickenkamp. I'm an Evanston resident and a senior citizen. And I am concerned about there being enough affordable housing in Evanston and the role that the revised inclusionary housing ordinance can play in making that happen. Over the past couple of years, we have lost over 3,000 units of affordable housing in Evanston. Seniors are being priced out of Evanston if they are renting. They are being priced out of Evanston the minute they have to sell their homes or condos, and especially if they are on a fixed or limited income and need to rent housing. The luxury apartments that have been built are not affordable to seniors and people on fixed incomes. Where do these people go? Most of them go to Chicago or the near west suburbs. I strongly urge the Planning Committee and the City Council to pass the revised inclusionary housing ordinance and continue the fight for affordable housing in Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Howard Handler. I'm with the North Shore Barrington Association of Realtors. More than 500 realtors live and/or office here in Evanston. Economic professors Benjamin Powell and Edward Stringham state inclusionary zoning should only be enacted if the goal is to make housing more expensive and decrease the quantity of new housing. Many other economists echo that sentiment. We are here to ask you not to make Evanston more expensive and not to hinder its economic growth. Affordable housing is a worthwhile effort, but this very narrow approach in this ordinance will adversely affect the community, not improve upon it. The ordinance seeks to financially penalize those already providing the city's most affordable housing, multi-unit developments. The question must be asked why these developments should bear the burden of providing affordable housing when the rest of the community does not have to contribute a dime. Why is someone that is trying to construct a modest 5-unit rental building being heavily taxed while someone constructing a $5 million home pays nothing? The effect will be that some developers will take their projects elsewhere, while those that make a go for it will attempt to pass these added costs onto the market-based units, increasing housing costs on others and even pricing some out of the community. Real estate provides housing choice for Evanston residents and is a significant economic boost. Every housing project means more business for restaurants, hardware stores, furniture stores, grocery stores, tradesmen, moving companies, attorneys, CPAs, and more. This is not only healthy for Evanston, but it's necessary. We ask that you do not increase housing costs and deter economic growth by adopting this ordinance. We'd be happy to work with you in constructing a better, more broad ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Oh, here he is. There you are.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dan Skirmahorn. I'm with Skirmahorn & Company Realtors in Evanston, and I'm here to speak with regard to the proposed amendments to the inclusionary housing ordinance. And my understanding is the amendments are to reduce the number of units affected from 25 to 5 and to increase the fee from $40,000 to $100,000. I sent an email out to the council, but it was quite late in the day, so I thought I would just read that in case there were those who didn't have a chance to see that before they came to the meeting this evening. I'm asking you to consider the ongoing impact of the proposal to change the inclusionary housing ordinance in the way that is proposed by these amendments in the agenda this evening. Changing the threshold from 25 units to 5 units, in my opinion, will have a negative effect on the ability to attract small condominium properties to be built in Evanston, and will keep existing small rental buildings from being updated and renovated. The incremental cost of renovation and upgrading smaller properties is an issue that many do not consider when looking at ordinances like this one. I think everyone would agree that smaller buildings constructed as infill developments are very attractive to the cohesive transition from larger multifamily properties to single-family home areas, or as a transition between commercial and residential areas. I can give you 3 examples within blocks of our office of the impact of the larger per-unit cost of construction and maintenance on smaller properties and their impact over the last 5 to 8 years and the final outcome today. 2935 Central Street is a 10-unit residential and 3-unit commercial condominium. 2536 McDaniel, a 6-unit residential property, and 2500 Green Bay Road, 12 residential units. All built in the last 10 years, all suffered greatly during the economic downturn because of the disproportionately high cost of development on a per-unit basis. 2 of these properties had to revert to being rental in order to get finished. Only 2935 Central was sold out as originally planned as condominiums. If there had been the burden of the amendments being proposed here, 2500 Green Bay Road would probably still be an unfinished garage at grade level and nothing more. 2536 McDaniel would be a shell, unfinished on the inside, and 2935 Central would still have probably just 1 residential resident and 1 commercial occupant. To add $100,000 or $200,000 to the building cost of any of those developments would have been catastrophic. In addition, it is very hard to maintain smaller multifamily properties for the same reason. There's very little economy of scale in smaller buildings. The monthly assessments in smaller buildings tend to be higher than on a per unit or per square foot basis because the maintenance costs have a certain floor in many respects. While an affordable purchase price may give entry to buyers who might not otherwise be able to afford such a unit, the assessments could easily be out of sync in proportion to the cost of entry. This may have the unintended consequence of adding a burden on that unit owner that they would not find if buying a similarly sized and priced unit in a larger property. This would mean that as a percentage of income, the cost of monthly cost of owning the property would be higher in the small properties because of the maintenance cost being spread over a smaller pool of units. The reality is that developers of small properties just can't afford to include even 1 unit at less than market rate. In the past 30-plus years of working with the operation and management of multifamily apartment buildings and condominium properties, I can confirm that the smaller the building, the harder the job of striking a balance between cost of upkeep and improvement and maintaining a competitive rent or assessment in the marketplace. When you get over 20 to 25 units, begin to see economies of scale that help with the cost of repairs and maintenance and improvements. The amendments being considered here will simply push developers to pass over small buildings. It will also keep smaller existing properties from being upgraded due to the additional cost of doing so. In general, I think we want to encourage the upgrade of the available housing stock in Evanston. These additional burdens will drive the cost of conversion or development up, which will have the effect of making housing less affordable or at least creating a larger gap between affordable and market rate housing. I don't think that's what's intended. Evanston's charm is made up of the diversity of the community, not only in terms of its residents, but also in the makeup of its housing stock. It would be sad to see the smaller multifamily properties decline in condition and number because of an increased financial burden of upgrading and improving or replacing those smaller properties. Unfortunately, the impact of the smaller properties will be much greater than on those of larger counterparts if this amendment is passed by the Planning and Development Committee or the City Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's our last speaker. Just want to remind the committee that with the absence of Alderman Tindem and Alderman Grover, Alderman Tindem being on the Housing Commission, on the Housing Commission, Homeless Housing and Homeless Commission. I think it's important that they be a part of this discussion tonight that we're to have. I know we had this recommendation before us, I think almost a year ago. I believe it was.
Last summer.
Last summer. And at that time, we were I had established a committee, which we didn't do at that time, and then it came back again when we began discussion on the 1571 Maple building. I think that in lieu of them not being here tonight, that we should hold this and come back maybe at the next meeting. That would be my recommendation. Alderman Rainey?
Well, I think that's a good idea, but in the meantime, could we offer questions to be answered by staff?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So anyone that has any, would you put those forth now?
I do.
All right, go ahead, Alderman Rainey.
Mr. Munzer, could you tell us how many projects are in the pipeline right now that would qualify for this application were this to pass?
Alderman Rainey, I can think of two that are, that we have been talking to developers about, more larger scale multifamily projects.
Could you tell us the size? I don't want to know who it is, but the size of those?
One is, I believe, about 110 units, and the other one is 200 units plus. But again, one has applied for a zoning analysis, so it's more in the public realm. The other one is initial conversations.
Okay. And are those condos or rentals?
Rentals.
They're rentals, they're both rentals. Okay. There were comments made tonight that in the last few years, we've lost 3,000 units of affordable housing. I would like that documented because I need to know that. If that's the case, that's of concern to me. There were references to the fact that luxury buildings have been built in conjunction with that statement. And in my memory, I think very few of the big fancy buildings have been built on properties that resulted in the demolition of multifamily buildings. I'm not certain. There might be a few, but for the most part, those buildings weren't built where there were other housing units. Also, just a confirmation of how we're determining that the number of affordable housing units has declined in the last few years. Based on, how was that accounted for? Because during that time that everybody's talking about, there were affordable housing units added to the housing stock through NSP2. I know in my ward, 100 units, I think in Alderman Holmes, another 100 units, and then Emerson Square. How many units are there, Alderman Holmes?
32?
32.
Total, yeah, 24 of those, 28 of those are affordable out of the 32.
The others are unaffordable?
They're market rate, yeah. Alderman, I'm sorry, Alderman Rainey, are you finished?
I'm finished for now, yeah.
Okay, Alderman Wilson?
Thank you. And I would be interested in seeing or hearing about other incentives that the different communities are using to, the reward kind of concept. Because what I don't like about this proposal, and I really, 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 really don't like it, is the idea that I keep hearing from constituents over and over again, oh, the developer's going to pay for this. The developer's not going to pull the cash out of their pocket and pay for it. The other people who live in the building are going to actually pay for it. So if you're moving into a rental building, the other tenants are, it's a focused tax is what it is, and it focuses it on the wrong population. So I don't think we should be taxing tenants and condo owners. I think if this truly is going to be a community program, it has to be spread over the community. So in other words, let's look at what other incentives can be utilized instead of taxing the other tenants in the building.
Alderman Nguyen and then Alderman Fisk.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm agreeing with some of the questions raised by Alderman Wilson, because I think a concern that I have that's been raised to me is the readaptive reuse of buildings that we have in Evanston. For instance, we have several buildings that are warehouse buildings or were used for other purposes that are now being changed into housing. And they might be smaller, for instance, 10 units or 12 units, and this type of ordinance is too burdensome for that project to, for those types of projects to actually work if we lower it to 5, because they're not large and the economies of scales aren't there, and they're also taking a building and changing the purpose, which is what we want to do. We want to have readaptive reuse. So I would also like to see the things that, the incentives, the other things that are in the toolbox, as we discussed way back in 2007, from other communities as well, to perhaps increase density by a small amount. Density is not always popular in Evanston. And to understand what are the other possibilities for incentives, possibly for smaller developers, because I think when we lower that number, we make it much more difficult for these things to happen. And we want infill development. We want smaller. We don't want to rely entirely on the very large projects.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Alderman, just for clarification, so when we're talking about a reward system, we're talking, or a carrot or whatever term you want to use, we're talking about density bonuses, we're talking about parking reductions.
Things like that.
Right, yeah.
Potential things like
Yeah.
that, correct?
Right.
Got it.
Alderman Fisk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I am concerned about the incentives. They've been hot button issues for a long time, and I think that's a good reason for us to keep this in committee to discuss when all the members can be present. Otherwise, I agree with all of the comments that my colleagues have made. My initial question was the one that Ann Rainey raised, and that is, where are these 3,000 units that we have supposedly lost? Because I don't know where they are. So that will be coming as information from staff by our next meeting.
Correct. There is a reference in the memo as to where we get that data, but we'll flush that out more.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Alderman Rainey.
Yes. Here's a question for, I think this is, this ordinance is, if I had to vote on this tonight, I would have to vote against it. I find it just too subjective and too unrealistic. What will we do if we pass this ordinance and no new projects are built? Then we won't have any new affordable housing. It seems to me that we would want to pass something that would make it a bit attractive to provide some affordable housing. And I'm not going to vote for excusing permit fees. I'm just not going to do that, because that is a very substantial part of our general fund, and I want every penny we can get our hands on for that. I just am just really surprised that this is so intense and harsh, and I can't see it passing, but I could be wrong.
Well, you may be right, but it's so intense and harsh too when people don't have a place to live and can't afford to live in this community. So that really is.
You know what? I think it's just as hard, and I think we really have to flush. This is such a huge policy issue. I think we have to take a look at other burdens in our community. For example, when people go to the movies, they're entitled to some entertainment. Why don't we have a separate rate for people who find movies unaffordable? What about going to the grocery store? I was in the Jewel the other day, and I am telling you, tomatoes were $3.49 a pound. That's just wrong. I mean, how can a poor person afford $3.49 a pound? So the point is, the entire burden so that people will have additional disposable income is being placed on people who provide the very housing that we're saying everybody's entitled to, and they are. People are entitled to affordable housing. But I'm just not sure who has to pay for that. I had one other question for staff before I lose it. What I don't know a whole lot about financing, and I've tried to think this through, and I can't do it on my own, so I need help. What is the effect of securing financing for, let's say, a 50-unit building, or I'll give you a range, a building of 6 units, a building of 50 units or 24 units? What is the effect these regulations would have on financing? I think there will be an issue unless, as we've said, the rents are going to be jacked up so high for the balance of the tenants that, I don't think a bank's going to believe it. So I think there's going to be an effect of financing. So I'd like, just make it really simple.
Alderman Nguyen.
I'm looking at the chart that the staff provided that has the comparisons of the other communities. And in particular, because I've been in a discussion with someone about Highland Park, I'd like to know, I remember when Highland Park passed this, can we get information about what if it's possible to understand what the effect has been in Highland Park of this? Now, I noticed they do provide some density bonuses, but I would also like to understand what's happened there, if there can be some type of comparison and analysis during the recession. But that's really important to me.
We do have context there, and I know we've had conversations with them about the impact or lack thereof that their ordinances had, so we'll include it.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, what's the other community here? No, just Highland Park is the one I would like to know about.
And could I add to that, Alderman Holmes?
Go ahead.
In Highland Park, and I just love it when this is used as comparison, the number of units of any kind that have been created in the last 2 or 3, whatever period we're talking about, versus the number of affordable units that have been created.
Something that provides a complete picture.
Right. Yes. All right. I see no more lights. Director Munzer, do you have enough clear instructions? And I'm not sure this will be at the next meeting.
No, and I was going to
say, I don't think this
ask
is
for a reprieve from the next meeting if we could.
I would agree. I
These are all
think
very
it's too
good
much
questions.
for our next meeting.
If I may suggest, if we could bring it to the first June meeting, that will give us a month to do research.
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
Thank you.
That will give us time to do that. And, again, for those who, and I don't have the statistics, but I do know, I get calls all the time of people looking for affordable units, and I'm so happy that the lady spoke about the seniors. I've been talking about the seniors in terms of we need more senior housing, affordable senior housing in the community, and we've just got to keep working for that. When we talk about diversity, and we have to remember, we want to keep as many people in our community as want to stay. And there are people who, Ms. Bard says she's born and raised. And, if you want to stay in Evanston, you want to be able to do that. And we have to have enough affordable units for different age groups, especially, and I'm really concerned about seniors now because I'm a senior citizen as well, and I may need one of those units. But anyway, for that, and also our young people who want to stay in the community and just can't afford to. So I want us all to be really sensitive to that, and I understand the points that you're making, particularly in terms of the landlord or whoever passing the cost on to other tenants, but I think that we have to look at people also not being just put in Ward 8 or Ward 5 or 2. So we'd like to see some of that spread around. Alderman Rainey.
Well, I think one of the things that we've not really got into, but Mayor Morton was always supporting, was that Evanston establish housing authority. And I think the way we could do that is we levy a special tax on all the people of Evanston based on some formula that they contribute to it.
That's a possibility.
That would spread the burden to everybody.
That's a possibility. So we need to look into all of that. So we will bring this back to our first meeting in June. Keep that on your calendars, those of you who are all in support or not in support, but make sure that's the next time we'll discuss it. And at that time, we'll have additional information from our staff. That is all of our agenda. Is there a motion for adjournment?
Good evening. This is the April 16th Evanston Preservation Commission special meeting. We'll call the meeting to order, and we do have a quorum. It is 7:12. Tonight's agenda item is unfinished business, a continuation of the March 4th, 2015 special meeting on Northwestern University's proposed subdivision of the Evanston campus east of Sheridan Road. From the Commission's perspective, essentially we are conducting an assessment of the subdivision application and whether it meets the standards. The standards, again, from the previous meetings are based on Title II, Chapter 8 of the City Code. It is the applicable chapter is Title 2-8-12, Review of Applications for Subdivision, Re-subdivision, or Consolidation Ordinance. Section A, prior to review of any subdivision, re-subdivision, or consolidation pursuant to Title 4, Chapter 11, Subdivisions. Sections 1 through 3 of any landmark, area, property, structure, or site in a district, council or its duly authorized committee shall request a report by the Commission regarding the effect of the proposed subdivision, re-subdivision, or consolidation on the landmark or district. Review by the Commission shall be advisory. The Commission shall review the application for subdivision, re-subdivision, or consolidation based on the following standards. The design of this, and pardon me, that is Section B1. The design of the subdivision, re-subdivision, or consolidation shall, Section A, preserve, adaptively use, or otherwise protect the landmark or area, property, structure, site, or object in the district, and B, provide the location and design of new structures and objects that are visually compatible with the landmark or areas, property, structures, sites, objects in the district, and C, not result in blocking or otherwise obstructing, as viewed from a public street or public way, the critical features of the landmark or area, property, structure, site, or object in the district, and D, preserve and protect the critical features of the streetscape associated with the landmark or area, property, structure, site, or object in the district, and E, not adversely affect traffic patterns, municipal services, adjacent property values, or the general harmony of the district. 2, alteration, construction, demolition, and relocation shall be consistent with Section 2-8-9. Part C, within 35 days of the request of the report by the council or its duly authorized committee pursuant to subsection 2-8-12A, the Commission shall prepare written findings and by majority vote issue to the council or its duly authorized committee a recommendation on the suitability of creating the proposed subdivision, re-subdivision, or consolidation. Based on the recommendations received by council or its duly authorized committee, council shall consider whether the proposed subdivision, re-subdivision, or consolidation is consistent with the standards provided in subsection 2-8-12B. If the council finds that the proposed subdivision, re-subdivision, or consolidation is not consistent with the standards provided in subsection 2-8-12B, the council may deny the application for subdivision, re-subdivision, or consolidation. Tonight, the plan is that we'll vote on whether the current application meets standards. We'll review the conditions that have been proposed by staff and also talk about that with the commission itself. In terms of agenda items, we'll have brief presentations by staff and representatives from Northwestern. Then we'll have discussion and Q&A from the commissioners themselves. We'll entertain any public comment following that, and then entertain a motion, obviously have final discussion when the motion is on the floor and vote, and then hopefully adjourn after that. So that's the plan. With that, I'd like to ask staff to give their brief presentation. Carlos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Carlos Ruiz. I'm the Preservation Coordinator for the City of Evanston. And I'd like to briefly state staff recommendation on the proposed subdivision of Northwestern University to subdivide into 6 lots. Staff recommends the Preservation Commission provide a favorable recommendation to City Council for approval of Northwestern University subdivision with the following conditions. Number 1, the proposed Lot 4 be revised further to encompass the area south of existing parking lot or potentially merging lots 3 and 4 per Commission's request. And number 2, that the area along Sheridan Road be subject to a requirement that Northwestern provide information on future significant projects, including new buildings, demolition, and major alterations to the Preservation Commission for feedback from the Commission when such projects are within 250 feet east of the Sheridan right-of-way line, but outside of a landmark lot of record. The Commission's comments will be shared with Northwestern and presented at the Design and Plan Review Committee meeting. That's the staff recommendation, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Bonnie, did you have anything to add to the information that we have in our packet at this point from the university?
No, thank you, commissioners and staff, Carlos, for being here again tonight. We have no further information, but we'd be happy to answer any questions. And I just point out that the materials that we have on the screen as well as on the boards is the same material that was presented at our March 4th meeting. So it's not new, but it's we do have a cleaner copy if anyone wants a copy. Thank you.
You can circulate that.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, Julie.
Is that,
I was going to say, nice segue. I was going to say, go ahead.
Okay,
We'll go ahead and
I have-
start with the Q&A.
I have a question from the staff recommendation. I just want a clarification. When the staff recommends that the proposed Lot 4 be revised further to encompass the area south of the parking lot, is it, so Lot 3, where would that be? No, because south is...
South of the parking lot. So it's right.
No, but that would be south of Lot 3. See what I'm saying? You meant up 3. It would be, if it's potentially merging lots 3 and 4, Lot 4 be revised further to encompass the area, Lot 4 be revised to encompass the area south of the parking lot? Oh, so that would be south of the parking lot there?
Yeah, is there a point?
But is that, just point?
Yeah. Because I
Right.
guess the question may be is...
Maybe it's north.
Yeah, I think
I-
that the point you raised is one, because it looks like Lot 3 is to the north
Yeah.
and Lot 4 is to the south, at least according to the map that we have. Yeah, and I think that at least the way I sort of understood the staff recommendation, but your point is a good one, is that essentially that would become one lot. Am I correct? The 3 and 4 would encompass that parking area? That's the recommendation?
Okay.
Yeah,
That's what I thought. I just got
Yeah.
confused with the first statement. Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Just to clarify, potentially merging lots 3 and 4, is that what you're saying? Merging the lots 3 and 4? Are you suggesting just expanding lot 4 north to the parking lot?
Jack, are you asking one particular staff or Julie?
Well, since it's your recommendation, just to clarify that, are you recommending merging 3 and 4? Or are you simply suggesting enlarging 4 north to the parking lot?
There are two options. One, the original option was to have Lot 4 go to the south line of the parking lot going north. That was the first recommendation. And then we are also suggesting that possibly merging Lots 3 and 4 together. After the first workshop and then after the meeting on March 4, that was a suggestion that was also raised.
So I think that would be a great idea to merge them both. And I know that on Northwestern's response, it says that if the commission is proposing the combining of Lot 3 and Lot 4 as a final compromise necessary to recommend the subdivision to the City Council, then Northwestern University will give this recommendation thoughtful consideration. So how does that play out? How does that work, Diane, if many of us want that to happen? I don't know, do we vote on something like that, or?
I think, and I can seek guidance from staff here, but my suggestion is that be a recommendation that comes from the commission.
Okay.
I think the way I read the point 1 in the staff report was that it was kind of, they were talking about both options, I think merging them, and I think that's something that we had a lot of conversation about, is something that makes sense, so. Other questions? Oh, go ahead, Amy.
Here, when it says that drawings will come up to a coordinator within a minimum of 4 weeks prior to a design and project review committee, I was just wondering at what stage is that going to happen? Because for some of these major projects, you know, the design process is a long one, and you can work on a project for 3 years, and if we get it 4 weeks before it's going up for review, that's a lot of missed opportunity.
I think I will let Northwestern answer that question.
I think as staff will attest, I mean, Northwestern usually does bring projects before DAPR for the input, usually at, schematic design, design development to get the input. It's actually a two-part process. There's an initial submittal, and we seek comment from the city, and then there's also a final DAPR review, which is closer to the time of the actual completion of construction documents.
I would like to see that articulated.
Mark.
Good evening. My name is Mark Munzer. I'm the Director of Community Development. What Bonnie's referring to is there's a concept review that's typically done in the very early stages. So my recommendation to you would be, if you wanted that condition articulated, that you specifically state
That's what I'm asking for.
that the university come in at
the
concept review stage.
yeah.
And as they've referenced, they typically do anyway. So
Okay, that's what I'm asking for.
All right.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
Part 2 of the staff recommendation deals with that 250 feet right-of-way setback that allows us to give feedback based on shared information from Northwestern. No binding review. 250 feet, and I'm not satisfied with either of the maps that we're being presented with. Can you put up that one that has the aerial view with the various setback dimensions on it? Is there a slide that has that? Yeah, it's so damn complicated
let's turn
with
the light.
detail. And I actually, okay, it still doesn't help a whole lot. Yikes.
Yeah.
Well, but I can't even see here. What am I pointing at? This? Okay. So the red is the red the 250 that you're recommending?
Yes.
Then there's blue, that's 300?
Yes.
And then there's, what's the last color?
400.
400 feet, whatever color that is. I can't even tell what, purple, I guess it's purple. Okay, so, God, this is so crazy.
Can we up the scale on
Can you
that one?
scroll up? Can you scroll up on this image? That's why I wanted to see a line drawing that would be easy to view, but that hasn't been provided.
Open the folder for it's in there.
Okay, now just scroll up. Or scroll down, I guess. Great. Okay, keep on going. Okay, you can stop right about there. So here is the 250-foot mark that the city staff has recommended. Is that correct?
The red one.
The red line.
The red line, yellow is the 200 feet.
Oh, 250 there, okay. And then, what is this, 300 feet?
Yes.
And then that's 400 feet right there.
Yes.
You see where my red mark is? That's right in front of Deering Library. That's 400 feet back from Sheridan Road. That is clearly visible from Sheridan Road. And as you go down the Sheridan Road and you look into the campus, my feeling is that 400 feet is the sort of optimum view into the campus, not 250 feet. Now, I understand that whole area there is given as a, was it Lot 4 record proposed? So all that is essentially under our, Lot 5, all that is under our mandatory purview. But 400 feet is a lot of the campus. If you go down to here, then turn east to Sheridan Road as it goes east-west. Viewing from here to north, if you're on Sheridan Road through here, you can see back into there for a good part of this area space. And up in here, you can see into the campus from here. So my feeling has been since our last meeting, and maybe even before that, that I think originally it was 200 feet was proposed. Staff is saying 250. I'm still saying that I feel 400 feet is a more reasonable distance. And Carlos, I had asked you in an email earlier in the week, what is the average city lot depth for a residential area in the city in a historic district? I know it's probably less than 400, but do you know offhand what that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, and the obvious reason for that question is when we're looking at historic districts and homes on historic districts, we're looking whatever the view is from the street, and you can sometimes see from the front street to the back of the lot whether there's a garage there or a fence or whatever it is. This is a different scale. I recognize that, totally different scale. But my feeling is that 250 feet is way too short an area for us to be given arbitrary permission to give you feedback. I think it should be a little more stringent than that. That's my point.
Other questions?
On the subject of the 250 feet, does it, on the north side of campus, does it turn the corner at Lincoln?
No, it does not. No, the discussion from the beginning was the frontage along Sheridan, what they call the street wall.
I'm going to scroll down.
And I'll go down, yeah.
I'm sorry, I keep getting confused. What color is the staff recommendation line?
Red one. It's the one to the right of the yellow line.
Yeah, yellow is 200 feet, red is 250. In looking at the package, I'll be honest with you, from my mind, I think the 250 feet line makes more sense than the 200 feet, but that's my observation. And I guess, with all due respect to Jack, I don't see the 400 feet. All of these feats have their issues, but I think 400, if we're talking about a subdivision application, almost really defeats the purpose of it, if that's what we're looking at.
Again, unfortunately, we're not seeing everything we need to see on this particular presentation. We're not seeing the lot descriptions on this map. So we can't see, in relation to these setback distances, we can't see where the lot designations are. And I don't think you've combined those on one drawing. Yeah, so there's that one, but you don't see the distance setbacks, although we know that front of Deering Library is 400 feet.
If I may, one of the things that the 250 line does is incorporate fully the buildings that are east of Patton Gym, and also incorporates fully the landmark on Sheridan, 1845, the one designed by Daniel Burnham. So in the 200 feet, it was not clear exactly where the line was, but with the 250 feet, you actually cover several buildings in front of that line.
I think the proposal to combine lots 3 and 4 into one lot might alleviate and mitigate some of these concerns. At that point, along that Sheridan Street wall, between lots 2, then now 3 and 4 together, 5, you're really covering the majority of what we're talking about. And much of those lots extend past 400 feet. In the case of the Deering Library, you've probably looking 500 feet. And that lot line, if you extend that across, 4 and 3, we really do have much in our, under our, what you call it, jurisdiction, or at least review. So I think that would be a nice concession. I think I'd be comfortable moving forward.
I agree with that. I agree as well.
Any final questions, observations, concerns? Are we ready to entertain a motion, or does anybody else have anything to ask?
You know, I just wanted to add something, because since I've been new to the commission, I think these workshops have been really useful. I think that the communication between Northwestern and Preservation has actually, it has gone, quite a way in terms of producing something I think that I personally, if we combine Lot 3 and 4, could totally live with. So, and I think we started in a position which was very different, so I just wanted to commend this process.
Would someone like to entertain a motion? I did ask staff to provide us with some draft language, just in case, simply because some language, the appropriate language for a motion, just because I knew it would be difficult for all, not forthcoming, and that's a good way to put it. So, do you have the other copies, Carlos, and I'll pass? Because I know at 7 in the evening, my brain wouldn't necessarily have that, so. Okay, and based on our, just completed conversation, my sense was that as part of any motion that, Mark, did you have something to add?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. As excited as I am as anybody to get to the motion portion of the evening, I just want to make sure we need public comment. I know we don't have masses here, but I just want to make sure that we do it correctly. If we can hold on 2 minutes for that motion.
No problem. If you can get does someone have the list for it? Because I don't have that.
Sir, I think it might be you.
Thank you, Mark.
Not this gentleman. I'm not sure who.
That's it? Okay.
Sir, since you're here, if you have something to say. Oh, okay. So, no, okay. Well, thank you. No one signed up for public comments. So, all right. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I had that on my agenda, but I guess I wanted to move it along myself. So, here we are. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Got it. Carl.
They are slowly going up.
Oh, there we go. Other way.
Maybe bottom? No?
It's down to go up.
There we go. All right, so if one of the commissioners would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that the Preservation Commission recommends to the City Council approval of the proposed subdivision with the following 2 conditions. Number 1, that lots 3 and 4 be combined. And number 2, that the, how do you put this? That any significant future projects within a 250-foot setback of Sheridan Road be presented to us for binding review.
Can I clarify one of those conditions?
Yeah.
The combining of lots 3 and 4, that we propose that they be combined by extending the easternmost boundary of lots 3 and 4 so that it encompasses the whole thing. And we don't combine them by drawing a small little little alleyway across.
Okay. So just to clarify, Jack, your motion, you had mentioned the 250 feet. Are you talking about the DAPR process? And Amy had also had mentioned the possibility of, as part of the DAPR process, reviewing any plans at the concept stage as part of that.
Yeah, no, I want to be, I think that process would take place anyway, and Carlos, you are part of that DAPR committee, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm an advisor to the committee.
Yeah. No, my motion really states that any projects that are outside of those designated lots that are within a 250-foot setback of Sheridan Road should be reviewed by us as binding review, not as suggestions to be considered by Northwestern.
Or as part of the DAPR process?
Well, they would be part of the DAPR process anyway.
Okay. Maybe what we need, is there a second to the motion so that we can have some discussion on that? Or we'll just hold it. Mark, can you perhaps clarify a little bit, or Demir, the DAPR process for everyone? I think that we may need to understand what that is, since it's kind of new.
Right. The DAPR process, which stands for Design and Project Review, was the successor to what was formerly called SPARK. The impetus behind it was to provide more design review and not just look at site plans, but look at building aesthetics and how it contextually fits in whatever it is we're reviewing. As I noted before, typically on larger projects, there's 2 points that a project comes before DAPR. It comes before DAPR at the concept stage, when a larger development, a Northwestern development, a planned development, anything that would trigger a PD, or in their case, a large development, would come before us, and we'd have just general conversations about, is this an appropriate land use? From a massing standpoint, from a bulk standpoint, from a neighborhood standpoint, does this make sense? And then assuming approval there, then they would go through whatever approval process they needed to do, typically ending up at City Council, but it could be ZBA, it could be Plan Commission, it could be Preservation. Once it moves through, and if it's approved by City Council, then it comes back to DAPR prior to the building permit being issued. And the idea behind that is to make sure that what was ever approved, typically again by City Council, is then verified by DAPR that there have been no changes made, no substantial changes have been made to a project in between approval and building permit. DAPR also has review of any exterior modification made to any building outside of a U district. So anybody who's making any type of modification, even if they don't need a special use or a variance or a plan development or anything like that, even if they by right can develop the property, and Northwestern falls into this category too, then prior to the building permit being issued, DAPR has final review. So if it was an issue where this was a project outside of a subdivided parcel, outside of your review, then the DAPR review would take place typically again at concept, and then again prior to building permit. So conceptually speaking, if there were issues raised by the Preservation Commission that were then submitted to DAPR, and DAPR felt that those comments were not satisfied by the university or anybody else, then we could hold the permit until we felt that those comments were addressed. Of course, we're going to be having conversations, be it with the university or any other applicant, to have a negotiation to try and get to a point where everybody is comfortable. So that in a nutshell is the process. Any questions?
A clarifying question. So the commission's comments for those particular projects would be shared, in this case with Northwestern. Would Carlos, would you be the one sharing those comments at a DAPR meeting?
The idea is that any project that the university might be in the design stage would be sent to the preservation coordinator. The preservation coordinator then will distribute that information to all members of the commission separately. And then every member will have the opportunity to make comments, send us comments to us, and then we will compile those comments, and then we would present those comments to DAPR. It's a public meeting, so any member of the commission is welcome to attend and follow their own recommendations as comments. But at the end, the commission will have the opportunity to review as individual members and then provide those comments to staff.
So just a clarification, so it's not like you'd be individually given the project at hand to send comments, but you wouldn't be meeting as a committee meeting. So, right?
That's correct.
So Jack, in terms of what you said, that it would be binding, like how would that work? Because they're just individual comments from each of us regarding a project. So, and they may all be different. We may all have different opinions about them. So what am I missing something?
Yeah.
Is that how that would work?
I would imagine that at our meeting, we need to move and make a motion on what our decision is to be presented at that meeting.
No, that's not, no, essentially.
Not necessarily.
Essentially, it functions more, and Mark or Demir, you can correct me, essentially it functions more as an administrative review, where at these different points in the process, the information or the application will be circulated to the commission, and all commissioners will have the opportunity to provide comments and input on it, which is what Carlos would then compile and put into the process that would be evaluated at those 3 different points that Mark had mentioned.
It is very similar.
So it would not actually be coming before the commission proper as an agenda item, which gets to Jack's point about binding review before. So it's much more of an administrative review.
Correct. And what we would do is similar to your packets and agendas, all DAPR packets and agendas are posted prior to their meetings. So we would include that as part of the public packet so that this was a public process and that all of the committee members were well aware of any concerns prior to their hearing. But no, the commission, it's the preservation meet on the item as proposed.
Thank you.
Can I follow up on that, please? So I say binding review because we're missing the subject here. By going to DAPR, Northwestern is avoiding our binding review process. That's what they're asking for. They're asking for relief from binding review on these areas that are not in lots. And I feel that that's a fairly dangerous place to go. And I think that the least we can do is insist on binding review of anything that's within 250 feet of the setback from Sheridan Road. Anything that's within that view should be under our binding review.
And then just for clarification, the staff recommendation is that it's advisory review in those areas outside of the parcel with final approval by DAPR.
So my motion stands unless unless it gets voted down.
Now, I guess the question is, on this, do we want to, do we want to, and maybe I need some expertise on this, do we want to vote on the motion to provide the recommendation and then vote on the conditions, or how should we, what's the most?
Was there a second to the motion?
No, there was not.
Okay, so the first thing we'd need would be a second.
Would be a second? Okay, someone want to second Jack's motion?
Okay, so I just have another question about Jack's motion. Sorry, so with binding review, does that mean that the Preservation Commission would actually meet to discuss it as an agenda item?
That's my question, too.
Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. Then I second Jack's motion.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yeah, if I could just add one additional comment. Standards for review, number D, letter D, is one of the points I'm getting at here. Preserve and protect the critical features of the streetscape associated with the landmark or area, property, structure, site, or object in the district. And so my feeling is those words are applicable to anything that we might see within a 200-foot setback of Sheridan Road. And therefore, I feel that we should have binding review over those things that are stated by those words in the standards.
So procedurally, we do have a motion on the floor. Do we vote on the recommendation initially and then vote on the conditions, or how would you recommend that we approach this?
I would restate the motion with the specific conditions,
Okay.
and then submit for any discussion and then vote.
Vote, okay. All right, do we want to summarize the motion?
Well, should I say it again? I move that the Preservation Commission recommends to the City Council approval of the proposed subdivision with the following conditions. One, that proposed lots 3 and 4 be combined. I forget what your term was, by aligning the outlines of those two.
Merged, I think, was the term that was used.
Easternmost and westernmost lines be aligned, lots 3 and 4. And 2, that the commission be given binding review over any proposed projects that occur within a 250-foot setback of Sheridan Road.
Jack's motion.
All in favor? Opposed? Thank you. So I don't think we have anything to, now, the follow-up for this, just to confirm, is staff will, I assume, prepare recommendations for the council based on the commission vote?
Correct. The City Council, as of now, is scheduled to hear this matter on May 27th, which is the Tuesday after the Memorial Day holiday. Staff will forward a recommendation to the City Council. It will include the recommendation that you made, and it will also include staff's recommendation. City Council is the determining body.
Okay. With that, thank you all very much for all your work on this. Thank you to the staff and to Northwestern. I think we had a pretty good process, as someone mentioned earlier, and all we need is a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.